Committee will come to order. A quorum being present without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chairman may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Florida to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3089, the NDO Fairness Act for purpose of markup. I move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3089.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to partner with my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Ranking Member Nadler, in introducing H.R. 3089 and the NDO Fairness Act. This bill makes much-needed changes to the way law enforcement obtains and uses non-disclosure orders, also known as secrecy orders. The evolution of cloud computing has significantly changed the way we retain and store personal information. File cabinets have been traded in for file folders, and with it, our expectation of privacy. Before cloud computing, the Fourth Amendment required law enforcement to execute a search warrant and subpoena the items they wish to view. The officer executing the search would leave behind a copy of the warrant and an inventory of the property seized. Congress altered this process in 2001 with the passage of the USA Patriot Act, allowing law enforcement to execute a search unannounced, provided that no property was seized. This process, known as a sneak and peek, required the same probable cause standard as a Fourth Amendment search, but required the party affected by the search to be notified within 30 days, rather than immediately after the search. However, if law enforcement wishes to search emails, files, and other data stored on the cloud, the officer never has to give notice to the individual. Instead, they serve the subpoena to the cloud computing company along with a non-disclosure order prohibiting the company from notifying the individual of the search. All, I might add, without prior review by the courts. This has led to an abuse of secrecy orders whereby companies like Microsoft, Facebook, and Google receive thousands of boilerplate secrecy orders per year that are unsupported by any legal or factual basis. According to Microsoft themselves, between January to June of 2022, law enforcement requested U.S. citizen data from more than 5,500 accounts, an average of 15 secrecy orders per day, just to Microsoft. Multiply those numbers across every company that retains user data, and the total number of requests would be astounding. Had Congress known nearly 40 years ago, when drafting the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, the extent to which it could be abused, I truly believe, I think many other members do, that the law would look much different than what we have today. The NDO Fairness Act will make needed changes to the secrecy orders process by eliminating the boilerplate orders used by law enforcement. Rather than a blind assertion that the disclosure would seriously jeopardize the investigation, quote unquote, the court must certify that disclosing the search is likely to jeopardize an investigation, resulting in the destruction of evidence or endangering the life of an individual. The NDO Fairness Act would also impose a limit on the length of the secrecy order, something that currently does not exist. Our bill ends indefinite secrecy orders and imposes a 90-day limit, with an extension available if and only if the need for secrecy is justified based on actual facts and approval by a judge. This brings the NDO approval process in line with sneak and peek searches. Finally, our bill allows the individual subject to search to request a copy of the information that was disclosed. These changes, I believe, will more closely align searches of virtual data with searches of physical offices, while protecting the user's privacy in the process. I urge swift passage of the bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that we're once again considering
the bipartisan NDO Fairness Act, which I joined my colleague across the aisle, Congressman Fitzgerald, in introducing last week. Just over a year ago, we passed this bill out of committee on a voice vote, and it is my sincere hope that we can do the same again today. The NDO Fairness Act is a simple, straightforward bill that addresses a narrow problem. By establishing essential guardrails for when the government seeks to access someone's electronic communications without that person's knowledge, this legislation would insert balance into a system that for too long has been a free-for-all for government prosecutors. Under current law, after the government obtains a court's permission under the Stored Communications Act to search the contents of a person's electronic communications, prosecutors must then compel the email service provider to produce the relevant data. To avoid having the service provider turn around and tell its customer about the search, the government can also ask the court to grant a non-disclosure order, or NDO, colloquially referred to as a secrecy or gag order. When the order is granted, the provider, be it Apple, Google, Microsoft, or a similar company, is unable to inform anyone of the search, even a company attorney in the case of corporate clients. There is no time limit to these orders. There is no standard to meet. Today, all the government needs to do is cite one of 5 potential adverse results without showing that it is necessary, and the court may grant the request. In the absence of basic rules of the road, prosecutors frequently take advantage of the rubber stamp approval process to acquire NDOs in cases not contemplated by the underlying statute. This includes cases where there is clearly no need for secrecy, such as where a physical search has already occurred, cases where the search is being done on a victim's communications, and cases where the gag order is placed on an institution not suspected of wrongdoing. In all the situations I just described, prosecutors have no cognizable reason under the law to acquire an NDO, yet they frequently do so anyway. These delays don't simply inconvenience the subject of a search, and the negative impacts are not limited to the theoretical or ideological. NDOs are being used to win cases. Rather than providing Americans with meaningful notice that their private electronic records are being accessed in a criminal investigation, the Department of Justice has too often hidden behind its ability to ask third-party providers directly. This denies American citizens, companies, and institutions their basic day in court, and instead allows the department to gather its evidence entirely in secret. The NDO Fairness Act would ensure that gag order requests are only granted in cases where there is no less restrictive alternative and where the court finds that the notification will likely result in endangering the safety of an individual, flight from prosecution, destruction of evidence, intimidation of witnesses, or otherwise jeopardize an investigation. It would also time limit the orders that are granted, ensuring that NDOs are only granted and extended for 90 days at a time. Finally, by setting a strict scrutiny standard requiring written decisions based on specific and articulable facts and establishing standing for providers, the NDO Fairness Act would cut down on the number of rubber-stamped NDOs. The government's over-reliance on NDOs is easily seen in data supplied by the providers. Between 2016 and 2021, NDOs amounted to 1/4 to 1/3 of all legal demands received by Microsoft. Apple receives an average of 7 to 8 orders with NDOs attached every day. Google is under 130,000 NDOs today. Meta averages more than 100,000 requests per year, and in the first half of 2021, 70% of the over 60,000 search requests Meta received included gag orders. Many of the government surveillance issues that come before this committee hinge on the same easily overlooked fact. Technology has changed American life since many of our surveillance laws were passed. The Stored Communications Act is no different. When it was first passed in 1986, computers used floppy disks to store information. The first PC virus was just getting started, and we were 6 years away from dial-up internet becoming commercially available for the first time. Today, what was once the occasional email is now the basis for so much of our communications that the average American spends over 7 hours each day looking at a screen or working in a virtual office. The world has changed, but unfortunately the law governing searches of electronic communications has not. With advancements in technology and the related surge in electronic correspondence, federal prosecutors have increasingly relied on the Stored Communications Act and the archaic protections built into that law to search emails. There are many people who have followed this issue closely who are concerned about government abuse of the Stored Communications Act more broadly. I am one of them. But those are bigger fights for another day. What we are doing here is instituting a narrow, elegant solution to a specific problem. The NDO Fairness Act will insert process and deliberation into gag order requests and make it more likely that Americans whose electronic communications are searched can assert their rights in court. I thank Mr. Fitzgerald for introducing the bill and the chairman for bringing it before the committee. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Fitzgerald and our ranking member Nadler for championing this bipartisan legislation. The NDO Fairness Act safeguards Americans' due process and privacy rights, and we should not wait to enact it. Under current U.S. law, prosecutors can subpoena email and phone records of U.S. citizens regardless of whether they have done or even suspected of doing anything wrong. Even worse, the subjects of these searches may never find out about them because the government can prevent service providers from informing customers that their private communication records have been subpoenaed. This system of secrecy goes against the values of our American justice system, which relies on transparency and fair play. The NDO Fairness Act rebalances the scales by making prosecutors clearly demonstrate why they need to withhold information from the targets of these requested subpoenas. It also requires a court to make a written determination of whether it is necessary to issue a gag order to service providers in certain cases, for example, to prevent threats to national security. And finally, it establishes time limitations for such gag orders and subsequent notification requirements, ensuring that these searches won't remain secret from their targets forever. I'm proud to support this bill and encourage every one of my colleagues to support it today. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. The reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up HRES 363 for purpose of markup and move the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the resolution.
HRES 363.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and open. Oh,
Pardon, it's my fault. My staff member's not here, but I'd like to know what the bill is. I don't have
okay.
Thank
Clerk
you.
will report. I apologize.
All right.
Clerk will report.
HRES 363, expressing support for recognizing National Police Week. In the House of Representatives, Mr. Guest submitted the following resolution, which was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Resolution.
My request. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And today I offer my support of the resolution recognizing National Police Week, and honoring the law enforcement officers who died in the line of duty during 2022. Before my time in Congress, I served in law enforcement for nearly 30 years. And during my time in law enforcement, I saw men and women courageously put their lives on the line every day to protect those in the communities they served. And sadly, some of these officers did not make it back home. 2022, 556 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty across the nation. And that is obviously 556 too many. Despite countless sacrifices police officers across the nation make every single day, the far left has pushed for defunding the police for far too long. Ironically, the same folks that have advocated for and voted to slash the police budgets have armed security surrounding them daily. And somebody tell me how that makes any sense. It makes no sense. With the rampant crime wreaking havoc on communities across the nation, defunding, dismantling, and disparaging the police has only led to continued spikes in crime. And instead of addressing the rampant crime that plagues American cities, the Biden administration's soft on crime policies have encouraged residents to break the law as they please. Far too many officers have died at the hands of repeat offenders. Despite this, law enforcement officers across the country continue to go to work each day for you and I, and to give their lives in the line of duty to protect the communities that they serve. The continued assault on law enforcement officers must end. It must end today. We must do everything we can to ensure the safety of the brave individuals who lay their lives on the line of duty each day to protect ours. My colleagues and I are committed to recognizing the valor, dignity, and integrity of police officers across the nation and express our sincere support for those who defend our communities against criminals and lawlessness. I will always back the blue, and I urge each of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this meaningful resolution to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas and former sheriff yields back. We appreciate the statement. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, first I must, I thank the chairman. Mr. Chairman, first I must disagree with Mr. Nails, with whom I agree on the bill, but I must disagree with him when he says that the Democrats seek to defund the police. We do not. It is Republicans in their proposal on the debt ceiling who have proposed huge cuts for the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So if anyone is seeking to defund the police, it's the Republicans. Mr. Chairman, every day, law enforcement officers work to keep our communities safe in ways big and small. From responding to 9/11 calls, to investigating wrongdoing, to securing our public spaces, we call on our law enforcement officers to help us in times of need. During Police Week, we recognize the sacrifices that our brave officers make in serving their communities, and we thank them for their service. We especially recognize those officers who have perished in the line of duty. In 2022, we lost 70 officers to COVID-19, 64 to gun violence, 56 in traffic-related incidents, and 36 to other causes. Today, we remember their honorable service, and we think of the families they left behind. Just as we call on law enforcement officers to keep us safe from harm, we must also work to make their jobs safer. As we continue to see a decrease in COVID-19 infections and deaths, we must make sure that law enforcement has the tools to protect their health in uncertain situations, and that they have the support they need when they recover from illness or injury. We must also work to end gun violence, especially by keeping guns out of the wrong hands, where they endanger law enforcement and our communities. We should continue to listen to law enforcement about the other dangers they face and work to improve their ability to respond to new challenges. For example, during the last Police Week, we passed a bill to provide training to law enforcement for interactions with people with post-traumatic stress disorder or traumatic brain injuries. Today, this legislation is enabling law enforcement officers to do their jobs more safely, while also empowering them to better help individuals with unique needs when they encounter them. I hope that we can continue to identify opportunities to simultaneously promote the safety of law enforcement officers and improve public safety. H.Res. 363 honors those who have lost their lives in service of their communities and in 2022 and in years prior. It also recognizes the need to ensure that law enforcement officers have the equipment, training, and resources that are necessary in order to protect the health and safety of officers as they protect the public. While we do not have any legislation before us today that addresses that need, I will continue to support bills that provide the equipment, training, and resources that strengthen the ties between law enforcement and the communities they serve to make all of us safer. I also thank the law enforcement officers who serve in my district, helping to make New York one of the safest major cities in the country. And I thank the Capitol Police, who protect the people and the work of Congress, including those who faced the unthinkable attack on our democracy on January 6, 2021, and who were lost in the days that followed, or who still bear those scars today. We thank you and your families for your service and your sacrifice. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Excuse me, the chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you. Of these constant accusations that Republicans don't want to support the police. I saw the events. We all did. We heard the statements.
We saw those that were in both elected office and non-elected office talk about reimagining, diminishing, defunding the police, and just a general lack of respect for law enforcement. We can't change history. History is the truth. History is what is there, and we know what the history was. And quite frankly, let's just be real straight up. Again, like I like to say all the time, I'm a simple country dentist. I like to just lay it out there in simple words. That is why the majority of law enforcement by far supports us. They know what is happening to them. They know about the loss of support. They feel the pain. They feel the danger. We can't get people to go into law enforcement anymore. And this has been going on for a while. And it's quite frankly because of what Democrats and certain radical fringe groups have done to and said about law enforcement. Now, that's the truth. So as many times somebody from the other side says that we don't support law enforcement, that's going to be as many times as I'm going to talk about how we do and how they started all this, and we have all these problems now. Today we come together to champion crucial bills that honor and empower law enforcement officers and tackle the rising crime rates across our country. It's this committee's duty and its unyielding responsibility to provide law enforcement with the necessary resources and support to effectively protect our communities. And we've seen since the summer of 2020 the demonization of our police forces, and efforts to defund them has crippled morale and made our country less safe. And we know that our crime rates are going up, and nobody can argue with that, and there is a reason for it, and it has been the actions that were taken by some members of this Congress. When police numbers dwindle, crime thrives. When crime thrives, communities suffer. When our community suffers, our entire nation suffers. We must halt these dangerous trends, and this package of bills is a good package. It demonstrates our unwavering commitment, our commitment to the courageous individuals who safeguard our streets and safeguard our homes. Proper funding, proper equipment, proper recruitment, proper training, and retention. These are the cornerstones upon which we can rebuild our country to a safe haven where citizens walk our streets and navigate our public transportation systems without fear. And that is not true now. And it's not because of the police, it's because of the actions that were taken by many of the people in this great House of Representatives. And we must firmly support our local enforcement officers and condemn efforts to defund or dismantle or reimagine. I don't even know what the hell that is, but reimagining local law enforcement agencies. A well-funded and well-equipped police force is essential for safety and is essential for the well-being of our citizens. As we debate these bills, we must never forget the sacrifices made by law enforcement officers every single day nationwide. They get hurt, they die, they sacrifice themselves. Who else does this except our military? Together, let us stand united with our law enforcement. Together, let us ensure the safety and security of our nation. And together, let us honor the brave men and the brave women who wear the badge day in and day out in the service of our community and our great United States of America. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to express my appreciation to my friend Mr. Guest for bringing this resolution. The resolution does indicate, which is just a fact, that President Kennedy's, who started Police Memorial Week at a time when it wasn't any issue about Democrat and Republican, and it shouldn't be today either. In Memphis, we had an officer named Jeffrey Redd, and Officer Redd was killed in the line of duty. I don't believe his name was on this list, but it was just this past, I think it was this year, and he was on duty. And there was some man who was from Indiana who had wandered into Tennessee for some reason and caused some havoc at one of the public libraries. And Officer Redd and another officer went in, and the guy just turned and shot him in the head. point-blank range and killed him. So we mourned his death. He was a fine man and a pretty young officer, and died in the line of duty, as so many officers do, and they put themselves in the line of duty. I also want to remember, as the only representative from Tennessee, the outstanding officers who acted at the school in Nashville when 3 students and 3 adults were killed. The shooting there, they went and put their lives in harm's way, and they killed the assailant. And they were heroic and did their jobs, just as the individual did in Allen, Texas, who in a wonderful instance, which we see quite often, but it really struck me, of humility, did not want his name to be released or known, and I don't think it has been released. He did his job, and he went to the bullets and went to the line of fire and risked his life. So many officers do that. Some get killed, some fortunately don't, and they are heroes, whether they're recognized or not. So I thank Mr. Guest for introducing this, and I know he's a former law enforcement officer himself. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Court report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to H.R. 363, offered by Mr. Moore of
Without
Alabama.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized to explain the amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment alters the title of the resolution and removes the paragraphs after resolving the clause and rearranges the remaining paragraphs after resolving clause. These changes are necessary to comply with House rules and for floor protocols for this type of resolution. They are not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of this resolution. The 556 law enforcement officers named in this resolution made the ultimate sacrifice serving their communities. They deserve to be remembered and honored by all of us. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order? I guess he's not here, so he must not. Gentlemen, do you insist on your point?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. Withdraw.
Gentleman withdraws point of order. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly plan on supporting this resolution. National Police Week is an important time for all of us every year to recall the great work that officers have done. And I would like to say this, that with respect to the politicization of this, I'm a little troubled by it. I think it's unfortunate that, when we're going to support a resolution with respect to Police Week saluting officers who died in the line of duty, that to then sort of somehow try and smuggle in issues with respect to who's trying to defund the police or not and turn it into a political debate, I think it's totally inappropriate. I was elected state's attorney in 2002 for Prince George's County. Before I took office and was sworn in, but after I was elected, I went to the funeral of 2 deputy sheriffs who were killed in the line of duty, Deputy Sheriffs Arno and Magruder. And I watched their families cry, and their children were so young they didn't really understand what was going on. We prosecuted the shooter, who was mentally deficient. He had problems with understanding right from wrong. It took us years to work through that case and get the conviction. But, I just think it's, important for us to recognize the risks and the sacrifices that law enforcement takes. I hope that this could be a moment where we could really just set the politics to the side, salute the officers for the good work that they do, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or not, and support this resolution. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
For purpose, the gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say 2
Move
things.
to strike the last word.
Yes, I move to strike the off-the-bash last word.
Ranking Member Nadler is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to say 2 things. Number one, because Mr. Niles started it, we got into back and forth between him and me and Mr. Van Drew about who wants to defund the police. That really has nothing to do with this bill. It may be relevant to a bill we'll be taking up later. This amendment is necessary for parliamentary reasons for this bill, which I think we all support, and I support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. I strongly support the bill, and I want to acknowledge the police officers, the sheriffs, and others serving throughout my home state of California. It seems like there are times when not a day, not a week, or a month goes by where we don't learn of the loss of another law enforcement officer. Certainly lost them in my hometown of Burbank and elsewhere throughout Los Angeles and the state. And each time a police officer goes up to a vehicle or executes a search warrant, it is a potentially life-threatening circumstance. Our heart goes out to the families of all those who have lost loved ones serving the public in law enforcement, and very proud to support this resolution and acknowledge the extraordinary service of law enforcement officers throughout the country and the tremendous risks they incur and the sacrifices they've made, and proud to support the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
What's pending? Sorry. Oh, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama? Mr. Cray, did you seek recognition on the amendment, or?
No, just wanted to strike last word in support of the...
Okay, we'll go right ahead. We'll vote on the amendment after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to also echo my support for this legislation. Like my colleagues have already said today, first responders, that thin blue line that stands between us and our families in those moments of crisis that we need them to be there. Individuals that going into a situation where they rarely know what they're about to encounter, yet they do it with bravery and get the job done. So I stand with all of you as we support this legislation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the gentleman, the question is on the gentleman from Alabama's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition? I think the gentlelady from Texas was. Gentlelady from Texas recognized. Speak on the amended bill.
I thank the chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
I ask unanimous consent.
Amendment.
Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order. The clerk will report.
Amendment to H. Res. 363 offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady to speak on her amendment.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I take this opportunity to rise in support of this legislation and thank Mr. Guest for offering it. As I rise to support it, I want to make sure that every single life lost in the line of duty of law enforcement officers are to be honored and is to be considered a sacred sacrifice for this nation. Starting from my tenure as a judge in the municipal court, I consistently interacted with law enforcement officers in the late hours of the night, issuing probable cause warrants and seeing the danger that they face around the clock. At this moment, there are families in Allen, Texas, mourning the horrific and brutal killing of this past weekend. We saw the carnage horrifically with pictures of dead bodies that went all over the internet and around the world. But it was one brave officer among many others that was able to take down the vicious killer who had no intent but to kill, maim, kill, and maim. That is the calling of those officers everywhere and at every time.
There are 800,000 sworn law enforcement officers serving in the United States. Each day, in every corner of the country, these brave men and women risk their lives to keep peace and keep us safe. Sadly, each year, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial will bear the names of more fallen officers and heroes who have given us their last full measure. This year, that number is 556. We're still reeling from the loss of 586 officers who died in the line of duty almost entirely because of COVID-19 in 2021. Although America's law enforcement officers continue to battle the effects of the pandemic, there's been a significant reduction in such deaths, due in part to reduced rates in the infection. Last year, of the 224 officers killed in the line of duty, 70 died after contracting the disease. The point should be known that these officers have continued to work in spite of the challenges of their health. We don't want their stories to be lost. And so my amendment follows the National Law Enforcement Officials Fund, just clarifies by indicating that of the 556 law enforcement officers honored on Peace Officers Memorial Day this year, 224 officers were killed in the line of duty in 2022, and 332 officers died in previous years prior to 2022. But their stories should continue to be remembered. It's just a simple clarification, and I hope will have bipartisan support. I really hope it'll get a voice vote, because it does nothing but honor these distinguished officers, to let it be known of the loss, but that we're fighting every day to decrease the numbers of officers who lose their life in battle. As I do so, I want to acknowledge Charles Udell Galloway Jr., Jennifer Lauren Chavis, Robert Adam Howard, Darren Amondares, Roman Gutierrez, and Sean Sebastian Rios, officers from my community, sheriffs, constables, and police officers whose names will be found, if you will, on the wall as we honor National Police Officers Week. And so my amendment is simple. It is a recognition that on this instance, we're all united. And on the page of the fund, it specifically says this language: these 556 officers include 224 officers who were killed during 2022, and an additional 332 officers died in previous years before 2022. Let us make sure that their stories of sacrifice and their history not be lost, and the numbers reflect those who died in 2022 and those who died before 2022. I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment. And I do want to acknowledge the Houston Police Week that was held last week with prayer and honor and a memorial. And I will be proud to see the Houston Police Department Honor Guard that will participate in the National Police Week ceremony this week, going from May 11th through May 15th. I ask my colleagues humbly to support this amendment so that nobody's story is left untold in the years that they have died. With that, I yield back my time asking for support for the Jackson Lee amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman from Florida withdraws his point of order. The language clarifies the resolution and is a good amendment. I think we should support it. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is now part of the resolution. Without objection, will be included in the record. Who seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the resolution as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3091.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of
The
order.
gentleman's recognized for his opening statement. If we can do the opening statement first, Mr. Fry, then we'll get to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Law enforcement officers should be able to have the opportunity to purchase the service weapon they have used during their time serving in law enforcement. Currently, agencies are required to destroy unneeded firearms. This regulation accounts for millions of dollars in wasted federal funding. American taxpayers should not be forced to purchase the same weapon twice. First, when it is originally purchased, and second, when it is needlessly destroyed. The Federal Law Enforcement Service Weapons Purchase Act allows some of that cost to be recovered by allowing law enforcement officers to purchase their retired service weapon at a fair market value, saving the American taxpayers millions of dollars. Under current policy, federal agencies are required to destroy retired firearms by crushing, cutting, breaking, or deforming each firearm to ensure that they are rendered completely inoperable and incapable of being made operable for any purpose except the recovery of basic material for reuse. Additionally, destruction of firearms must be performed by an entity authorized by the head of the agency, and the destruction must be witnessed by 2 additional agency employees authorized by that agency or designee. These actions all come at a cost, a great cost, to the American taxpayer. Not only would this legislation cause agencies and the taxpayers to avoid this cost, but it would also recoup some of those taxpayer dollars from the initial purchase of the firearm. Finally, the bill would allow federal law enforcement officers who use these firearms in the course of their official duties to purchase that firearm. The Fraternal Order of Police has noted to Congress that multiple law enforcement agencies are in the process of replacing their service weapons. These actions account for approximately 20,000 weapons at a cost of $8 million. I urge my colleagues to support this act. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his statement and for his work. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank the chairman. Mr. Chairman, federal regulations for the management of federal property currently prohibit an agency from disposing of functional or repairable firearms by selling them. Under these regulations, when an agency no longer has a need for a firearm, it can transfer it to another law enforcement entity or destroy it. This regulation has served the important goal of ensuring that federally owned firearms do not fall into the wrong hands, but it also misses an opportunity to save money by selling an unneeded firearm to the law enforcement officer who has been using it. Last Congress, our colleague and former Orlando Police Chief, Congresswoman Val Demings, recognized the opportunity for improvement in these regulations. She introduced the original version of this legislation, which allows a federal agency to sell a retired handgun to the law enforcement officer who has been using it, transferring it from a service weapon to a weapon in the hands of a responsible gun owner who is trained to use it. Congresswoman Demings' legislation included 2 improvements that unfortunately have been removed from this bill. Her version required the law enforcement officer who is purchasing the gun to undergo a background check. This is a common sense requirement, given that an officer would undergo a standard background check to purchase the weapon from many other sellers. And most background checks are practically instantaneous, often about 30 seconds. I do not think that 30 seconds is too long to wait to ensure that a gun does not fall into the wrong hands. While I think it is notable that the majority stripped this reasonable and effortless requirement, the current version of the bill does require a purchasing officer to be in good standing. While this is not as thorough as Congresswoman Demings' legislation, the good standing requirement should prevent unlawful transfers in most cases. Ms. Demings' bill also included a sense of Congress that the funds received by the government from selling a retired service weapon should be used to support evidence-based gun violence prevention or gun safety education and training programs. Again, this is a thoughtful provision that would have directed these funds toward a critical need in our communities and would have improved public safety. This provision should be totally non-controversial, but our Republican colleagues have stripped it from the bill. The only logical conclusion is that they do not want a single additional dollar to go to gun violence prevention, even as it continues to tear our communities apart and imperil the lives of law enforcement officers. Finally, I would note that Congresswoman Demings introduced her legislation on a bipartisan basis, joined by Republican Congressman Don Bacon. It was later co-sponsored by other members on a bipartisan basis. Yet when Congressman Fry reintroduced this legislation, a bill originally introduced by a Democratic member, he did so without a Democratic co-sponsor. Congresswoman Demings frequently reached across the aisle to work with Republicans. 40% of the bills she led last Congress had bipartisan sponsorship. So it is disappointing to see her work carried on without the same spirit of bipartisanship that she brought to it in its inception. While I wish the majority had left Congresswoman Demings' bill intact, I nonetheless support this weakened version of her work, and I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I think we'll see that spirit of bipartisanship hopefully on the final vote here. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3091.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina to explain the amendment.
The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes very minor technical changes. I urge my colleagues to support it. And I also urge, since we dropped this just recently, in the spirit of bipartisanship, members from the other side to join me in this very common sense bill. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas.
I thank you. I rise to speak to the underlying bill and the value of ensuring that federal law enforcement officers have the opportunity to buy handguns for those who are in good standing, which I believe promotes public safety, reduces waste, and certainly helps us recoup taxpayer dollars. We will be doing, again, the National Memorial Police Week, and as I indicated, I want to honor the Houston Police Department and all of our law enforcement officers as they celebrated Police Week last week, and again recite the importance of the honoring that occurred, including an honors luncheon, a prayer vigil in front of 1200 Travis, which is our headquarters, and then, of course, the memorial that so many families look to honor their loved ones and to have the city and the citizens of the city respect their loved ones who have fallen. In the instance of this legislation, it again honors police on the federal level to say that they are deserving of being able to purchase guns to protect them, their families, but to utilize in the needs of those that they may be around that may encounter a heinous and outrageous, vicious act. I cannot help but come back again and again to the killer in Allen, Texas, tattooed with Nazi stickers and other insignia that would say that he hated all persons and took out the precious lives. But had it not been, and I'll say it over and over again, this brave police officer and other officers that rushed to the scene as quickly as possible, but the one who was on the scene was able to take the killer down. This legislation has a positive effort because it speaks to utilizing guns and putting them in the hands of those who have served us in the federal government. I would hope that as the bill makes its way to the floor, that we will include a background check, and that we'll also see the value of having the sale of these handguns, the funds being used for gun violence prevention or gun safety programs. I can tell you that federal law enforcement officers and others would welcome that kind of utilization of funds. I've never spoken to a police officer that does not appreciate communities trying to bring down violence because they're in the eye of the storm. The sale of guns also gives me great comfort to law enforcement officers because we have a particular plague in our city where most of the guns being used by criminals, unfortunately, are in fact stolen from gun owners who leave these guns unprotected in their cars. So I think dollars that would be used to bring down gun violence and gun safety programs to educate people about gun storage would be excellent. And I would hope that we would do that. The background checks, I think, would be important for all of us. I'm reminded again of the backstory of the vicious perpetrator in Allen, who had been stopped in the middle of his basic training, didn't even continue it, because the Pentagon said, this individual is not worthy. That doesn't apply to law enforcement officers, but I've never seen a law enforcement officer not be willing, as our past member indicated, to have a background check. But I do believe this is a constructive step forward, and it honors the integrity of law enforcement officers. And I do want to add my appreciation to the FBI, ATF, who were on the front lines for the killings in Cleveland, Texas, with an AR-15, and the killings in Allen, Texas. Our federal law enforcement officers were there. This bill responds to their integrity and character, and also is a constructive use of selling the guns to ensure that we provide taxpayer dollar recoupment. And I hope someone hears me when I say, let's use it for gun violence intervention and gun safety programs. Let's have a double win on this. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
General Lady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Seeing no members, the question is now on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed by a vote on reporting the final bill. All those in favor of adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The opinion share, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2494, the Protecting Our Law Enforcement with Immigration Control Enforcement Act of 2023, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2494, to make the assault of a law enforcement officer.
No objection, the bill will be considered as read and is open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 43,649. 43,649. That's the staggering number of law enforcement officers who were assaulted while performing their duties in 2021. That represents an 11.2% increase from 2020. In both 2021 and 2022, at least 64 law enforcement officers were shot and killed in the line of duty. That's 21% more than the average number of officers killed by gunfire from 2010 to 2020. And to make matters worse, many of these incidents involve criminal aliens who take advantage of our immigration system and then turn around and assault the very people who protect us every day. The reports speak for themselves. Just 2 months ago, an illegal alien violently assaulted a U.S. Border Patrol agent as she attempted to arrest him. In November 2022, 2 aliens were arrested for pushing, dragging, and punching a Border Patrol agent in another incident. And these acts of violence are not limited to the Border Patrol. Just last fall, a criminal alien was sentenced to 30 years in prison for stabbing a New York Police Department officer, taking his gun, and shooting at other officers. In 2020, a criminal alien shot and killed a Houston police sergeant as he responded to a domestic violence call. Despite these acts, the immigration statute does not explicitly make assaulting a law enforcement officer a deportable offense. H.R. 2494 changes that by creating a ground of removability specific to illegal aliens who assault a law enforcement officer. Although most such offenders can be removed based on other grounds, such as aggravated felony or a crime involving moral turpitude, H.R. 2494 ensures that these criminal aliens cannot escape the immigration consequences of their actions through legal loopholes. Criminal aliens who assault the dedicated men and women of law enforcement should find no safe harbor under our immigration laws. H.R. 2494 gives adjudicators another tool to ensure that these criminal aliens can be quickly removed from the country. In doing so, we make America safer, not only for our citizens, but also for the hardworking men and women who serve our communities every day. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, the distinguished gentleman from New York, for his opening statement for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's be clear. Assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious offense, and it cannot be tolerated in the United States. It is also largely already a deportable offense. If this bill, the so-called Protect Our Law Enforcement with Immigration Control and Enforcement Act, or the Police Act of 2023, closed an actual gap in current law and made our country safer, Democrats would gladly support it. Unfortunately, this bill represents another unserious attempt by my Republican colleagues to target and scapegoat immigrants and to score cheap political points for Police Week, while doing nothing to actually protect law enforcement officers. First, I want to note once again that the majority is not following regular order. We have had no hearing or discussion of this issue in committee, so it appears that my colleagues' commitment to regular order was just words. Second, let's remember who this legislation is targeting. This is not about undocumented immigrants, who are, of course, already removable. And this is not about people who are seeking to enter the United States. This is about people who have come here the so-called right way. We are talking about lawful permanent residents, people who have put down roots in our communities, many of whom have U.S. citizen spouses and children, and who have truly established themselves here in the United States. Many of these individuals are eligible to become U.S. citizens today. If we are going to enact a new reason to deport these people, it needs to be for a serious offense. And if this legislation actually did that, it would have our full support. Unfortunately, this bill is so broad and over-inclusive that it would lead to truly absurd results and to the deportation of people who had no intention of ever harming a law enforcement officer. To be clear, people who are convicted of serious assaults on law enforcement officials are already deportable. This bill would not change that fact. Around the country, serious assaults on law enforcement officers are considered felonies under state law. Felony convictions are punishable by 1 year or more in prison, and under current immigration law, a conviction for a crime involving moral turpitude, where the crime is punishable by imprisonment of 1 year or more, results in an individual becoming deportable. Further, under our immigration laws, individuals become deportable upon their conviction for an aggravated felony, which includes a crime of violence with a prison sentence of at least 1 year. So serious assaults on law enforcement officers already make someone deportable under current law. However, this legislation attempts to significantly expand the scope of the kinds of crimes that would make someone deportable. Under this bill, crimes that are very low level in nature can result in a lawful permanent resident, someone who may have been in this country for decades, being deported. That is not a reasonable or sensible policy choice. I want to give a real-life example of what this legislation would do. In 2002, a green card holder named Carlos Garcia Meza was convicted of aggravated assault of a police officer. According to the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, his crime was that he asked for the officer's name while moving his hand toward the officer's name tag. The officer pushed his hand away, and Mr. Garcia Meza ended up grabbing and twisting the officer's fingers. The officer was not injured, and Garcia Meza received 2 years probation. But under this legislation, this conviction for an incident in which the defendant received probation and the officer was not injured would lead to the deportation of a long-time legal permanent resident. Is this really what the majority is looking to accomplish? Does that make our country stronger or more secure? Do we want this type of incident to lead to the deportation of long-term members of our society, our friends and neighbors, people with families, jobs, and deep roots in our communities? We will have some amendments to fix this legislation, which we hope the majority can accept. If not, I'm afraid that we will have to oppose this bill. I thank the chairman for yielding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be made part of the record. For what purpose, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment in the nature of substitute.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2494 offered by Mr. McClintock of California.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and be base text for the purposes of offering amendments. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation is designed to show our commitment to the men and women of law enforcement, but also to ensure that they receive the protection that they deserve. Key part of that goal is making sure that we can remove from the country criminal aliens who assault law enforcement officers. And to the ranking member, I would reply, if you assault an officer and you are a guest in this country, you need to leave. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2494, does just that. It defines the terms assault and law enforcement officer in order to give clarity to this measure. The ANS also brings the grounds for removal in line with other grounds of removability and inadmissibility that are already in the Immigration and Nationality Act. So with these changes, H.R. 2494 will prove, I think, an effective tool to remove aliens who harm the men and women who protect us every day. I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Police Act of 2023.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that Mr. McClintock successfully answered the question offered by the ranking member. And what I think people can observe in this debate, I guess there's two sides. One is any assault, any physical action against a law enforcement officer, if you're a guest in our country, if you do that, you have to go home. And the minority is offering the perspective through the ranking member that, well, maybe just the little assaults against law enforcement officers should mean that you get to stay. So we believe that there's a bright line. Assault law enforcement, you go home. Something that I don't think is cheap to score points on Police Week. I think it's actually a way to observe that we are in an environment now where police are increasingly under attack when they're performing their functions. And if they're under attack from the millions of people that have come into this country illegally, or even folks who are here that are guests of our country under any type of legal structure, well, that's not being a very good guest. That's not being very hospitable to the Americans who would have you here by one cause or another. So I think that the legislation is indeed well-founded.
Mr. Chairman?
It's not my time, so Mr. McClintock, do you yield back?
But I'll be happy to yield to the ranking member. Oh, no, actually, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. I have on my phone received probably about 45 minutes ago, it was about 7:30 a.m. Arizona time, the line of literally hundreds and hundreds of people lining up along the fence along the border in Yuma. They'd already removed 8 busloads of individuals who'd come across since about 4 a.m. That's the result of the policies of my colleagues across the aisle and the failure to enforce the immigration laws. Talking to my friends in law enforcement, the CBP agents, there's a significant number of those who illegally cross the border now who are more inclined to fight and run, particularly if you're in the Tucson sector. That's what comes to mind, the Tucson sector, not the Yuma sector. This provision provided by the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is probably one of the most common sense provisions I've seen. It says, if you come into our country and you're here and you assault a police officer, you should be removed. That makes sense to me. My phone also has images of El Paso from yesterday. It's rough. It's rough all along the southern border today. And it's going to be rougher tomorrow. And it's going to be rougher the day after that. Mr. Chairman, I enthusiastically support the proposition of Mr. McClintock.
Mr. McClintock yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman.
Gentleman from New York, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
To strike the last word on the amendment nature of a substitute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look at the real life example that I gave. Mr. Garcia Meza was convicted of aggravated assault of a police officer. What did he do? He asked for the officer's name. He wanted to see his name tag. He wanted to see the name of the officer. That's perfectly justified. The officer unjustifiably pushed his hand away so he couldn't see his name tag. And Mr. Garcia Meza ended up grabbing and twisting the officer's fingers. For that, under this bill, Mr. Garcia Meza, who lived in this country for I don't know how many years, who had a family here, would be deported. There has to be a rule of reason that the courts can apply. That's why we object to this provision, because it doesn't allow a rule of reason. It ties a judge's hand from the most innocuous situations. I yield back. I'll yield to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Just a brief moment. So I'm thinking about the definitions in this bill. I think any assault on a police officer, minor or major, should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Citizen, green card holder, undocumented immigrant, you should all respect our public safety officers. Zero tolerance. Concern I have with this bill is already, as I listen to my colleagues, I don't understand. Are we talking about undocumented workers, green card holders? Who are we talking about? I think this bill, although well-intended, is misguided. Anybody who assaults an officer of the law, a person with a badge, should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yield. I will continue my discussion simply to say that we should all be promoting legal immigration. That's what a green card holder is. Holds a green card legally, and many are in this country working, contributing. We know that any assault on a police officer deserves for anyone to be convicted and ultimately the heck out. But what we're talking about here is any iota of misstep, which I think we should all be eager to review. That's all that we're asking for. We know that if you are undocumented, you are out. You're not status. Green card is legal immigration. So I'll just make that brief point. I know we're going to continue our discussion, but I do want to acknowledge, I'm very glad that they're here, representatives from the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, my constituents, Houston Immigration Legal Services Collaborative, Institute of Justice, Galveston Houston Immigration Project, Harris County, and Fairness to Freedom Group. We're very glad that you're here. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks? You want my time or your own time?
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And just to answer the gentleman from California's technical question about the definitions of the bill, it applies to all of them. No matter what your status is here, green card holder, under some asylum status, if you commit any assault on a law enforcement official or a crime against a law enforcement official, such as a battery, an aggravated assault, such as the ranking member described, all of those categories would be subject to the provisions of the bill. Yeah. Yeah, just didn't want you to be confused as to the operative effect of the bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to support this ANS from the gentleman from California. This bill could not be more timely than this week here in the United States of America, as the invasion gets to full tilt here on our southern border. We're all hearing about it. Even those people that the mainstream media seeks to cover up stories and suppress them from half of the American people, even they are seeing this story play out on our southern border, where tens of thousands of people are prepared to come into our country illegally, where we're hearing from Border Patrol agents that are saying, we have miles and miles of the border that cannot be protected this week because of the invasion that's happening in our country. So we just saw word in the last couple days that agents of the federal government, some of the leadership that is supposed to be securing our border is saying, we're just going to let very low-level criminals through. As Border Patrol can no longer handle the crush of humanity that's coming across our southern border, they said the people that we're letting through are just going to be very low-level criminals, kind of like little assaults that we're hearing about. As my colleagues said, none of this should be tolerated. The CBO just scored the number of people that are coming into America illegally, and just on parole alone, in the bill that we are hopefully going to pass this week that came out of the Judiciary Committee a couple weeks ago to secure our border, one of the provisions in there was to get control of immigration parole, where over 1 million people have been brought into our country illegally via something called parole. CBO now scores it as if we continue at the pace we're on, over the next decade, 4 million people will come in via parole. 4 million people. And that's just a small part of how our border is not secured. The numbers are staggering. Border security has been a sham since January 20th of 2021, when the pipeline to prosperity was closed and the pipeline to Panama was opened. It's a sham, it always has been. And now we hear an administration that is giving lip service. They're saying, we're going to send 1,500 troops to the border. What authority do they have? They have virtually no authority to be able to get control of the crush of humanity. It is all window dressing to you folks across America. Purely window dressing. We've seen a few stories where there's been greater interdictions in regards to drugs. It's all window dressing, ladies and gentlemen. They're not serious about doing this, and you're going to see how serious they are this week as they allow all these people to come into America illegally. This bill could not be more timely than today. I would hope all of us would vote for this bill to get control of what is happening on our southern border. The record number of terrorists that have come across our border in just 2 years. The human trafficking that's going on a scale like we've perhaps never seen before in the history of this world. I mean, human trafficking that is, our government is complicit in at this point. Your government is complicit in it at this point, as they allow this to happen, working hand in hand with organizations that from the United Nations, with the cartels. This week, with bills like this and the Secure the Border bill, we're going to find out whether people stand with Americans and whether they stand for the rule of law. I yield back. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. I want to echo the words of my friend from Wisconsin. I just want to talk about, continue what's going on in Yuma today. So, on my phone, videos of individuals coming across the Morelos Dam, and I've taken many of you down to see the Morelos Dam. Morelos Dam that actually had a gap that had been closed by the governor of Arizona, which was torn down by the governor of Arizona, but promised 15 months ago by Secretary Mayorkas he'd close the gap. He didn't. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Florida. The clerk will report the amendment from the gentlelady from Washington.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2494.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read, and, excuse me, not in the nature of a substitute. The amendment to the bill will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is in good faith. It's an attempt to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to cure some of the unintended consequences of this bill. As the ranking member discussed in his opening statement, no one on this committee condones assaults against law enforcement officers. However, this bill goes well beyond serious offenses to include minor offenses, and it also allows people to be deported without a conviction, betraying our fundamental principles of justice and due process. So let's just take a step back and remember what this bill is all about. This bill is about adding a new way for people who are living here lawfully in the United States to be deported. By and large, we're talking about the ability to deport lawful permanent residents, people with green cards. These are people who my Republican colleagues like to say have done things, quote, the right way. Do we really want to be deporting these individuals, many of whom are eligible to apply for citizenship for low-level offenses without a conviction, without a day in court? Let's remember that convictions for serious assaults on law enforcement are already offenses that make someone deportable under current law. Our immigration laws can be very unforgiving and many times capture actions that we do not intend to include. Under current law, if an individual is convicted of a crime of violence and sentenced to a year or more in prison, that is an aggravated felony and that person is deportable. The same is true for someone who is convicted of a, quote, crime involving moral turpitude, where the crime is punishable by imprisonment of 1 year or more. Both of these deportability grounds are already invoked when someone is convicted of a serious intentional assault on a law enforcement officer where bodily injury occurs or is intended. But under this bill, no conviction is required at all. Merely committing, quote, essential elements of an assault makes someone deportable. So who's to say what an essential element is? The bill certainly doesn't define it. So here are some examples of what could happen under this bill and the unintended consequences without a conviction requirement. First example, a woman is in a burning building. She sees a fireman, a beam is about to fall on top of him. She runs up and she intentionally pushes him out of the way, saving his life. She has committed an assault of a firefighter. Now, people might laugh, of course. That person would never be charged with a crime. But under this bill as written, she is deportable. She has intentionally assaulted a firefighter. Is that what we want? Second example, an EMT is on the scene of an accident and they're going to give a man a blood transfusion. But the man is a Jehovah's Witness and his religion prohibits him from having blood transfusions. He pushes the hand of the EMT away to explain why he can't accept the transfusion. That action would be an assault against a law enforcement officer, a deportable offense. Third example, you see a fight on the street and you attempt to intervene by getting between the individuals and pushing them apart. One of them is an undercover officer performing his duties. Again, you have now intentionally assaulted a law enforcement officer and you're deportable even if you are never charged with a crime. The example that the ranking member gave in his opening statement shows us why we cannot assume that prosecutors won't press charges for very low-level crimes, and why requiring a conviction alone is not even enough. That's why my amendment also requires an intent to cause harm or intent to use violence. This would help to ensure that we include the type of conduct that I believe the majority would like to capture with this bill. I hope my colleagues are willing to work with us on this legislation because unfortunately without my amendment, the bill before us today has significant unintended consequences for lawful permanent residents and I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to accept my amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman yields back. The gentleman from Florida withdraws his point of order, and the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, if I could go back to the gentleman from California who asks, who are we referring to in this bill? We're referring to any alien who is a guest of our country and who assaults a law enforcement officer while they are a guest in our country. Guests who assault law enforcement officers are showing contempt for our laws, disrespect for our country, and such a guest needs to leave. That's what the bill says. The gentlelady from Texas calls an assault on law enforcement as a, quote, iota of misstep. Those were her words. That's an iota of misstep. And I think that's the difference between us. We, on this Republican side, do not consider an assault on a law enforcement officer to be an iota of misstep. We consider that behavior as something that we will not tolerate, and this bill puts that into practice. With respect to the amendment before us, H.R. 2494 requires that an alien either be convicted of an offense involving assault of a law enforcement officer or admit to assaulting a law enforcement officer. Contrary to the Democrats' talking points we just heard, not every ground of removability in the Immigration and Nationality Act requires an actual conviction. For example, an alien can be removed for overstaying his visa, violating his non-immigrant status or condition of entry, smuggling aliens, committing marriage fraud, being a drug user or drug addict, falsely claiming U.S. citizenship, or engaging in espionage. By requiring at least an admission of assault, this bill conforms to the pattern of other grounds for removability. The language of the bill also tracks closely with the language for certain grounds of inadmissibility as well, such as crimes involving moral turpitude or controlled substance offenses. In a world of increasing threats against law enforcement officers, it makes no sense to strike this provision to require a conviction. If an alien has admitted to assaulting a law enforcement officer, why can't the alien's own admission be used to show that that alien is deportable? This amendment would strike this reasonable provision, and with respect to the gentlelady's absurd example, she ignores the fact that no one would make such a charge under those conditions, and no one would admit to a charge under those conditions.
Well, gentlemen,
I'm happy to yield to the chairman.
Yeah, I was just going to say that too. In the examples given by the gentlelady from Washington, in example number one, the alien who sees something about to fall on a police officer, she didn't assault the police officer, she saved his life. In example number two, where the alien happens to be a Jehovah's Witness, didn't do any harm to the EMT, he just exercised his First Amendment religious liberty rights. And in the third example, the alien didn't assault an undercover officer, he broke up a fight. So the gentleman's points are well taken. No one would charge anyone in those situations. And as Mr. McClintock from California pointed out, we're talking about someone who is a guest in our country who truly assaults a police officer or emergency personnel. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Would the gentleman from California yield?
Or in the words of the gentlelady from Texas, commits an iota of misstep by assaulting a law enforcement officer. I will yield briefly.
Thank you, Mr. McClintock. I just wanted to say in response to the chairman that who decides that? We don't know that. We have to make laws based on how things may go forward. And what we know right now is that we don't know what would happen in that case with the undercover officer, for example.
I'm going to reclaim my time and yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
I agree with the gentlelady that we don't know, but we also can't make laws based on absurd, extreme examples. We have to make laws based on what's best for the American public, and I appreciate Mr. McClintock and this effort. I yield back.
And I would add that we have authorities that make these charges and enforce these laws in all aspects of immigration law. And to imagine one is going to be making that kind of absurd assumption, I think destroys the credibility of the argument itself. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentlelady from Washington. I yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you. I think in response to Mr. Buck's point, exactly my point, we have to make laws based on any number of circumstances that might occur. And I would submit that I don't think any of the examples that I gave are absurd. I think there are real-life examples that can happen. Assault is generally defined as an intentional act that puts another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent harmful or offensive contact. So we are just saying, let's make sure this is an intent to harm. That's all my amendment does, and I would hope that that is accepted by the other side. I yield back to the ranking member. Thank you.
Let me just add that the gentlelady from Washington is entirely right. The majority says their intent is not to deport people in the examples that the gentlelady from Washington gave. Fine, I'll accept that. But it's not what the bill says. The gentlelady's amendment would make the bill say that. So I don't see why
Gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
I'm reading the first paragraph. Any alien who has been convicted of or who admits having committed or who admits committing acts which constitute the essential elements, intent being an element of assault, any offense involving assault of a law enforcement officer is deportable.
You're claiming my time.
The language in the bill is
You're claiming
clear.
my time. Intent isn't an element, but in each case, there was intent. The person who broke up the fight intended to push the police officer. He didn't know he was a police officer, but he intended to push him. The Jehovah's Witness intended to push away the hand of the EMT, who was a peace officer. What was the third example?
Intended to push the officer so nothing falls on him.
Yeah, and the third example was the person who pushed the fire officer so no one, so the beam didn't fall on him.
Gentlemen, yield?
Correct. No, I don't, not yield. Correct. The intent was good in each case. The purpose was good in each case.
You just said it. You just said
The
it.
purpose was good in each case. But the intent was to push the officer.
The gentleman
So
yield?
all this amendment says is that the intent, that you cannot be counted. That you have to account for that the motive should be to harm in some way the police officer, not to save his life. Does the gentlelady from Washington wish to?
No, I think that's exactly right. We are talking about intent to harm, because the intent to push was there in each case. The intent to, quote, assault was there in each case, but not to harm. And I think that is the thing that this amendment focuses on. I thank the ranking member.
And let me, reclaiming my time, let me add that, well, I support the gentlelady's amendment for the reasons that we've said, but let me add that we have heard Republican members refer to green card holders as guests in our country who should go home. I find that deeply offensive. People who have been here as legal permanent residents, perhaps for many decades, are not guests. They are home. They are our friends and our neighbors and our colleagues and should be treated as the Americans that they are. I yield back. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I would just recognize myself. So they're non-citizens who have assaulted a police officer or some law enforcement. That's the bill. To the motive and intent of the examples given. In each example, the motive, the intent. Example 1, the motive was to save the fireman's life. Example 2, the motive was not to violate their First Amendment liberties because they don't want a blood transfusion. And number 3, the motive, the intent was to break up a fight. That's clear.
Mr. Chairman,
that is clear.
Would you yield?
I got to yield to Mr. Buck, who went at a time too. So I'll yield first to the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the chair for yielding. I get 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
You can have 422, or I'll give you the, yeah. Okay.
No, that's okay.
I'll give you the rest.
The chairman can steal my time, that's fine. So I just, the gentlelady from Washington and I have had a number of disagreements over the years in this committee, and they all arise from really the same idea. I have asked for immigration authorities, Border Patrol and others to be able to get gang lists. And the gentlelady disagrees with that under the premise that gang lists are inherently unreliable. I think I'm characterizing that fairly. And they're unreliable because of the police work. But I just want to go through what we're talking about here. A police officer on the scene makes an arrest. Then that arrest is reviewed by the sergeant who supervises that police officer. Then the case is presented to a prosecutor's office where a line attorney makes an intake decision, another line attorney makes a prosecutorial decision, and a supervisor reviews that prosecutorial decision. Then if there is an admission, a confession, or if there is a conviction, the case then goes to the immigration authorities, where you have a similar process of line attorneys and supervisors and an immigration judge making a decision. When you have all of those levels of protection for an individual, which are absolutely appropriate. And by the way, you've got defense attorneys in this process. If you have all those levels of protection, to take some absurd example and say that no human being in that chain of command is going to say, wait a second, this is ridiculous. Of course we're not going to charge this. And of course that's not the intent of the law passed by Congress. And we are not going to act in that manner. I think that's the absurdity here, not the law that we're going to pass that is meant to protect law enforcement officials. And I will yield to the gentlelady in a second. First, I need to yield to Mr. McClintock.
Thank you.
I yield to the gentleman from California.
I just need to emphasize that in order for the offense to be deportable, there's got to be a conviction or an admission. So again, I would ask the gentlelady from Washington, who is going to make such a charge? What jury is going to convict on such a charge, and who is going to admit to such a charge? If there is no conviction or no admission, this bill does not apply. It only applies where there's a conviction and an admission to assaulting a law enforcement officer. Now, the Democrats are appalled at the notion that a conviction or an admission for assaulting a law enforcement officer would result in that alien's deportation. And that, again, is the profound difference between us on this subject. And I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields back. I think I had to yield to Mr. Ivey if he still was.
Oh, okay,
I guess
yeah.
he's not seeking time. Okay, then I'll yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to respond to my colleague from Colorado because we've had many areas of disagreement and many areas of agreement. What I would say is if you really think these examples are so ridiculous and there are many levels of sort of security in place to ensure that the wrong people don't get charged, then what's the harm in making sure that there's an intent to harm that is part of this bill? You can't argue both ways. You can either say it's ridiculous because there are so many levels of protection that these things would never come to pass. Or you could say, well, you're right, we want to make sure there's no intent to harm that is clearly articulated so that if those levels of protection were to fall through, we would not end up in a situation where any of these examples could be real. And so I would just say I think that at the core, our disagreements really stem from the fact that my colleagues across the aisle have never wanted to do anything that is proactive about solving the issue of immigration. All we do in this committee under the Republicans is continue to insist that immigrants shouldn't be here and that try to find every opportunity we can to deport them. And I would just say, I don't know if anyone else has been, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I don't know if anyone else has been a legal permanent resident on this committee. I don't believe so, but I have. And I do think that it is important for us to recognize that this is a situation where we need to fix a problem, not continue to vilify. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Seeks recognition. I think it's Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise to support my colleague's amendment, and I thank the gentlelady from Washington for attempting to work with our Republican colleagues on a cleanup of this bill. If we are going to be serious about the issue of assaults against police officers, then let's be serious about it. But unfortunately, it feels like every time we try to work in a bipartisan manner on real issues, we always end up having the conversation devolve, and there ends up being attacks against immigrants, attacks against a system that is broken that we want to work with Republicans on to fix. I am a firm believer in supporting our law enforcement. It is one of the toughest jobs in the country. I just met with law enforcement leaders in my district last week. The toughest issue that they face, and one of the issues they raised to me over and over again in our conversations, was the issue that they are always outgunned. They are so afraid, and we saw this in Uvalde, Texas, when law enforcement was afraid to go in and save children's lives because of the assault-style weapons, the military-grade weapons. But we don't confront that with our Republican colleagues. There's an absolute unwillingness to confront that. Now, I will tell you also, I think we absolutely need to ensure that people who assault police officers are prosecuted. are allowed due process, but they're prosecuted. I hope my Republican colleagues feel as strongly about that when it comes to prosecutions of insurrectionists who attacked Capitol Police officers. Many of us, especially those on this side of the aisle, were trapped in the House gallery as Capitol Police officers worked and fought to defend our lives and protect the Capitol and staff and in fact our democracy as well. Nevertheless, I think if we are going to be serious about this, let's be serious. This is very, I think, clear cleanup language. I don't think it's controversial. It doesn't undermine the motivation, I think, behind the bill, and it should not be seen as anything threatening to advancing this bill. And then just one last clarification. One of my colleagues mentioned the lines of migrants in El Paso. Would love, anytime that anyone is curious about what's going on in El Paso, please feel free to ask the representative from El Paso. Those migrants, by the way, were all lined up to turn themselves in to CBP. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Okay.
Yeah.
Encourage that, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is a record number of people turning themselves in El Paso, in Matamoros, in Yuma, in Nogales, all along the southwestern border because Title 42 goes away tomorrow. That's why the mayor of El Paso declared an emergency. Several days ago, the mayor said that already the resources of El Paso were tapped out. We're going to go from 8,000 to 9,000 people a day surrendering and being apprehended, coming up and saying we want asylum. We're going to go to about 15,000 to 18,000 a day. That's why I say I've got a video. I've got videos of Matamoros as well. You want to see Matamoros live? You can look. There are people live streaming it now. And one of the reasons that I choose not to ask the representative from El Paso is because just a week or so ago, she said the so-called crisis on the border. Yeah, that's a quote. Yeah, I wrote it down. I got it. Check your video. You'll have said that. Yeah. And the reality is this. It isn't a so-called crisis. It is a real crisis on the border, and Border Patrol agents will be doing community release. That's what they're doing. They don't have enough bed space. They don't have enough processing venues. They're releasing them into our communities. That's what's happening. It's because Title 42 has gone away, and this administration said, we simply don't care. And I'll yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that perhaps that the gentlelady from Texas may be relieved to learn that any alien who is convicted or admits to assaulting a law enforcement officer, whether it was here in the Capitol on January 6th or at any other time or place in this country, would be deported under this bill. That behavior cannot be tolerated in a civilized society. Once again, I think that is the stark difference between the parties on this issue. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, so what we heard is people are giving themselves up when they come to the border. Why did they give themselves up? They've been coached. Everyone that comes in illegally goes via a cartel. And the cartels coach them very well as others, like the International Organization of Migration and many others that are involved in this chain of human trafficking that is going on. They're told to give themselves up because you get to come into the country and you don't have to worry about being interdicted. You're going to get your packet that you get to go to Philadelphia, San Jose, wherever you're going to go around the country, and you don't have to show up. You don't have to show up for an immigration hearing. They all know it. Everybody knows it that's coming into this country. Why do they give themselves up? Because they know they get to come into this country without having to prove that they should be here, and they're jumping the line over people who are trying to do it the right way. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
And I'll yield to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona for yielding, and I just want to respond to two things. One, the gentlelady said the Republicans have no serious answers for immigration. How about build the wall? Let's build the wall. Let's keep people that want to apply for status in this country outside the country until they have applied. That would be another answer. Let's enter into some treaties, re-enter into some treaties with foreign countries so that we can send people back, not just to contiguous countries, but send people back to Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and other countries. So yes, Republicans have over and over again come up with solutions, and we didn't, by the way, when we had the solutions in place, we didn't have this mass group of people coming into this country and disrupting our entire immigration system. So I think the Republicans have offered plans and done their very best, in fact, to solve a problem. Didn't have a perfect solution, but solve a problem. And it is only since Secretary Mayorkas has taken over that we have had this extreme issue at the border, and I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized, and then I'll get to Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how we got on the border with this. I think it was pointed out a few moments ago that you know, people who are coming across the border illegally are automatically deportable anyway. So I thought the point of the amendment, and certainly the point of my comments, is, you know, people with green cards, student visa holders, H-1B visas. I mean, you know, we're not going to find anybody trying to, you know, walk across the border who's got a job with Microsoft. He's going to fly to Seattle, right? These aren't students, you know, going to the University of Wisconsin. Those are the people we're talking about with respect to this amendment. So the stuff about the border and the lines and all that, total red herrings, has nothing to do with this provision. The point we're trying to make here is this is overbroad and misses the point. This isn't a solution. This is a solution in search of a problem. These folks, and I've got green card holders in my family. I've had people that married into our family. One of them is now a citizen. They don't deserve this kind of singling out and mistreatment. They're here trying to build good lives. They're doing it the right way, as you all have said, I think, on 4 occasions this morning. And, you know, just to get to the legal part real quick, there's already law that says if you commit these acts, you can be deported. If you commit the felony, you can be deported. And so the issue about, from my perspective anyway, is the admits language, because we've already got language that says if they're convicted, right? So if you look at Section 237 that addresses this already. Any non-citizen who is convicted of an aggravated felony at any time after admission is subject to removal. 237A2 is convicted of some crime involving moral turpitude committed within 5 years after the date of admission. I mean, we've got provisions that cover this already. And so, and just as a practical matter, I know you put in here the language about whether they admit to the assault or not, but as was pointed out a few moments ago, the intent issue goes to that point. We can haggle back and forth about that here, but in every court I've been in, intent is a question of fact that has to be determined by a jury. If there's a confession and a plea, in other words, he pleads guilty in court, well, that's a conviction. In other words, it falls under current law already. So I just think this is a waste of time, frankly. And you know, by the way, every now and then people get these things wrong, you know, these admissions. Not so much on this issue, but something like murder, rape. We have people coming out of jail periodically once the DNA clarified it, false confession, mistaken confession, People spend 30, 40 years in jail based on an admission. So we know it can happen. And the field hearing we did in New York a couple of weeks ago, you all called, my Republican colleagues called the witness who said that he'd been acting in self-defense, stabbed somebody, killed him. He was held in jail until the prosecutor figured out that he was actually acting in self-defense. Well, that's because we have a process where we can actually review the facts. Police can review it, prosecutors can review it, sometimes judges need to review it, sometimes it's even juries. But I think it's a process that works pretty good, and we don't need to short-circuit it here. If you've already got a confession and you think it's good, let a court resolve it and move forward from there. But we don't need to sort of build in an extra broad net for fake reasons that's just trying to score points about what's happening at the border, which has absolutely nothing to do with the language here. So I certainly support the amendment. I don't think we need this bill at all, or this amendment at all, but if we're going to go forward with it, let's at least amend it and make sure we're trying to reach the right people, cover the right people, and deal with the problem to the extent it actually exists and hasn't been addressed. Let's at least deal with a real problem before us. I yield back.
Gentleman is back. Mr. Buck.
I thank the chair for recognizing me. At the risk of getting too law schoolish about this and the elements of the crime, there is a mens rea requirement in the statute for assault. And I'm looking now at a website called Find Law, and it has the three elements of assault, which are very similar to elements in the various state and federal government that I have seen. But the first element is the act was intended to cause apprehension of harmful or offensive conduct. The gentlelady's amendment would change intended to cause apprehension of harmful or offensive conduct to with the intent to cause harm or use violence. I don't think that the statute needs to be changed. The assault statute in the various states needs to be federalized with the gentlelady's amendment. I think it is absolutely sufficient to say that if a person intends to cause apprehension of harmful or offensive conduct, that is sufficient when it's targeted at a law enforcement officer. That is sufficient to justify the actions that are being taken in this bill. And so I would ask the gentlelady to withdraw her amendment, understanding that there already is an intent element in the crime of assault. We should respect the intent element that the 50 states and the federal government have identified and passed through their state legislatures and Congress, and we should not try to rewrite this statute, which would make it actually pretty complicated for anyone to figure out whether the intent to cause apprehension of harmful conduct is different in some degree with the intent to cause harm or use violence. So I would ask the gentlelady to withdraw this amendment, recognizing that the element has already been addressed by state legislatures and the federal government. I'm sure the gentlelady would love me to yield.
Well, thank you for the generous offer, Mr. Buck. I do not accept that offer. I'm going to keep the amendment, and I'll tell you that you're looking at a general website, but there are many misdemeanor assaults that do essentially, if I were to just push you, that would not require an intent to harm. So I think we have to be very careful about the underlying text here. And again, if you're clear that intent to harm is an important part of this, I don't know why you wouldn't accept the amendment, but always appreciate your comments.
So reclaiming my time, if you push me, you've actually committed a battery, not an assault. The threat of pushing me is the assault, and you would have to have...
It's both.
You would have to have the intent to cause an apprehension of harm in me with the assault. And so this is, it goes beyond the level of the mental state that is required for the crime of assault. And I think that the current mental state in the assault statutes across the country are sufficient.
Well, this
And
is-
and with that,
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Me.
I will yield, yes.
Does the gentleman understand that there are many state laws with assault and battery that actually combine the two?
Sure.
Okay, and so that there doesn't even necessarily have to be a touching to commit an assault?
Right, and that's what the statute says. It is causing an apprehension of harm. It's not actually touching, but it's causing an apprehension of harm that is the mental state that is required.
So your view is that if a green card holder doesn't touch an officer, no physical contact, so obviously no physical harm, that whatever happens, maybe he says something to the officer, that should be a deportable offense?
So,
and without a conviction, by the way.
Reclaiming my time. The answer to that is yes. I can come through a number of. If I point a gun at you.
Well, that's an aggravated assault. That's a first-degree felony.
Okay,
right?
okay. So if I tell you I have a gun and I'm going to effing shoot you, I think that is something that is deportable.
What if you just call him a name and say he's ugly? Is that harmful and offensive?
I don't think any reasonable person would take that as. I certainly wouldn't. I've been called ugly a lot.
Okay, well,
I accept it.
Well, let's just to build on that point.
Okay, and my time is up, and I
have time to
yield back.
build on that point.
You're not ugly, by the way.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Cohen?
What's that? Should we do that by voice vote, perhaps? I don't know, but.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, Mr. Buck, I'm sure you feel good about acclamation here. You're not ugly or whatever it was, and you're not. But you made some statement about the wall, and I was a little confused. Were you referring to the wall that Donald Trump said Mexico was going to build, or were you referring to the wall that Steve Bannon was raising money for and was going to pay for the wall? Which of those two walls were you referring to?
I'm going to yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to the wall that would stop the migration of people across into this country. That's the wall I'm referring to.
Well, they had opportunities. They just didn't pay for it, and they didn't do it. But let me ask you, you and Mr., I don't know, you or Mr. McClintock is the expert. You're both equally seem to be well-versed on this bill. I mean, it says that if they commit these acts or these acts, that they will be deportable. Deportable doesn't mean they'd necessarily be deported, does it? Doesn't it mean that just it'll give the immigration officer or somebody in a hearing the capability of deporting them, but it doesn't say, deportable doesn't say they're deported. And I'm kind of confused about that language. It's not anything automatic, is it? And I'll pass it to the acting chair or to Mr. Buck, whoever wants to respond.
Deportable means that it would have to go to an immigration court in order for a finding to actually be deported. It is, as was mentioned earlier on the aggravated offenses, it is an offense that would be considered to be deported.
So it's still, they still have a hearing. They still have a hearing, and there would still be a determination.
Republicans are always interested in making sure that people get every protection under the law. So yes, they would have a hearing.
If the gentleman will,
Please, yes, sir.
Tennessee will yield, that's my understanding, that it simply makes them deportable. You would still have to go through the deportation process.
Well, that's a little different situation, because there was some talk that this will mean they're deported, and I thought that was a bit harsh. And if they're just deportable, I mean, it's a hearing, and they do have an opportunity to say, you know, I was getting a blood transfusion, or I was doing whatever and whatever and whatever. And with that, I'd like to yield to Mr. Johnson, who always wants to have more time than me.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would point out that I agree with those who characterize this legislation as being overbroad, and I support the amendment that has been offered by Chair Ranking Member Jayapal. The fact is, if you assault a law enforcement officer, you are already subject to being deported. You're already deportable. And so why would we lessen the standard for deportability to just simply someone who admits to committing an act that constitutes the essential elements of an offense involving an assault? And by the way, assault is defined as a it's given the meaning in the term in the jurisdiction where the alleged act occurred. So some jurisdictions, not many jurisdictions, if any, would characterize an assault as an actual touching or an unlawful touching. It's simply the threat of an imminent bodily injury, however light that injury might be. And so for someone to admit to simply an element of that offense would make them deportable. This is actually an attack not on those trying to come across the border seeking asylum. This is an attack, this legislation is an attack on lawful immigrants, folks who are already here. They have green cards. And you're making it easier to deport those folks for simply admitting to committing an element of the offense of assault. That is much too broad a category to authorize with passing this legislation, and for that reason, I stand in opposition to the legislation, but in support of the gentle lady's amendment, which would make this legislation more humane. But unfortunately, we don't need the underlying legislation at all. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee yield back?
Yes, sir. And I don't know how we can get this clear. Mr. McClintock, staff is telling me that when it says deportable, that you're automatically deported if that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's not the bill. Yeah, it makes it grounds for deportability.
But that's what I would think, and the judge has to make that decision if they want to, even if the judge finds that they did commit the act of assault, the immigration officer doesn't have to deport you, do they?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reference something. The gentleman on the other side talked about our field hearing and how the field hearing went well. The system did work. And I've got to totally disagree with that. That gentleman who owned that bodega or worked in the bodega never should have been put in Rikers Island. He was acting obviously in self-defense. And the reason that he was removed after he was actually charged with murder was because there was such a huge public outcry in what was done to him against Prosecutor Bragg. And I would also say the system isn't working just along those same lines because there are huge numbers of felonies that are being downgraded to misdemeanors. So I personally feel that that was a bad example to use. He was put in jail on a murder charge, but the gang was essentially let go. That just destroyed the bodega and just about killed him. Fortunately, he was a spry older gentleman and he saved his life. He should have never, ever gone through that. And if you wanted to wait until it was determined whether there was something that wasn't obvious there, he didn't have to go to Rikers Island. He didn't have to go to jail.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I will. And he didn't need to be charged the way that he was. That was a shame. It was sad to see. I yield.
Thank you. So in that particular case, as I gathered the facts, there was an attack. The gentleman defended himself, as it was later determined. But at the time when the police showed up, they saw one guy bleeding to death on the floor and another guy standing up, and they arrested the other guy, who's the gentleman we're talking about. So under those circumstances, the process hadn't worked yet, but the officer clearly thought he had probable cause to make an arrest. And that's all the point I'm trying to make was that this law wouldn't even give that kind of protection. There's no process that would be protected under that point where the prosecutor later figured out that the guy was acting in self-defense.
I'm going to take back my time. The prosecutor figured it out because so many people were so upset over the issue. He shouldn't have been put in jail. It was obvious from the conditions in the bodega. It was obvious from what had happened. It was obvious from the people who had been there that this was a very violent episode and that this gentleman was behind the counter trying to save himself and save whatever he could in the bodega. We live in a time, sincerely, where it is too often and too much that those that are not doing anything all that terrible, those that are innocent, those that are protecting themselves. But, you know, again, and this is where we may disagree, I believe in stand your ground. I mean, if somebody's going to come in and they're going to try to stick a knife into me, I think I have a right, I do, under the Constitution, to either shoot them or defend myself in some way. You do.
Good.
I don't
Would the
think that's a
gentleman
wrong
yield?
thing. I will yield.
Just briefly, I believe in self-defense as well, but wouldn't you agree that there are times when that has to be determined? That's why we have a court process to sort that through?
Of course, but doesn't mean that you have to go to jail first. That older gentleman should not have been put in jail. And my sense of this is, I take my time, my sense of this is he'd still be rotting in jail if there hadn't been such a huge public and media outcry about what happened. I will yield my time. I yield my time to you, yes.
Thank you. I just want to allay the concerns of the gentleman from Georgia who is fearful this was an attack on green card holders. No, it most certainly is not. It is an attack on green card holders who attack police officers. There is a rather profound difference. And I yield back to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Would the gentleman yield? This is not an legislation aimed at somebody attacking an officer.
I will yield, yes.
Yeah, gentleman's point is that this is aimed at green card holders who attack police officers. This is not about attacking a police officer. This is about a police officer.
What does the gentleman consider an assault?
This is about a police officer or law enforcement officer saying, I was in fear of a imminent bodily injury, just simply that. And if a person admits, if a green card holder admits to one of the elements of the offense, then that makes them deportable. This legislation casts a wider net than necessary for getting at misconduct.
Mr. Van Drew's time has expired, but fortunately for the gentleman from Georgia, he is next to be recognized.
Yeah, I've made my point, and
would
I'll
the
yield to anyone who...
Gentleman, yield briefly?
Yes.
I just to follow up on that point, we just had a conversation with my colleagues on the other side that not only did there not need to be an attack, there didn't even need to be any physical contact, and that could still constitute an assault that could lead to deportation. So, I mean, I get the rhetorical flourish, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about scenarios where somebody with a green card, apparently your view on this point on the other side is, could get in a heated discussion with a police officer, could get arrested and be deported just based on that. And I think that's, I hate to use a term like ridiculous, but we'll say overbroad. Let's keep it judicious and just say, look, if we're really trying to protect police officers, and I don't think that's what this bill is about. By the way, there's a federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 111, that already says, you know, attacks or assaults against police officers can be prosecuted for up to 8 years in jail. It's already there. So we don't need that for that reason. We don't need this particular provision for the green card holders. If they commit something serious enough, they can be deported too already.
And I'll reclaim my time. This is simply a continuation of the assault on the concept of immigration into this country. There's no desire or will on the other side of the aisle to do anything resembling comprehensive immigration reform, which would alleviate the situation that is occurring on our border now. I think my friends on the other side of the aisle like to see what they object to so vociferously. They like to see folks lined up at the border waiting to get into this country simply so that they can work. And the only route that they have to get in is to present themselves lawfully at the border and request asylum. That's the only pathway available to them. And if we were to do some comprehensive reform that would allow people to apply for lawful entry in the countries where they reside, which they are trying to leave so that they can create some economic opportunity for themselves and their families. They don't want to change residences or domiciles. They just simply want to go to where the jobs are. Republicans like to see them lined up at the border because they know that that's a stream of labor ready to be exploited with cheap, if any, compensation. I mean, if you could get back to slavery, you would gladly do so. But if you could pay people $1 an hour, you would settle for that. And that's the race to the bottom that we have with immigrants lined up at the border trying to get in and go to work. And my Republican friends talk about how they don't like that, how it's a crisis, but yet they savor it because they know that it means cheap labor for the companies that they represent and that support them with campaign contributions coming here. So this is another piece of legislation in furtherance of their objective to demonize immigrants, to create crisis at the border so that people come here and they are always subject to being illegal workers. And we need to do something about that in this country. Those folk who are coming across are the ones who are helping to put food on our table. Without them, we're not able to eat. If you turn them away, if all of them were turned away, and then this legislation passed, making it easier to get at people who are already here legally, and you have no immigration, then we would have no food on our plates. We would have nobody taking care of the building, the construction of our homes. We would have nobody cleaning up in the hospitals. Honest work that deserves an honest day's pay. That's the kind of system that we need to have in this country. Immigration is important. And my friends on the other side of the aisle want to pretend that they want to close this border, but all they want to do is to create a steady stream of folks who will come in and
The
work
gentleman's time has expired.
at reduced labor costs. And with
The
that, I'll
gentleman's
yield
time has
back.
expired. Is there further discussion? Mr. Nails.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got several hearings going on. I got on the tail end of this, but it seems like the conversation is how do we define an assault? What's the definition of assault? I think in many states it could be different. Battery, assault and battery. In the great state of Texas, I was in law enforcement for 30 years. We had a couple different types of assault. You had a Class C assault, where if somebody would, like my Mr. Van Drew here, if I touched him like this or grabbed his leg and he felt offended, in the state of Texas, he could be charged with a Class C assault because he was offended. Now, if I grab him and I pinch him and he feels pain, that takes it to a Class A assault. So I think it's all about how we are defining an assault charge. And in many, many instances, in the great state of Texas, people did get offended by touching as it relates to assault on a law enforcement officer. I don't know how many law enforcement officers that are being assaulted today by being offended. I think many of them are being assaulted by some very bad people that are intending to cause them serious bodily injury, if not death. But the idea that a Class C assault could deport somebody in Texas, I got some mixed emotions on that one, I have to tell you. I do, but I'm just saying, it seems like the assault, it needs to be maybe defined, or I can get some more clarification. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you're a fine man, fine congressman, I'm sure. I have to tell you that a lot of folks on this side of the aisle are really offended. You can say a lot of things about me. I'm conservative. I have viewpoints that you may not agree with. Nobody wants to see people lined up at the border. Nobody wants to see people taken advantage of. Nobody wants to see these people hurt. We need to have a legal, normal is the only word I can think of now, system of immigration. But to say the things that you said, I think you should review the tape and what you just said today and really think about it, because I don't think there's any one member on this side of the aisle that has said anything today that could possibly lead you to say the things that you said about us.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
I just want to say to my friend from Georgia, don't just review that tape, but review the tape of all the history of this committee. Since I've been here in January 2017, we have been railing against this crisis, and since Mayorkas took over, we've been working to try to impeach him because he is such an embarrassment and an outrageous appointee to that position. He's intentionally opened the border, and it's destroying our country, and we have all said over and over and over, and are fighting tooth and nail to pass the bill to get on top of this. And so for you to suggest somehow that anyone is complicit in this is absolutely absurd. This is the Biden administration's crisis. It was created by their policy choices, and it is destroying our country. And everybody here is on record, and we're going to be fighting. And by the way, if you really care about it, you'll have an opportunity to vote on it on the floor this week. So we hope you'll join us in it. I'll yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Thank you. Well, I will in a second. I just want to emphasize what Mr. Johnson said is so on target. The whole thing that we've been doing since I've been in Congress is trying to put a system in place that makes sense, that is legal. I think we've lost one of the most important parts of this issue. There is illegal and legal immigration. We cannot and should not tolerate illegal immigration. It's just that. It's illegal. It's wrong. And to indicate that we want to see people lined up to use them for slave labor disgusts me. And it's not true, and it's not true for anybody on this side of the aisle. And I do yield.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, the gentleman who controls the time is Mr. Nails.
Nails.
Mr. Nails has left his seat, so he has yielded back. Is there further discussion?
Sorry.
If there's no further discussion, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Recorded votes requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels.
Aye.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross.
Aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Will the clerk call the members who are not recorded?
Mr. Nels is not recorded.
Okay, good.
The clerk will call the absent members.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck.
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Biggs. No. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Nels? Ms. Hageman? No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu, you're not recorded. Mr. Nadler voted aye. Mr. Liu votes aye.
Called all the absent members on the Democratic side? Does she cover? Oh, you're good? Okay. Are there any other members who are not recorded who wish to vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, I thank the chairman. Mr. Chairman. Oh, I have an amendment at the desk, I'm sorry.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Gentleman from Colorado
substitute.
reserves a point of order. And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, since the majority has rejected Ms. Jayapal's extremely reasonable amendment, I am offering a slimmed-down version of the same concept. While I think it is dangerous to expand the deportation grounds to a crime without a conviction, if the majority insists on doing so, we should at least ensure that we are only deporting people for serious assaults and not deporting green card holders for incidents the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals characterized as, quote, small potatoes. My amendment would require merely that to become a deportable offense, an assault on a law enforcement officer must be coupled with the intention to cause harm or to use violence. This language is taken directly from the Seventh Circuit case I discussed in my opening statement. It's important for us to remember what this bill is all about. We are talking about the ability to deport lawful permanent residents, people with green cards. If we are going to deport these people, it should be for a serious offense. Do we really want to be deporting these individuals, many of whom are eligible to apply for citizenship, for low-level offenses where no one was hurt or injured? Surely we can all agree that only serious assaults for which the individual intended to cause harm or to use violence should cause someone to become deportable. Our immigration court system is overwhelmed. We should not want to add additional strain by moving to deport people whose only crime is, for example, throwing a parking ticket at the feet of the police officer who left it on the windshield. I hope the majority will accept this modest but important amendment. I thank the chairman for yielding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. This is the same question that we.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my
The
objection.
gentleman from Colorado withdraws his point of order. This is exactly the same question that we've been discussing for the past hour and a half, so I will make the same arguments by reference and yield back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not, request of a roll call has been made. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparks? No. Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew?
No.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman? No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross?
Aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you're not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no.
Are there any other members not recorded who wish to vote? Seeing none? Oh, seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 19 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the? That roll is closed. You snooze, you lose. Mr. Ivy is recognized.
His microphone's not on. Can you turn on his microphone?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2494 offered by Mr. Ivy.
Mr. Chairman, reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves a point of order.
Page 2, after line 9, insert the following and redesignate provisions accordingly.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment, that's on behalf of Ms. Jackson Lee, with respect to creating mitigating factors that the judge can consider when making an evaluation with respect to the nature of the assault. I think it sort of goes to the issues that we were discussing a few moments ago. And just following up on the conversation, the colloquy we had with respect to my colleague's view that an assault could actually be a scenario where there's no contact, no physical harm. This would allow the judge to bring some discretion to the determination about whether this would be the type of offense that should lead to deportation. I think it makes sense from the standpoint of giving somebody in the courtroom a chance to make a decision about whether this would be the type of offense that should lead to deportation. I mentioned a moment ago that I have people in my family who are green card holders. And I gotta say that sort of the amount of dislocation that a deportation scenario would create can be very dramatic. And I think that we should be very careful as well, as we talked about a few moments ago. We're talking about green card holders who are here doing it, quote unquote, the right way, people who are here on student visas, people who are here on visas so that they can work for high-tech companies, people who are here following the law and doing things in the community that are positive and productive. So Again, I get that, we have differences from different side of the aisle here, but this is an effort to make sure that in our effort to pass law, we make sure that the people who are actually implementing it have a chance to make sure that justice is done, as opposed to getting an unintended consequence or creating a scenario where you could have multiple unintended consequences that I think would not be, at least in my view of my colleagues, not the goal that they're seeking in the legislation that they've offered. So I ask for support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will yield himself 5 minutes to respond.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. The gentleman's amendment doesn't just open up a loophole, it's an entire floating drift net of loopholes, which would require each and every case to be evaluated with very open to interpretation principles as the severity of the acts committed by the alien, if the acts were committed with intent to harm, if the acts resulted in harm to the law enforcement officer, and the extent of the harm caused, whether the alien is a member of the armed forces of the United States, the alien's length of stay in the United States, the alien's ties to the community. We're talking about an assault on a police officer. What is so hard for my colleagues on the left to understand about that?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
No, I will not yield yet. Such an act is on its face objectionable and ought to be grounds for removal. There will still be the immigration court that will have to order the deportation. This simply establishes within the Immigration and Naturalization Act that if you're a guest in this country and you attack one of our law enforcement officers, you are no longer eligible to be a guest in our country. I'll be happy to yield now to the gentleman.
Thank you. I guess my only point, though, is that, and you used the term attack again, and we sort of went through that a few minutes ago and recognized that that could just be an exchange of words. But don't we want
I don't know,
the
pointing
judge-
a gun at someone is not exactly an exchange of words.
Well, if there's a pointing of a gun, then clearly mitigating evidence wouldn't be relevant in a violent.
Well, which is why the bill specifically requires either a conviction for an assault or an admission of an assault. Without the conviction, without the admission, this bill does not apply. And then you still have to go to the immigration courts. What is it about assaulting a police officer that my colleagues on the left seem to dismiss as in the words of one, an iota of misstep?
Well,
this is shocking to me and perhaps answers the all-important question, why is it that we see such violence consuming the cities that are run by the left? It becomes very clear.
Come on, Mr. Chairman.
The answer to that question.
Come on.
No, I'm going to reclaim.
The conduct you're talking about is.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to reclaim my time and yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first of all, with respect to the slander you just uttered, the fact is that crime rates in blue cities are not higher than crime rates in other cities. Often, quite the contrary is true, and the statistics will bear that out. New York, for example, is the safest large city in the United States, and the statistics will bear that out. But getting off that, because it's really off topic, the necessity for this amendment is, again, let me go back to some of the examples that were used by the gentlelady from Washington in her amendment. A green card holder in a fire who pushes a firefighter out of the way of a falling beam. This person would have committed assault and become deportable, and this amendment would say, would give the judge discretion to consider if the act resulted in harm to the law enforcement officer, which it clearly didn't, if the acts were committed with intent to harm, which it clearly wasn't. But under the letter of the bill, those things cannot be considered. Now, the chairman of the committee earlier ridiculed these examples, but these examples are real. Again, if the foreign student who's, the Jehovah's Witness pushed aside the arm of the EMT and he swats the hand away because trying to give him blood transfusion, the student will have committed assault on a law enforcement officer and becomes deportable under this bill. This amendment simply gives the judge the discretion to say, no, that's an absurd result. Without this amendment, or Ms. Jayapal's amendment, which we've rejected, the judge has no such discretion. This gives them the factors they can consider. So I think it's elementary that this amendment should be adopted just to accomplish, without absurdity, the intent of the bill, and I'll yield to Mr. Ivey.
I thank the ranking member. Just to answer the chairman's questions directly, all of the examples you gave are already covered by current law. I read it earlier, 237A2A of the INA. So we don't need to worry about that piece. If there points a gun at the, well, obviously, that's going to be a deportable offense because it's an aggravated assault in every jurisdiction I'm aware of. What we're talking about is scenarios like the one I raised, heated exchange between an officer and a green card holder. Under the current language as it's written, that's a deportable offense. And so all we're saying is, let's at least give the immigration judge mitigating factors to be considered in making the determination. And if you're right, on its face, it's such an obvious violation, there's no way this person should stay here. Well, isn't the immigration judge going to agree with that and vote to deport? I mean, of course. So I don't really see, I get the outrage about it, but, I think we're anxious to protect officers just as much as everybody over there is. This is just a question of, let's give the judge a chance to be fair and mete out justice in an appropriate way based on the facts he or she sees in that courtroom at that time. Isn't that how we structure our entire court system at the trial court level? Yes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion?
I yield back to the ranking member. I'm sorry.
And I'll simply say that our entire structure is, in fact, based on giving judges discretion, and this amendment simply gives the immigration judge discretion so that for absurd cases which would result in absurd results that no one would support, such as the 3 examples we've given, and I'm sure there are many others, the judge has the discretion to say, wait a minute, we're not going to do that. The judges should have discretion. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The noes appear to have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from New York does not request a roll call.
I did request it.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Iapol votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes yes. Ms. Escobar?
Yes.
Ms. Escobar votes yes. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Are there any members not recorded who wish to vote?
Mr. Isa, you are not recorded. Mr. Isa votes no.
Seeing no others, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 15 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. Those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is...
Roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Are there any members not recorded who wish to vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 11 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.Con Res 40 expressing support for local law enforcement officers and condemning efforts to defund or dismantle local law enforcement agencies for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the resolution.
H.Con Res 40 expressing support for local law enforcement officers and condemning efforts to defund.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is not controversial, I don't think. A question really ultimately becomes, do we support law enforcement? And that's really what this whole resolution is about. Do we support the people who put their lives on the line every day to protect the innocent? I support lowering the national temperature that villainizes police, that turns harmless interactions into tense ones where they can turn deadly when criminals view police as the enemy. I appreciated one of our colleagues across the aisle today, and I think I've got his quote right. He said, each time a police officer goes up to a vehicle or executes a search warrant, it is a potentially life-threatening circumstance. My heart goes out to all the families who have lost loved ones serving the public in law enforcement, close quote. I agree with those sentiments wholeheartedly. Do we support these heroes who do this impossible job? Or do we support those who wish to cripple the police? Our nation's law enforcement officers deserve our respect. We need them. If you're going to have freedom and liberty, you also have to respect the rule of law. We have seen that attacks on police, whether they be systemically or otherwise, they tend to result in more crime, more homicide, more chaos. But having police and policing works. Policing small crimes is important if we're going to solve our overall crime problem. I urge my colleagues to stand with me today to affirm that law enforcement officers are important, integral, and stand between us and chaos. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank the chairman. Mr. Chairman, this resolution does nothing to help our law enforcement officers do their jobs. It does nothing to solve crimes or promote justice. It does nothing to take deadly weapons like those used to target law enforcement off our streets. It does nothing to make our communities safer. And we have all noticed, Mr. Chairman, that Republicans have omitted federal law enforcement from this bill, presumably because after all of their talk, House Republicans now support defunding the police at the federal level. Don't take my word for it. Chairman Jordan told Fox News that he wants to, quote, look at the appropriations process and limit funds going to some of these agencies, close quote. He later made clear that he was referring to FBI and DOJ. Mr. Biggs has called directly for defunding those agencies, and Mr. Gates has introduced a bill that would eliminate the ATF altogether. This is not and never has been a serious approach to law enforcement. And when you examine the record of the last Congress, you will find that it was Democrats who consistently voted to fund and support and provide support to the police, while Republicans time and again voted no. For example, last Congress, Democrats advanced the Invest to Protect Act, which would have authorized $300 million in grants to law enforcement agencies with fewer than 125 officers. This legislation passed with bipartisan support, but 55 Republican members voted against it. Democrats also advanced the Victim Act, led by Congresswoman and former Police Chief Val Demings, which would have provided grants totaling up to $100 million per year to law enforcement agencies to help them solve violent crimes and close outstanding cases. 178 Republicans voted against it. Democrats advanced the assault weapons ban, which was supported by the Major Cities Chiefs Association and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, because they know that these weapons of war are used to murder law enforcement officers and to terrorize our communities. Nearly every Republican voted no. Republicans even abandoned members of their own party when it comes to funding law enforcement. Last Congress, House Democrats worked with Republican Senator John Cornyn to pass the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act, a bill that increases safety for law enforcement and community members alike. This bipartisan bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent. But when it came to the House, 159 Republicans voted against it. Not only do Republicans' words today not align with their voting records for far too many of them, they stand in stark contrast with their actions following the brutal attack on our law enforcement officers on January 6th. Notably, while the resolution states that violent leftist extremists have attacked law enforcement, curiously, it makes no mention of the violent mob of far-right extremists and white supremacists that stormed the Capitol 2 years ago. 140 police officers were injured on that January 6th. Officers were beaten with flagpoles, baseball bats, and pieces of scaffolding. The helmets and shields were taken from them. Their hands were beaten with pipes and broken under the feet of the violent mob. Officer Brian Sicknick received CPR after being attacked by the mob and died the following day. 4 officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th later died by suicide. Following these horrific attacks on our law enforcement, the Republican National Committee declared the events of January 6th, quote, legitimate political discourse, close quote. One Republican member described the acts as acts of vandalism that looked like, quote, a normal tourist visit, close quote. The twice impeached President Donald Trump said the attack posed zero threat and that his supporters who breached the Capitol were hugging and kissing the police. This is a dangerous perversion of the truth designed to cover up the brazen crimes committed against the courageous law enforcement officer who defended this chamber on January 6th, because on that day, the attackers were supporters of the former president and the Republican Party. This resolution cannot change the past. Too many Republicans failed to stand up for law enforcement when they were violently attacked on January 6th. 41 Republicans even voted against the bill to award congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia in recognition of the law enforcement agencies that protected the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. And Republicans have repeatedly impeded Democratic efforts to provide real support to our police through legislation that would give them better tools and more resources. This resolution does neither. It only offers words, and even those words are only for local law enforcement, since it is no secret that House Republicans are seeking to defund the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the ATF. Congress should invest in law enforcement and in the safety of American communities. Democrats advanced countless pieces of legislation to do so in the last Congress, and we continue to put forth these proposals. There is plenty that we could do, but instead we are observing Police Week with a resolution that attempts to paper over Republicans' weak voting record and their failure to stand up for law enforcement when our very democracy was under attack. We will not be deceived, and neither will the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Buck.
I thank the chair, and I just want to respond to the ranking member's characterization of our voting record. I think that the Democrats understood that the furor, the strategy that they had adopted throughout this country of defunding the police, which resulted in demoralizing the police, which resulted in disrespect for the police. Ultimately, they chose the strategy of throwing money at a problem that is not the federal government's issue, and Republicans rightfully, I certainly, voted against this, the idea that we can throw $100 million here, $100 million there, and make up for really bad policy that happened at the state and local level for the most part, but certainly advocated by some in Congress, of defunding the police, replacing police officers with social workers. The idea that if we take police officers off the street, we'll have less crime. All these slogans that were used by local activists and state activists failed. And we've seen a steady rise in crime in this country, and it has really caused even further demoralization of police. We now see Democrat governors across the country reducing prison beds. We see the impact of no bail policies. We see the idea that as crime rises, police officers are overwhelmed with their jobs. And the Democrats' response of spending federal money to fund local law enforcement is a response that has an impact on our deficit, And as we are now trying to get the Senate off their rear ends and address the debt ceiling issue and to get this president focused, if that's possible, on the debt ceiling and passing legislation that will result in responsible spending, the idea that we're going to spend more and more for local law enforcement because of really bad policies defunding the police is a disaster. And so, Mr. Chairman, what I would recommend is that we focus on the last two lines of this resolution and stay focused on that during this debate. Congress recognizes and appreciates the dedication and devotion demonstrated by the men and women of local law enforcement who keep our communities safe, and condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. If we can stay focused on that, I think we will find that this is a bipartisan resolution. It is a resolution that is timely and hopefully will help the morale and effectiveness of our local law enforcement. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the resolution? The chair recognizes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve the point of order.
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40 offered by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. Strike the 6th whereas clause, strike the 7th whereas
Without
clause.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes Mr. Cohen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I was a police employee, a police legal advisor for 3 years when I started my career as an attorney. I know policemen, I know what they do, I know the difficulties they have, and I know the good they do for society. This resolution doesn't go far enough to support the police. And that's why I offer this amendment. The police need to be safe in their mission, and we need to help them have safety when they perform their jobs. There have been efforts, the police include Justice Department, the FBI, the ATF. And we've had members say we should abolish the ATF. We've had members say that we should, there's been a great enemy, the Justice Department, the FBI have weaponized. They've been weaponized and worked against Americans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet these are law enforcement officials that have done good jobs and put their lives on the line as well. My amendment would take the organizations that support police and our police organizations throughout the country, the Fraternal Order of Police, the IACP, of which I was a member, and National Association of Chiefs of Police, and the major city chiefs, legislation that they've supported to curb gun violence by expanding background checks and enacting extreme risk protection orders while opposing bills that would require states to recognize all concealed carry permits from other states. These are positions that police associations, police support groups have taken unanimously. They want to protect the public, but they also want to protect themselves from the use of weapons. They would like to see, they've taken positions, and this amendment would include this herein, about bullets that are armor piercing and have all armor piercing bullets be prohibited. Those are cop killers. And they're still legal for rifles and some other sorts of weapons and other certain circumstances in this country. They now can come up in many states with constitutional carry and let people carry weapons without any training, without any background checks, that everybody has a right to carry a gun. That's not what the Second Amendment was when I was in law school, and it's what it's been for most of American history. And there should be some requirements, and in fact, I passed the law in Tennessee to have concealed carry permits, but you had to show that you weren't didn't have a criminal background, that you had a mental incapacity, and that you would take a safety course, a firearms course, and learn when to use a weapon and to show some ability to hit a target. That was a good program. That was been abolished in many states to have what they call constitutional carry. Police oppose that. Police don't want constitutional carry. They want to know when they go out that there are not people out there with a gun that would shoot them immediately, and they can't do anything about it. That people could carry rifles on the street, and the police can't stop them and can't question them because it's legal, and it puts them at risk. High-powered rifles, firearms, and armor-piercing bullets pose a criminal risk to officers. And the organizations support strengthened background checks and acting extreme risk protection orders, requiring safe storage practices to keep weapons out of the wrong hands and keep police officers safe. So if we want to support police, which I think we all want to do, we should not be coming up with resolutions that talk about what a very minority of folks do, called leftists here or called progressives, and propose defunding the police. We should come up with proposals that do protect police and that are indicative of the actions that police organizations have supported to protect police officers from losing their lives while protecting us. This has been consistent that police, the sheriff's associations in Tennessee, permitless carry was passed despite the opposition of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Tennessee Sheriff's Association, and the Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. What we find is, apparently, the NRA has more power and more allegiance and more love from some people in this committee and some people in our Congress, Republicans, not Democrats, than they have for police. And you shouldn't put the NRA ahead of police. Police should come first, and this resolution should show that. So I ask that this amendment be passed to incorporate the basic positions of the police associations to support police on a daily basis, that make up police. And that way we can show that we are bipartisan in supporting police and supporting their continued lives and safety. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I insist upon my point of order.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us, particularly on page 2, lines 1 through 4, and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
I would submit that what I have filed as an amendment does fall within what is in the resolution, which talks about murder rates in the United States, whereas the United States tallied more than 21,000 murders, the highest total since '95, and that where in the summer looting, rioting, et cetera, took place. So crime generally is being discussed in the resolution, and these are situations where crime and police are interrelated totally in my amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test, so therefore it's not germane and is out of order.
The other ruling of the chair.
I would.
Gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair. The question is, shall...
Move to table.
The question is on the motion to table. The point of order. Pardon me. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Yes. Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Yes. Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Spartz? Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Ms. Dean, you're going to be it.
Mr. Nagus? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Correa, you are not recorded. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Ms. Jayapal, you are not recorded.
It's a no. It's a no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Ross, you are not recorded. Ms. Ross votes no.
Are there any other members not recorded who wish to vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 9 noes.
The motion is laid on the table. The question now, we can,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
move to strike the last word.
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I offer into, for the record, 2 articles, one entitled Calls Growth from Police Organizations for Gun Control Measures, and the second, Police Pushback Doesn't Stop Conservative Gun Law Rollback.
Without objection?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I find it disturbing that today we are considering this messaging legislation as opposed to some real legislation that would get at the issue of gun reform, which would make us all safe and would make our police officers safe. Local police officers are the subject of this resolution, and I'm sure that the Capitol Hill police officers who are watching today and who are aware of this legislation are asking themselves, what about us? Why aren't we included in this legislation? See, this legislation, unfortunately, my friend Congressman Biggs says that there's nothing controversial about this legislation, but I respectfully beg to differ. Unfortunately, this legislation does not include recognizing and expressing support for our federal law enforcement officers, such as our Capitol Hill police officers. They wonder, why not us? We are the ones who protected you on January 6th. We are the ones who stood against the onslaught of the Trump-targeted terrorists who came up here and tried to disrupt our election process, our counting of the electoral votes. They wonder, why are they disrespecting us? Mr. Buck talked about Democrats disrespecting and demoralizing our local police. No, we have not done that. We have supported our police. It is Republicans who, with this legislation, are disrespecting the very people who protect us on a day-to-day basis, the Capitol Hill Police Department. They are also respecting the fine women and men who are with the federal law enforcement agencies that protect us, the FBI, the ATF, These are organizations that members on this committee have talked about defunding, and they've stated it on national TV during committee meetings as recently as 2 weeks ago. They wanted to defund the ATF and the FBI. So let the public not be mistaken by who supports law enforcement, whether or not they are state, local, or federal. It's Democrats. We are the ones who have passed legislation without Republican support, the PROTECT Act, the Victim Act, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act. Republicans did not support that legislation, nor have they put forth a single proposal to keep our police safer and to make our police officers more effective, nor have they done anything to build trust between officers and the communities that they serve. In fact, this community that is served by the Capitol Hill Police Department excludes them from this resolution expressing support for law enforcement. It's shameful, it's beyond controversial, it's wrong, and with that I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, Mr. Ice.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
It might come as a shock that I do believe that Republicans have supported our men and women in blue and that the defund police came from the other side of the aisle. But I'll leave that aside. Earlier, what I heard in dismay was the statement that the Second Amendment used to mean something else, that it's only recently that it's the right to keep and bear arms. And I was talking to my colleague, Mr. Buck, and we're both looking and saying, I don't remember any evidence that the men and women who founded this country had any doubts about the carrying of and the possessing of the weapons of the day, all of the weapons of the day. And now that the Supreme Court has recognized that which is clear within the four squares and not that which has been claimed by my colleagues on the other side, and that is that it is an individual right, and that individual right is not to be abridged by Congress, I am pleased to say he may have been talking about the Supreme Court decision, but he isn't talking about original intent. Original intent was that people have that right, and that right is universal, and that if it's to be taken away, it's only based on a forfeiture as we forfeit certain of our rights for criminal activities and the like. Now, the gentleman who said that, quite frankly, represents a disproportionately urban area. But I'll speak on behalf of my district. My district, although it's identified as San Diego, includes no part of the city of San Diego. It is, in fact, cattle country, horse country, drive-by, drive-out country. It includes federal lands, including more than 21 Native American tribes, all are in my district. So I'm in an area where the men and women in blue would like to respond in a minute or two, but they might have to drive 10 minutes just from the time they enter one of my constituents' property to the time they get to his home. Therefore, I want to make it clear here today, in my district, the original intent of the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms for many purposes, including one's own personal safety in one's home, is an absolute right. And as long as I serve on this committee, resolutions that some may call, of no value or not important enough are important. And the idea that we're not taking up bills that the Democrats have offered in the past and would pass in a moment that would eliminate people's right to keep and bear arms, I'm delighted. And I'll close with this. For those who continue to say we have to take away law-abiding citizens' rights to keep and bear arms, to be safe in their own homes, and to provide that kind of security, all I have to say is, quoting the famous President Barack Obama, elections have consequences, and as long as we're in the majority, the Second Amendment and all the other rights in the Bill of Rights will be protected by those of us on this side of the aisle. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dean is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. You know, in a week marred by yet another tragic shooting or two or three, really a slaughter of our fellow citizens, my Republican colleagues are taking time to gesture instead of to act. The purpose of this markup is to show law enforcement, to acknowledge and give aid to those who we have entrusted with keeping our communities safe. My Republican colleagues haven't put forward anything to help police who are thrust into situations, perilous situations, facing down mass shooters with assault weapons, drug traffickers with weapons modified by stabilizing braces or bump stocks, or organized criminals with untraceable ghost guns. Let's do something about those things. No, instead, they want you to think they care this National Police Week. They've done barely anything to fund and equip our nation's law enforcement services. If the folks on the other side of the aisle actually supported law enforcement, they would pass and lead the House Democrats, who last year voted to pass. How about the Invest to Protect Act? Would have authorized $300 million in grants for law enforcement agencies with fewer than 125 officers. 55 Republicans voted against it. The Victim Act, which would have provided up to $100 million per year in grants to law enforcement agencies to help solve violent crimes. 178 Republicans voted against it. Or how about, remember when we passed the American Rescue Plan that delivers $350 billion across this nation to state, local, municipalities, and tribal areas. 219 Democrats voted for it. 210 Republicans voted against. How about the Capitol Police supplemental bill, funding the Capitol Police following the attack on January the 6th? Wouldn't that just speak for itself? 213 Democrats voted for it. 209 Republicans voted against supplemental funding to the Capitol Police. How about the assault weapons ban, which would take the weapons most used to target law enforcement and these mass murders that we are seeing, grotesquely blowing away our children. If you read the description of the most recent shooting, a person went over to help a little child who has been bent over almost prayer-like. When they lifted her up, she had no face as a result of an assault weapon. Do we want to do anything about that, or we just want to pass feel-good resolutions claiming we support the police? Instead, oh, by the way, the assault weapons ban, 208 Republicans voted against it. I guess they want to defend people blowing away our children, blowing off the face of a little girl. House Republicans have set their sights on defunding and abolishing federal law enforcement agencies. This is the hypocrisy. It's an oxymoron what we're participating here. Remember, Chairman Jordan has said he wants to use the power of the majority to cut funding for the DOJ and the FBI. Matt Gaetz, Mr. Gaetz, the gentleman from Florida, wants to abolish the ATF. You all heard that right in this very room. That's the agency that every police department in this country counts on and uses to track weapons used at crime scene. Abolish it, say some members of this committee. This is simply not the work of sincere folks, not of serious legislators. That's not showing care for our law enforcement communities, and it definitely isn't support for our law enforcement departments. And so, Mr. Chairman, with the remaining time I have, I say, please, I plead with all of you, take these issues seriously. Take the slaughter of the babies in our classrooms, in our shopping malls, in our synagogues, wherever it happens to be. Take this seriously. Act. Don't pass feel-good resolutions that are absolutely hollow, vapid. We need action. My constituents are furious at the refusal of the Republican Party to take serious action on gun violence in this country. We cannot and we should not continue to live and die this way. It'll only be a matter of minutes before we hear of the next grotesquely gruesome slaughter of our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chair. I would just do a quick response, and then I'll be happy to yield to Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Chairman. An FBI that has a field office, the Richmond field office, which puts out a memo, and the memo says if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist, you're a radical, and we're going to look to put sources inside the parish, inside the church to spy on you. I do think we should evaluate how the American tax dollar going to that organization is being spent. That to me seems common sense. And we know that happened because a brave whistleblower came to this committee and said this was going on in Richmond. Now, to the FBI's credit, they rescinded that memorandum, what they call a domain perspective. But would they have done that but for that brave whistleblower coming forward and telling us that? When you got that kind of activity going on and a host of other things that this committee has uncovered, I do think you have to look at the appropriations process and make a decision there. Maybe some of the tax money going to this organization should be spent a little differently. That's what this committee has said. A number of us have said. We're not for taking it away from the rank and file, the good agents out there in the field doing good work, but we are for looking at things like that and saying, maybe you shouldn't be getting all the money you're getting.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not till I finish.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will not until I finish here. That's what we're concerned about. But you read that memo, and they were looking to put sources, develop informants inside the church if you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic.
Will you yield
Think
now?
about that. That is frightening. And remember, this was signed off on by 5 people in the Richmond field office, including the chief divisional counsel. In other words, a lawyer signed off on it, a lawyer who supposedly went to law school and had a course on the Constitution and the First Amendment. And they signed off on it. And the Democrats say, keep giving the FBI money. We don't care that kind of activity. They rescinded that thing as quick as they could, but that was going on within the FBI. So heck yes, this committee should look at that. We have primary jurisdiction over the Justice Department, and we are doing that. We are doing that, but that is as wrong as it gets, as blatant a violation of First Amendment liberties. The first right in the First Amendment is your right to practice your faith, and the FBI was looking at putting sources in the church to snitch and spy on parishioners.
Mr. Chairman,
You've got to
will
be
you yield?
kidding me. Be happy to yield.
Thank you very much. So it seems to me that it is very clear you support defunding the FBI.
I didn't say that. I said we got to look at one of the things we do in this business in this Congress is you look at how you appropriate funds, and we will have recommendations going to the Appropriations Committee about how they should use the people I represent in the 4th District of Ohio, the numerous Catholics I represent in the 4th District of Ohio. They have a say in how their money is spent. We are certainly going to look at that. If you don't want to, if you just want to keep sending money to the FBI that's spying on people in church, go right ahead and take that position. The Republicans on this committee will not, and we're going to look at it. You may not want to, but we do. We do, and I guarantee, I bet you have Catholics in your district who want you to look at it. I know I do, and that's what we plan on doing. With that, I yield back to the chairman. I'd yield to the gentleman, I'm sorry. I'll yield back to the gentleman. I'll yield to the gentleman from Louisiana then.
With the 90 seconds that remain, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would just say, listen, this is not just an interest of ours. We have a responsibility under the Constitution to look into this and make sure that these dollars are being spent in a way that comports with the Constitution. We all recognize the FBI has a critical function in our system of justice, obviously. The problem is right now, and the reason we're so wound up and concerned, and our constituents are, is because that agency has been weaponized, like all the others, to do political bidding. And so it's not able to do the job that it's supposed to be doing because we have all these abuses. So yes, we are doggedly determined to get that agency back in line. Why? Because it does have such a critical function. We're going to fund the FBI, but we want to fund it in a way that makes sense, that comports with the law, and is responsible to the taxpayers who are supporting it. So look, we can't get to that soon enough. And we will devote every ounce of energy to it because we have to save our system of justice. Because right now, everybody in this room knows, the polling affirms what we know intuitively. The faith of the American people in our institutions are at all-time lows. They're lower than the president's approval rating, and that's scary. And it gets worse every day, and if in a constitutional republic the people do not respect the system of justice, we're all in trouble. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the resolution? Ms. Jayapal.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order.
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington. Strike the preamble and insert the
Without
following.
objection, the amendment we considered read. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike the entire text of this resolution and replace it with language that expresses support for the courageous local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who defended the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. We already passed a resolution recognizing Police Week and the work of law enforcement. But as it stands, the resolution that is before us does nothing but highlight the blatant hypocrisy of my colleagues across the aisle regarding their support for law enforcement officers. The Republican resolution fails to acknowledge how many of my colleagues perpetuated the big lie, which led to a violent insurrection in the Capitol. It sweeps under the rug the looting, the rioting, the violence by right-wing extremists, and the destruction of property, loss of life, and injury of over 100 state, local, and federal officers. Were it not for the bravery of these officers, all of us would not have been able to return to the Capitol that night to finish our work to certify the vote for President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. As one of about 30 members who was trapped in the House gallery as insurrectionists invaded, I will never forget the sacrifices the Capitol Police and other first responders made to save not only our lives, but our democracy. So if my colleagues across the aisle want to honor law enforcement, then let's start by recognizing the bravery of those law enforcement officers who protect us every single day in this building. My resolution is quite simple. It really has a number of clauses, whereas clauses, that recognize that law enforcement officers were there defending the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. It recognizes that there was looting and rioting and violence in the Capitol that resulted in the destruction of property, loss of life, and injury of over 100 law enforcement officers. It recognizes that rioters in the Capitol repeatedly attacked and assaulted law enforcement on January 6, 2021. It recognizes that law enforcement officers selflessly put themselves on the line to defend us, to fight the crime, the violence, the vandalism that occurred on January 6, 2021. It recognizes that responsible politicians across the country commemorate those actions that happened on January 6, 2021. And it recognizes that House Republicans ignored the request of Capitol Police to review the 41,000 hours of January 6 security footage. It recognizes all of that, and it honors those law enforcement officers. Unfortunately, the Republican resolution that we're considering today actually is about trying to blame Democrats for the struggles of local police departments instead of working towards bipartisan solutions that eliminate biased policing, support community-based partnerships and social programs, and overall improve the relationship between police and the communities they serve. As you've heard, my Republican colleagues have advocated for defunding federal law enforcement agencies such as the FBI, such as the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So the reality here is, if we want to talk about honoring law enforcement officers, why don't we start with January 6, 2021? Will every member of this committee, including Republicans, support a resolution that honors those law enforcement officers, that recognizes the facts of what happened on January 6, 2021, facts that are indisputable despite what the other side might say? Will our Republican colleagues put our law enforcement right here in the United States Capitol first by supporting this amendment and by recognizing that many have yet to say that they support or acknowledge what happened on January 6th, much less supporting law enforcement? So let's not be episodic about the support of law enforcement. If you want to honor law enforcement officers for defending this country, then let's start by honoring those who are right here in the United States Capitol. I can tell you from talking to many of the United States Capitol police officers that they feel the hurt, the sting of a Republican side that refuses to even admit that their experience was real. You heard that testimony from the January 6th Commission. So Mr. Chairman, I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Louisiana insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, the gentlelady's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. It introduces federal issues, obviously, when the underlying bill addresses local issues. But I'll say this before I yield back. While the gentlelady, my friend, was dismissing the riots in her largest city in her district, and almost everyone on that side of the aisle said they wanted to defund the police, and we have the receipts. I've read them into the record of this committee many times, and I could do it again today if necessary. By contrast, every single person on this side of the aisle, every Republican, has constantly, quote, expressed support for local, state, and federal law enforcement officers, which is the point of her amendment. So the amendment is not only so ironic, no, I will not yield. It's not only I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
The chair needs
I thought it was Cicilline.
The chair needs to point out that the question before us is on the point of order and is not open to general debate.
I doth protest too much, but I do insist on the point of order.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, everything in the original resolution is essentially copied, except the focus is on the U.S. Capitol Police. All of your amendment, your resolution talks about looting and rioting and violence in the summer of 2020. Your resolution talks about the murders that have been committed. Your resolution talks about the police. Every single thing that your resolution talks about, my resolution talks about, except mine is focused on a day that you would like to forget. That day will not be forgotten in United States history. That was the day when you refused to sign up to support our law enforcement officers. Recognize that that is the purpose of this, and Mr. Chairman, I definitely believe that that point of order is not legitimate, and the fact is that this is an amendment. What are you so afraid of? This is an amendment to support our law enforcement officers that defended us on January 6, 2021. You should not be afraid of that. You should agree to the amendment, but certainly it is a legitimate amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on the point of order. Thank you. I would concur with the gentleman from Washington's argument. This amendment speaks to the support of the Congress of the United States of men and women in law enforcement, specifically speaks to the events of January 6th, and recounts the importance of recognizing the heroic work of the brave men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police. It's hard to imagine how a resolution that supports the men and women in law enforcement is not germane to an underlying resolution that does the same thing, except that the focus of this is a set of specific events, a specific day of January 6th. You know, we've heard, sadly, a lot during this hearing, and frankly, admissions from our Republican colleagues that actually they do support defunding federal police. They do support defending.
The gentleman will suspend. The chair needs to remind the gentleman that the question is on the point of order.
Yeah, I'm speaking to the point of order.
Not open to general
and
debate.
So in connection with the underlying resolution, which you're saying, which your claim is being made that this amendment is not germane to that, we've heard a lot of discussion about the underlying resolution, about the position of our Republican colleagues to not support funding of federal law enforcement, which is contrary to the underlying amendment. So I think what the proposal by the gentlewoman from Washington is a recounting of strong support for law enforcement, acknowledging in particular a day in which that law enforcement was particularly challenged, how important it is to recognize the heroism of the men and women in the U.S. Capitol Police who defended our democracy. And I ask the same question, what are you afraid of about this amendment?
The gentleman will suspend. I need to point out one final time that is the question of the point of order that the gentleman is recognized to address. The matter is not open to general debate at this stage.
No, and I apologize if I'm not making myself clear. I'll try to repeat it and focus again on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington and why I think that it is, in fact, should be ruled in order. her resolution.
The gentleman is discussing the content of the resolution. That is not open to discussion at this point.
No,
in
I'm not
proceedings.
addressing the contents. I'm addressing whether or not it's properly in order.
The gentleman
Whether it's germane
if
to the
gentleman is not
underlying
prepared-
resolution.
If the gentleman is not prepared to proceed in order, the gentleman will no longer be recognized.
No, I am prepared to
Please
proceed in
confine-
order.
all
I am
members- all
speaking
members-
about.
All members.
Mr.
are
Chairman, this is my
requested-
time.
No,
You've
it is-
recognized me. I'm speaking
No.
about the amendment offered by Congresswoman
It is
Jayapal and
your
why I
time.
believe it's in order and germane to the underlying resolution.
No, the gentleman is recognized on the point of order, not on the general resolution.
And I'm speaking to the point of order. The point of order was made that it's not germane. I am arguing to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee, it is germane because it is on the very same subject matter. Our expression of support for law enforcement, maybe with more detail than you like, because we're calling you out for the hypocrisy of claiming to support law enforcement. So this amendment just provides more context, more details. It's the same subject. It's germane, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you, and I would like to speak to the point of order. It's relevant as it deals with federal law enforcement. This is a Congress of the United States speaking about January 6 officers who served here. But I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jordan, who's the chairman of the whole committee, is in the room, and I think it would be more appropriate for him to rule on this point of order if he's going to be in the room. And I'll yield back to Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair, for what purpose is the gentleman from New York?
speak to the point of order.
Is there further discussion on the point of order?
That's what I'd like to speak on.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the underlying resolution talks about local law enforcement, not just local, it talks about law enforcement. It talks about rioting, looting, murders, and the police. It does not say local police. The amendment talks about exactly the same thing. It talks about the police department, the Capitol Police, Department of Homeland Security. That's what it talks about. And it talks about abolishing. The underlying. No, and the underlying amendment talks about abolishing the police in general. The resolution is well within the same scope because it talks about the police. It talks about the Capitol Police Department, the Department of Homeland Security. It talks about looting and rioting that occurred on January 6th, whereas the underlying amendment talks about looting and rioting that occurred a year earlier. It's exactly on point. It's exactly the same from a point of order point of view. It's exactly the same scope. It's certainly within the scope.
The gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
All right, the chair will allow members to express their views on the point of order, but only on the point of order. Chair recognizes Ms. Jackson Lee.
I'm very grateful. I gave your staff that I wanted to speak, and
yes, you were.
A while back. Thank you for the courtesy. I take a different view. The HRES 40 specifically indicates local law enforcement officers. I speak to the point of order that the gentlelady from Washington State's amendment clearly enunciates local law enforcement, and as you well know, Metropolitan Police, local law enforcement, were a pivotal participant to come and rescue.
The chair is going to insist that at this stage in the proceedings, remarks be confined to the parliamentary question that has been raised by the gentlelady from Washington.
You are correct.
And the chair will ask that if members stray further from that subject, the chair's going to have to rule them out of order.
I am not out of order because if you would listen, I'm discussing local police, which is in the HCON Res 40, and it is in her legislation. What I'm saying is the reason why the point of order should not prevail is because her amendment discusses local police. Your amendment or your bill or the bill indicates local police. On January 6th, local police played a pivotal role in defending the Capitol. With that connection and nexus, I believe that this
The
amendment should not
gentlelady is
be
confined to the parliamentary question
And the
at hand.
parliamentary question is that whether or not her amendment is germane. It is germane because both speak to, and I'll look at you, Mr. Chairman, both speak to local law enforcement. The title of the bill says local law enforcement. Local police officers were on the Capitol steps defending us. Therefore, the gentleman's point of germaneness is incorrect. Both speak to the crux of the bill, defending local law enforcement, and it has other parts to it. If you read this amendment, it is about local law enforcement. She has the words, local law enforcement. I would ask my colleagues to be fair and to allow her amendment, excuse my voice, to be debated because, in fact, there is nexus, connection, because both of them speak to local law enforcement. I ask my colleagues not to rule, I ask the chairman not to rule her amendment out of order and that it is germane. I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be heard on the point of order? Mr. Johnson.
I would just say simply that the resolution that we're talking about expresses support for local law enforcement officers, condemns efforts to defund or dismantle local law enforcement agencies. They're introducing federal issues. This has nothing to do with January 6th, which everyone has decried. It has nothing to do with U.S. Capitol Police, which we have all supported, and many of us still have signs on our doors of our offices supporting the U.S. Capitol Police. This is a messaging issue. This is not germane. This is not germane, and the point of order should be upheld. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the point of order? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, which stands for the simple proposition that an amendment must address the same subject matter as the matter being amended. So the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington addresses the same subject matter as the bill which she seeks to amend. The subject matter is support for law enforcement. It expands the reach to include federal law enforcement officers. It also discusses the same extraneous, if you will, information such as violence by protesters. It discusses violence by protesters, by rioters, and so it expands what is written in the underlying legislation. So there is absolutely no question that the amendment offered is germane to the bill that it seeks to amend. And the only reason why we would have a pause in ruling the amendment germane is because folks don't like the way that it was expanded. And so, Mr. Chairman, again, if we're looking at the germaneness rule, there is just no question in the minds of even a high school student that this amendment is germane. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the point of order? Mr. Biggs.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for actually agreeing that the amendment expands. That means that he's given up the game, and the reality is the point of order should be upheld. It's not germane.
I said the resolution expands beyond the issue of local law enforcement.
The gentleman is not recognized.
By mentioning violence.
Yes. The gentleman from Arizona yields back. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the point of order? Seeing none, the chair is prepared to rule. The chair agrees with the gentleman from Georgia and the gentleman from Arizona that the amendment does expand the reach of the bill, and therefore it violates the subject matter and fundamental purpose tests. Therefore, it's not germane and it is out of order. The gentleman from New York appeals the ruling of the chair. The gentleman from Arizona moves to table the appeal. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock votes yes. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey, Mr. Roy, Mr. Bishop, Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden, Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran, Ms. Lee, Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Jackson Lee, Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu, Ms. Jayapal,
No, and what are you afraid of to support our law enforcement officers that defended us on January 6, 2021?
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa, Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse, Ms. McBath,
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar, Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush, Mr. Ivy,
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Are there any members not recorded who wish to vote?
Mr. Issa, you are not recorded. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck, you are not recorded. Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gooden votes yes.
Are there any other members not recorded who wish to vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 20 ayes and 13 noes.
The ayes have it. The appeal is laid on the table, and the question is on the resolution offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H. Con Res.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman, California reserves a point of order.
Offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island. In this sixth whereas clause, strike leftist activists and progressive politicians and insert far right.
Without objection, the amendment will be deemed read. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to explain my amendment, and I guess I believe everyone has the amendment. So this amendment makes some modifications to the text of this bill. Specifically, paragraph 6 will read now with the amendment language included, whereas far-right activists and far-right politicians called for the defunding and dismantling of federal law enforcement across the country and actively encouraged resentment toward federal law enforcement. And paragraph 9 will read, whereas violent far-right extremists have repeatedly attacked law enforcement, and whereas local and federal law enforcement officers deserve our respect and profound gratitude. So those are the amendments, and the purpose of this amendment is really to ensure that there be no mistake by anyone that the Congress of the United States says loudly and clearly that we condemn any efforts to defund federal law enforcement. Although we've seen some colleagues talk about defunding the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the agency charged with reducing gun violence in this country. Well, we've heard some colleagues talk about defunding the FBI, the chief and most revered law enforcement agency in this country, and other statements that suggest a lack of support for police. And by the way, federal law enforcement works in almost every instance with local law enforcement. So this is an important relationship. And so this amendment will simply make it clear that these far-right extreme views that talk about defunding federal law enforcement, particularly in light of statements from members of the United States Congress, that we put that to rest and that we reject the position of these far-right activists and far-right politicians who are calling for defunding or dismantling of federal law enforcement, and in fact express our strong support for both local and federal law enforcement. I urge my colleagues to please support the amendment.
A gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman...
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
Gentleman is recognized.
Chairman, once again, for the same reason as the last one, they inserted language not in the subject of the bill when they inserted federal law enforcement. Additionally, for whatever reason, the gentleman from Rhode Island chose to take some cheap swipes at those of us on this side of the aisle, but that's not outside the purview of any bill, I guess, but the other is, and therefore I insist on my point of order.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on?
Oh, I certainly do. I would say without question that this amendment is germane. I would first direct the chair. First, I guess before I make my argument, to whom am I making the argument? Because it was curious to me, when we elect our chairman, part of the reason we elect Chairman Nadler is we have confidence. We understand that he is going to make rulings on points of order. And so when we elect our chairman, we understand that's one of his duties. We now have someone who's making decisions to block Democratic amendments who wasn't elected to chair this committee. And I'd like to know why. This Chairman Jordan is right here. Is there a reason he's unwilling to rule on this?
The gentleman well knows that the chair, quite traditionally in this committee, appoints people to chair temporarily.
But not when he's in the room charged with making these rulings. Yeah, then take the chair. We'd like to, you know.
And this temporary chair would be glad to relinquish it.
I suspect. Okay. Thank you. Thank
Is
you,
the
Mr.
gentleman calling the question?
No, I'm not done making my argument about why it's germane, Mr. Issa. It's my time, but thank you. So it's very clear that this amendment, if you look particularly on the second resolution where it says that Congress condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. Doesn't say the local police, it says the police. So my amendment relates to both local and federal law enforcement. And germaneness just means it has to be the same subject matter. If this were an amendment that, for example, talked about intellectual property or highway construction, those wouldn't be germane. They're different subject matters. This is the exact same subject matter, law enforcement. And it simply makes the resolution more accurate because it calls out what I view as the most pernicious undermining of law enforcement, that is, calls to defund federal law enforcement. So it's clearly germane. And there's a bullet, talks about the 21,000 murders. Who investigates those? Very often, federal law enforcement. So there's lots of evidence that this implicates both local and federal law enforcement. My amendment is germane, and I look forward to strong bipartisan support of it. Back to the chair, Mr. Chairman. It's good to have you
I
back.
appreciate the vote of confidence from the gentleman from Rhode Island, even though he's only going to be with us a few more weeks. We appreciate that, and I thought Mr. McClintock was doing an outstanding job. The chair is prepared to rule on the gentleman's amendment. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test, therefore it is not germane and out of order.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
The gentleman...
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that's non-debatable.
Before I move to, would the chair explain why it doesn't have the same subject matter?
It's non-debatable, but I will say this, it adds a new class of individuals not within the scope of the bill. Same reason as the last one. With that, the motion's been made to table, or excuse me, the motion's been made, and motion to table from Mr. Issa. The clerk will call the roll on the motion to table.
Mr. Jordan?
No, or yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa?
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Yes. Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman? Yes. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? No. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Anyone who's not voted?
Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes yes.
Clerk will report on the motion to table.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 11 noes.
Motion to table is agreed upon. Ms. Scanlon, I think, has an
Yes,
amendment.
I'd move to-
Gentlelady is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you. I'd move to strike the last word.
I'll move and strike last word, excuse me. Gentlelady is recognized.
So Americans know that making our country a safer place involves more than politicians ranting about how tough on crime they are or trying to take what I think one of our colleagues called cheap shots at their colleagues with lies about defunding the police. Americans know that our communities are stronger and safer when we make investments that stop violence at the root, policies that increase mental health resources, eliminate poverty, and promote education and employment opportunities. We're safer when we give our police the tools they need to be effective, accountable, and best address the needs of the people they serve. We're safer when we keep dangerous firearms out of the hands of those we know should not have them. Serious problems demand serious policy solutions, but instead of rising to that task, my Republican colleagues are using Police Week to promote cheap talking points and largely meaningless legislation designed to distract and divide communities, not make them safer. I talk to local law enforcement agencies in my district all the time, and they share with me the problems they face and the interventions they need. I support their requests for funding and training to make our communities safer for everyone. I can tell you the proposals we're talking about today are not what our law enforcement are looking for. They would do nothing to make police more effective or help build trust between law enforcement and the people they serve. Where are the policies to prevent the tragic interactions we see all too often between individuals suffering from a mental health crisis and police officers who lack the resources or training to handle those situations? Or how about common sense interventions to stem the flow of crime guns to our streets? Measures that law enforcement and members of our side of the aisle have proposed to crack down on ghost guns, require universal background checks, enact red flag laws, and ban assault weapons would actually help keep law enforcement safer and make them less vulnerable to being killed or maimed by guns while on duty. Weak gun laws endanger the lives of not just our citizens and children, but also of our policemen and women. During Police Week, we absolutely should remember all of those law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty and protecting our communities. And moving forward, we need to promote real policies that improve public safety and protect everyone in our communities. I urge my Republican colleagues to come to the table to work with us for the American people. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady is back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really sad to have to do this again, but our colleagues on the other side just pretend as though the last couple of years didn't occur and that almost everyone on the other side there didn't make openly public statements repeatedly that indeed they wanted to defund the police, while all of us on this side were fighting for law enforcement, supporting local, state, and federal law enforcement, and doing everything we could to shore up confidence and the protection of those who are out serving on the front lines for us. Let me just give you a sampling of some of their comments, because it's been said here that these are quote-unquote cheap talking points. I'll just start with the calls from Chairman Jerry Nadler. He publicly agreed with reducing the New York Police Department budget, which I think was cut by, I don't know, something like $1 billion or something. He said, quote, "There should be substantial cuts to the police budget and a reallocation of those funds to where we need them," unquote. Representative Jayapal used different language to support defunding the police, and she said, quote, "It is completely reasonable for us to shift significant resources from law enforcement and investing in people," unquote. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries certainly expressed an openness to defunding the police. He said on CNN, quote, "You have to look at that on a case-by-case basis, city by city." Former Representative, now Mayor Karen Bass, who used to be on the committee, stated calls to defund the police, quote, "can be used as a distraction," yet she supported, quote, "the intent behind the messaging." Again, these are their own words, y'all. Representative Bowman, on March 17, 2021, he tweeted this, quote, "Too many police in our country are more concerned with protecting white supremacy than serving the communities that pay their salaries." Then he tweeted, "We don't need police with lethal weapons carrying out routine traffic stops. Reallocate police funding to unarmed traffic forces to remove even the possibility of state-sanctioned manslaughter," unquote. Representative Cori Bush, boy, she has pages and pages of this, but she said, and by the way, she was vice chair of the crime subcommittee in the last Congress. She tweeted, "It's not a slogan, it's a mandate for keeping our people alive. Defund the police," in all caps. Then she said that defunding the police is not the problem, that's the solution, and we have to do that to invest in our communities. I'll keep going because I got some more time. AOC, Congressman.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield.
The gentleman just reflected that the person that House Democrats chose to chair the crime subcommittee.
You heard that right.
Said that it was a mandate to defund the police. And now, on Police Week, when the majority is seeking to simply pass a resolution honoring the police, we are being accused of taking cheap shots at Democrats when not any Democrat, literally the person they put in charge of the crime sub, is that what I'm to understand, Mr.
That is indeed what
I have an inquiry. Is Ms. Bush still on the Judiciary Committee?
We haven't seen her.
No, but it's an honest question. Is she on the?
She has a name tag down there.
Well, I mean, I'd say it would be great, Mr. Chairman, if we had the benefit of Ms. Bush in committee so as to allow her to espouse these views and subject them to debate.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, it's my time.
I'm sorry, I'll yield back to Mr. Johnson.
Well,
I will gladly, upon the opportunity to take time, engage in a colloquy on
I
this.
just want to ask about your
mystifying of
ATF defund.
Well, no, hold on.
Totally for it. Wish we had the defund the ATF bill up this week if I ran the place.
But wait a minute,
Feel free.
Mr. Gates. Wait, I have a minute left. I know this is painful, but I've got to get some of these zingers in here because Representative Ocasio-Cortez said after they cut $1 billion from New York's police department, she said, quote, "That didn't go far enough. Defunding police means defunding police." Representative Jones, Mondaire Jones, said that a suite of criminal justice reforms to redress racial inequalities and harms in our justice system, including defunding police, reinvesting this money, et cetera, et cetera. It just goes on and on. Representative Omar, oh boy, she was all over this issue. She said we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department, completely. Because here's the thing, there's a cancer. The Minneapolis Police Department is rotten to the root, and so when we dismantle it, we get rid of that cancer. Representative Presley, Ayanna Presley, said, the defund movement isn't new. Folks are just finally listening. We got monies for war, but we can't feed the poor. Tlaib, I'll end with this. She said, when we say hashtag defund the police, what we mean is people are dying and we need to invest in people's livelihoods instead. Listen, we have the receipts, y'all. Don't try to bring this argument in here again. I got a lot more, but I'm out of time.
Mr. Chairman?
Back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman, the ranking member is recognized, Mr. Nadler from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did indeed say that we should defund the police. Well, what I meant was, and what was done, was that we should reallocate some of the resources to mental health. Because it doesn't make sense when you're dealing with a mentally ill person in a subway to send a cop with a gun. What you need is a mental health worker who can take care of that person. And that was done. And it has worked. And that's why, or it's part of the reason why New York is the safest large city in the United States today in terms of crime. And I note that my Republican colleagues who are so upset at defunding the police want to defund the federal police, the FBI, the ATF. How can you be in favor of funding local police but not the federal police? They have a major function. Who is going to catch the spies? Who's going to catch the bank robbers? Who's going to be the modern John Dillinger? Or Elliot Ness, rather, not John Dillinger, the modern Elliot Ness. John Dillinger was the bad guy. We need the ATF, we need the FBI, just as we need local police departments. So it is hypocritical for Republicans to criticize the Democrats for wanting to defund the police when they want to defund the federal police. And when I can't speak for other members, what they meant on their comments, but for myself, what I meant in defunding the police was shifting funds, not defunding, shifting funds from the police to the mental health, which, as I said, was done and has worked out very well. I'll yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I mean, these are your words. You said, quote, there should be substantial cuts to the police budget, unquote. So they cut $1 billion.
Yes, exactly. Reclaiming my time. Yes, that's exactly what I said. And what I meant was what I said a moment ago. They should cut substantial funds from the police to give it to mental health.
How did that work out? We just had a field hearing down there. It
worked out very well. The United States, the city of New York, the crime statistics tell us the city of New York is the safest large city in the United States in terms of crime.
Mr. Ranking Member, that is not what the witnesses presented in our field hearing.
The witnesses you presented in your field hearing were only able to testify as to individual experiences.
Well, they said it's the most fearful time ever to live in the city. It might have something to do with defunding the police.
Reclaiming my time. People who read the New York Post or the New York Daily News, which follow the tabloid tradition of it, if it bleeds, it leads, could get that impression. But the statistics are what I said.
Do you feel safe walking in New York City?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
I do.
That's not the sentiment of your constituents. There are many of them, I'll tell you that.
Well, it's the sentiment of a lot of them. And the fact is, our crime rates are down, and it is a safe city, whatever the sentiments of some people who may get wrong impressions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. We heard in New York City just a couple weeks ago the deadly consequences of police in retreat, and we're seeing it across the country. I mean, think about, Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Brame and Mrs. Harrison. Remember them sitting up there and saying addressing the Democrats on the committee, go back and look at the video. They're like, you have let us down. You had a city councilman, a lifelong Democrat, who is saying his friends, his constituents, are all headed for Florida. And those that haven't are future Floridians, according to the gentleman who does represent Florida on this dais. So there should be substantial cuts to the police budget, were his words. But I'll go back to another person from New York City, Representative Bowman. We don't need police with lethal weapons carrying out routine traffic stops. Tell that to Deputy Katie Lysing. Deputy Katie Lysing died this weekend in western Wisconsin. Yeah, you can laugh about it. You can laugh about the deputy dying over in western Wisconsin. This is the fourth police officer that has now died in the state of Wisconsin. This year. 3 of them in my district, rural northern western Wisconsin. It just doesn't happen there.
Did you get the list?
3 young people that are giving their lives to law enforcement, and they're now gone. And 1 this weekend. By the way, God bless Katie Lysing and her family as she's laid to rest this Friday. God bless Emily Breidenbach and Hunter Shield, who died in Barron County. This is seeped in throughout society. And you can sit here in denial. And you can play this equivalency game here today. Oh, we all support the police and all the rest. We don't have to go very far back in the Wayback Machine, as the representative from Louisiana was laying out earlier, to see who was talking about defunding the police, who was clearly showing their disdain for police. Let's go back to the gentlewoman from Minneapolis. The Minneapolis Police Department is rotten to the root, and so when we dismantle it, we get rid of that cancer. You know where Katie Lysing's shooter came from? The Twin Cities. The Twin Cities, which is about 20 minutes from my district. It's seeping in throughout America, including in rural America. Mr. Bowman says, we don't need police with lethal weapons. We all wish that Katie Lysing would have used hers the other day so that she was still on this earth as somebody turned a weapon on her. Somebody from the Twin Cities who was let out from a weak-on-crime city. Minneapolis and St. Paul. Mr. Chairman, at the New York hearing, I asked you to come to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to do the next hearing. Well, I'm going to give you another choice. You can add Minneapolis to that. Because that's soft on crime policies that we see with the representative from Minneapolis, that we see from the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis, where someone who is a rapist who only did 4 years, a rapist, 4 years in the Twin Cities, and he got out of jail, still living in the Twin Cities, and he comes into western Wisconsin and shoots a sheriff's deputy, 29 years old. This is the defund the police movement. You were warned 3 years ago this was going to seep into society and that it was going to get worse. So you can say we're just using words today, but you know what? Those officers out there that I talked to, they said we'd like to hear some of those positive words. So go ahead and vote against this amendment. Go ahead and vote against it. Because law enforcement from around America, they know what you guys did over the last few years. And it's up to you to stop the lawlessness across America. Because if we continue to have a political party that stands with the defund the police movement and does not reverse course, this country is going to see more officers die. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from...
Strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from...
North Carolina.
No, I knew that. I was trying to see if Cicilline was first, but I think you got an amendment. Okay, so gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just, with all of this back and forth, I think we've lost sight of the fact that, like my colleagues in this committee, I'm grateful to all of the police officers in my district for keeping our communities safe. And I'd like to put that as a baseline that I hope we all can agree to.
Would the gentlelady yield?
No, I've got a statement and I'd like to finish it. Thank you. Last October, when a shooter murdered 5 people in my district, the brave men and women of the Raleigh Police Department responded immediately and risked their lives to stop the violence. I know that my community owes these officers and all others who regularly put themselves in harm's way an enormous debt. But as with any line of work, our policing systems do have room for improvement. And I want to highlight one area I hope can become a focus of the committee and has legislation that's been introduced already this Congress. Across the country, women only make up 12% of full-time officers, a statistic that has not changed in more than 2 decades. Now, I have 2 female police chiefs in my district, and I'm very proud of the work they do, and their entire force is very proud of the work they do. We know that when more women serve as police officers, departments are more effective and can better support their communities. Studies have shown that women officers often create better outcomes in a variety of circumstances, from routine traffic stops to intervening in cases of sexual assault and domestic violence. However, women face unique obstacles to becoming police officers, including some outdated hiring practices that focus on physical strength, as well as institutional practices that force women out of policing. In recent years, Congress has explored a range of policies to address these challenges, and we need to do more, including fund them. Incentivizing more women to become law enforcement officers is one of these solutions, and that's why I introduced the Supporting Women Cops Act. This bill would establish a national task force on women in law enforcement and require this task force to release a report with recommendations on how departments can hire more women, retain these officers, and help women advance to leadership positions. If states adopt these recommendations from the report, they'll see a 5% increase, that is, funding the police per year in federal funding through the Burn JAG program. My hope is that we can all work together across party lines to fund good programs that support and improve our law enforcement. And with that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you. And I just want to address Mr. Johnson, who said you brought the receipts. Well, Mr. Johnson, I've got some receipts for you. This committee met about 2 months ago, and the chairman, who can call any person in the world who walks this earth as a witness, called this guy, who tweeted just a couple weeks before the hearing, "Fuck cops." Your witness tweeted that. Not one of you disavowed that guy. Not one of you said that was inappropriate. I was stunned that you call yourself a pro-police party and you bring a witness before us that says, "Fuck cops." I don't believe in that, but I thought if you didn't believe in that, you would have taken the opportunity to say it. But no, not only did you not disavow it, you invited the guy here in Congress to be your witness. Imagine if we had ever done that. We didn't. You did. Second, I would love Mr. Johnson to disavow, because, by the way, I will disavow the defund the police movement. I've never called for it. I believe, just as President Biden believes when he addressed Congress, that we should fund the police. But Mr. Johnson, will you disavow your colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who tweets out and makes money off of a defund the FBI movement? Because they're police too. They protect us too. But I don't think you will. I think you're going to sit silent, and your silence, by the way, is complicity. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Appreciate the backpedaling at an alarming rate from the other side. Watch out, you might fall over backwards. We have a video to play. I think this will provide some visual summation, please.
The police has to happen. We need to defund the police.
Mayor Eric Garcetti saying, take some of the money from policing, about $150 million.
I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done. But we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
It is outdated, it is wrong-headed thinking to think that the only way you're going to get communities to be safe is to put more police officers on the street.
So yes, defund your butts. Defund you.
Yes, I support the reallocation of resources from NYPD.
We will be moving funding from the NYPD.
Yes, I support the defund movement. I'm for responsible reallocation of resources.
And defund the police.
I think you do all those other things, you don't need all the money that's going to the police department. So yeah, I mean, the spirit of it, I do support that.
Yeah, and a lot of us were asked if we could imagine a future without police back in 2017 when we were running for office. And I answered yes to that question.
We are going to reduce funding in the police department and redirect that money.
We propose to redirect over $7 million from the police bureau.
The police department here in Minneapolis needs to be dismantled, and we need to start anew.
In some necessary cases, completely dismantling those police forces.
Police departments are taking a sizable amount of the budget of a lot of municipalities and other entities. We need to look at those budgets, pull some of the money back.
But we talk about defunding the police, defunding the Pentagon.
My push is that we defund our police departments.
Defunding police means defunding police. If these reports are accurate, then these proposed cuts to the NYPD budget are a disingenuous illusion. This is not a victory. The freshman Democrat adding, the fight to defund policing will continue.
Mr. Chairman, I also have several articles that I would like to submit for the record. Instead of reading all the titles, I'll just provide those to you, if that's okay.
Without objection.
And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yield to the chair.
Yeah, I would just say in response to the gentleman from California, of course we disavow that tweet. That is obvious, and if we'd have known that individual had that tweet out there, I doubt if he'd have been invited as a witness. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes, I think it's Ms. Jackson Lee, and then the amendment. What order? I'll go in any order you want, but Ms. Jackson Lee, and then we'll go to the amendment.
It's, I think I'm offering, just a moment, Mr. Chairman, before I do the amendment.
Oh, you have an amendment too?
Yeah, well, let me speak first and go to whoever you're going to next, and then I'm going to yield to the ranking member of the committee.
It's your time. You can go how you want.
Let me do an...
We haven't even started yet, but we should...
Yeah, I'll strike the last word. Let me do some administrative work here for just a moment, because this committee is very important to me. H.R. 2494, I was unavoidably detained, and I want to make sure that had I been here, I would have voted aye on the Jayapal amendment, aye on the Nadler amendment, and I would have voted on the Jackson Lee Ivey amendment. I thank him for his courtesies. I would have voted aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Ivey, for your courtesies and final passage. I would have voted no. H. Con Res on the Cohen determination of germaneness, I would have voted no to make sure that his amendment was germane. Now, the point that I want to make is I've listened to the juxtaposing of feelings and who is more pro law enforcement than the next. Mr. Chairman, I just cannot hold to that. There is not one member in this room that does not feel the pain of a loss of an officer fallen in duty. There may be perspectives on funding and helping the community. Members have those opportunities because this is an opinion-based house that is based upon the representation of your constituents. But I will take great umbrage for anyone to suggest anything other than we pain and hurt for those who run into danger, as police officers and firefighters do. In this instance, we're honoring police officers. They'll be here in the thousands next week, as well as their family members. I think we should show dignity by suggesting that there is unity in that affection and respect. I've not seen any video that has shown any person that has shown definitive and direct disrespect to any law enforcement officers. And now I will add to that, that I also hope we'll give respect to the FBI, the ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, and others, when I've heard from my friends on the other side of the aisle, I won't fund them. I'm going to make sure they don't get one single dime, or I'm going to make sure that ATF officers do not get paid their salaries. So with that in mind, let me yield to my ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. You know, at our hearing in New York, we didn't hear the full story. Mrs. Brame, for example, told us about the murder of her son. She didn't tell us that of the 4 people who were engaged in that, 1 turned state's evidence, 1 is doing 7 years, and 2 are doing lifetime terms. So that doesn't show a weakness in the district attorney or in the criminal justice system in New York. In addition to that, the statistics came out, we have the statistics, that per capita murder rates in 2020 were 40% higher in the 25 states won by Trump than those won by Biden. The murder rates in many of those red states dwarf those of blue states like New York, California, Massachusetts. Only 2 of America's top 100 cities in population are in these high murder rate states. In fact, the top per capita murder rates in 2020 were those far from urban centers. 8 of the top 10 worst murder rate states voted for Trump, and none of these 8 has supported a Democrat since 1996. Notably, New Mexico and Georgia were the only Biden voting states in the top 10, and they ranked 7th and 8th, respectively. So that when that very selectively edited film we saw, or video we saw, that referred to reallocating resources, not defunding, although some people called it that, but reallocating resources from police to mental health or other services that have resulted very effectively in reducing crime rates. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back to her.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Colorado. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40 offered by Mr. Cicilline.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This simply adds in the 10th whereas clause after local, just 2 words, and federal, so that we are acknowledging our respect for both local and federal law enforcement. I hope after all of this discussion, that paragraph would simply read, whereas local and federal law enforcement officers deserve our respect and profound gratitude. Seems simple. We can put to rest this notion that anyone doesn't support both of those, and I'd ask others to support the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I insist on my point of order. This is not germane. This is a resolution that is focused on our support of local law enforcement, period, end of story.
So if I might be heard on the point of order, Mr.
Gentleman,
Chairman.
the gentleman insists on his point of order. The gentleman from Rhode Island can be heard on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the resolve clause, it says specifically in clause 2 that the House of Representatives and Congress condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. There's no limitation of local police in that phrase. It says police, which includes federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, and county law enforcement. It simply doesn't have any qualification. It says police. So to suggest somehow by expressing our gratitude and respect for local and federal law enforcement is not germane, it's just not true. It says police. It doesn't have anything limitation. It says police. They come under police. This is about an expression, a resolution expressing support. So are the Republicans really arguing to our distinguished chairman that we ought not be able to amend? I assume it was an oversight that you left out the word federal here, but it speaks about police, that we are prohibited from expressing our respect and profound gratitude for federal law enforcement? It doesn't make any sense. We're in this, to say that that is not the same subject matter when it's police generally, and this falls within police, It talks about a whole bunch of functions that both local and federal law enforcement have. So I know you have ruled this in other areas, but this seems to me very simple, just making sure it reflects an expression of respect and support for both local and federal law enforcement. I yield back.
The gentleman yield to.
No, I'd like to be heard on the point of order.
Gentleman cease to be heard on the point of order. Gentleman, proceed.
The point of order is not well taken, because if you look at line 11 on page 2, it says, whereas the defund the police movement, it doesn't say whereas the defund the local police movement, whereas the defund the police movement vilifies and demonizes, etc. And the last line of page 2 says condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. So federal police are certainly encompassed within the term police. And therefore, amending this resolution to add and federal, and federal police as well as local police deal with the 21,000 murders referenced in paragraph 2 on page 2, and where then clearly federal police are part of the police, and an amendment that says we support local and federal enforcement officers is completely within the scope of this bill. Because it is both federal and local police are police, and the bill refers repeatedly to the police.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you. I'd ask you, Mr. Chairman, in contemplating how you intend to rule on this, to also consider what I'm holding in my hand, which is the wall of honor from the FBI, just one federal law enforcement agency. And just to give two examples of Laura Schwetzenberger, who gave her life and died in the execution of a search warrant in Sunrise, Florida, special agent of the FBI. Daniel Athlin, again on the FBI Wall of Honor, special agent, who died on February 2nd, 2021 while executing a search warrant in Sunrise, Florida. I'd ask unanimous consent that this entire document, which lists heroes in federal law enforcement who gave their lives in the line of duty, who ought to receive our respect and profound gratitude, which is what my amendment attempts to achieve.
Without objection.
Reclaiming my time, I just want to reemphasize, as Mr. Cicilline did, and as I said a moment ago, that the resolution refers to the police, and federal police, as well as local police, are encompassed within the meaning of the term police, and therefore this resolution, this amendment, which deals with the police, is perfectly in order. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for the point of order.
So we just saw a video of statements made by Democrats across this country for defunding the police. Not one single Democrat talked about defunding federal police, and that's why this amendment, this resolution, is focused on defunding state and local police. So when we talk about
the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. When we talk about the defund movement and how demoralizing that was for local police, we're talking about the Democrat statements, the ranking member and others, who were aimed at state and local police. And that's why this resolution is recognizing the efforts of state and local police and thanking state and local police for their efforts. It is not the defund police movement was not a movement that was aimed at or took into account federal activities, and it should not be added to this particular resolution. I would be glad to consider a resolution from the other side if the other side wants to bring a resolution thanking federal police. That's not what this does, and the amendment is not germane.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized on the point of order.
I mean, it's ironic that you would point to something that's beyond the scope of the document to prove that our amendment is beyond the scope of the document. The video it's not referred to by the resolution. It's not connected to the resolution in any way. It can't be the basis for determining germaneness with respect to the actual language.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
I thank the gentleman. I would simply point out that the video referred to the police. At no point did it say local police or federal police. It quoted various people saying either reallocate resources or defund the police. Didn't say local police, didn't say federal police, it said the police. And therefore, again, this resolution, or this amendment rather, which would add federal police, is well within the meaning of the term the police, which is in the amendment, and for that matter, was referenced repeatedly on the video. I yield.
Would the gentleman yield?
Just Ivy has the time.
Yeah.
I will.
I just want to address the ranking member for one moment. When you were trying to clarify your statements, you didn't say you were talking about the FBI. You didn't say you were talking about the ATF. You didn't say you were talking about the IRS. You said you were talking about the New York City Police Department and what a great job it did.
Let me reclaim my time on that point, because that's beyond the scope of the resolution, too. In fact, it's got whether he spoke about the New York City Police Department or not doesn't determine the scope of this resolution. And so it's not relevant to the germaneness determination that the chair is supposed to be making right now. The point here is that the language that's in the amendment is the same as the language in the resolution. So you can't say it's not germane. You can't.
Chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test, adds a new class of individuals not within the scope of the bill, and therefore is not germane, and therefore is out of order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's been appealing the rule of chair. The gentleman from Colorado makes a motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Yes. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Yes. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa?
Hey, Mike.
Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Fry, you're not recorded. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Gates votes aye.
Johnson, aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Gooden votes aye.
Does any member wish to vote who hasn't voted? And the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 12 noes.
The appeal is tabled.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H. Con Res. 40 offered by Mr. Swallow of California. Strike the 6th whereas clause, strike the 7th whereas clause, strike the 8th whereas clause, strike the 9th whereas clause.
Without objection. Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are rightfully here today to honor the service and sacrifice of men and women in law enforcement. And also, I would just say, as the son of a police officer and a brother to 2 police officers, the family sacrifice, because what my mother and my brother's spouses endure is also a sacrifice. And the reason we hold police officers up in our community as some of the people most worthy of our respect is because we're aware of the sacrifice, that every day they walk the beat could be their last day. And we're reminded at the police officers' memorial in Washington, D.C. of 100 to 200 last days that so many men and women have suffered in our country. When I was a prosecutor in Oakland, California, one of the darkest days ever in the Bay Area was March 21, 2009. On that day, 4 police officers, Sergeant Mark Dunnican, Sergeant Daniel Sakai, and officers John Heggie and Irvin Romans were gunned down by a madman who had an assault rifle and killed all 4 of them in a matter of minutes. On July 22, 2015, Hayward Police Sergeant Scott Lunger in my district gunned down in our community. May 29, 2020, federal officer Dave Underwood, protecting a federal courthouse, gunned down on duty. As many of you probably know, if you've attended one of these yourself, attending a police officer funeral is one of the worst experiences anyone can see. To see the loss that the families have suffered, to see the men and women who have lost a colleague, but it also is one of the most uplifting experiences to see the camaraderie among men and women in law enforcement from not just all over the country, but from all over the world as they send their own to different police officer funerals throughout the country. So we rightfully honor them today. My amendment speaks to the leading cause of death outside of COVID-19 that law enforcement officers have suffered from. Gunshot wounds. 64 law enforcement officers were shot and killed while serving their communities in 2022. That same number in 2021. Law enforcement deaths by gun violence reflect a 21% increase over the historical average of firearms-related deaths between 2010 and 2020. We may all have different views on firearms and access to firearms and interpretation of the Second Amendment, but we cannot deny that it is firearms that are overwhelmingly stealing these police officers from their families and our communities. And my resolution, my amendment to this resolution, accurately reflects that. So while we honor their service, this amendment would seek to also be a reminder to all of us of what is killing them. It's a country that has unrestricted weaponry that too often falls in the hands of bad guys. And even when the good guys are armed, as we saw in Dallas nearly 10 years ago, when I believe it was 5 or 6 police officers were gunned down by someone with an assault rifle, that even when the good guys are armed, that a madman with a gun, a madman especially with an assault rifle, can take one or many of them from us. So my amendment, Mr. Chairman, would again honor the police, but also recognize what too often continues to take their lives. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
The amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and violates House Rule 6, Clause 7. In particular, I'd point to page 2, line 5, where it strikes local, expands the scope of the bill.
Gentleman yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yeah, I would ask if the gentleman could just restate which line he's referring to. The gentleman from North Carolina. I'm sorry, Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah. Page 2, line 5.
So, as I understand it, Mr. Chairman, striking has no bearing on germaneness.
It does when it expands the scope of the underlying.
And I would, again, just ask, like, how does referencing how police officers are killed expand the scope of the underlying message? I mean, the whole purpose of this resolution is to honor the sacrifice of police officers, and the amendment articulates why they are dying.
The purpose of the underlying legislation is to honor the sacrifices specifically of local law enforcement, and this expands it to federal, and so on its face, then, it would be not germane.
And also, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for clarifying. I would also add that in the second paragraph, it does not reference local or federal, to Mr. Tiffany's point. It draws no distinction there.
Well, your amendment seeks to strike the word local, and so it on its face, clearly changes the scope.
I would offer to not strike the word local if you're willing to keep everything else. That's not. So if that's the germaneness issue, then I would offer to take that out.
We're looking for page 2.
Is this the one you're looking for?
I've suspended, I believe it's Mr. Swalwell's. Let's suspend the clock.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Gentleman's recognized.
Well, do I need a yield?
Would you?
I'd yield, yes, of course.
Yeah. Also, if you take a look at page 2, commits to passing common sense legislation to reduce gun violence, becomes a gun control bill, also not germane.
It's still your time, Mr. Swalwell.
Look, the point here is to recognize what is killing police officers. If the gentleman would stand down on his germaneness issue, I would happily delete that last line.
Yeah, the amendment is not germane, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman insists on his point of order, and I am prepared to rule.
And Mr. Chairman, just so I think, I want to make sure we're on the same page. If it's okay with the chairman, I would just ask for unanimous consent to delete the last line that the gentleman objects to, and also to delete what refers to local. And so we are voting on his concerns on germaneness.
The chair objects to the unanimous consent request.
Well, I'm just trying to save us time because I will just bring this forward with those deletions.
I'm sure that you will, but the gentleman's insisted on his point of order on the current amendment, and so I'm prepared to rule unless there's others who wish to seek to be recognized on this.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest that if we want to go work on this offline after the committee hearing today, I'm sure we've got other amendments and stuff, be happy to do that.
All right. Reclaiming my time, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I'm about to rule. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test, therefore is not germane and is out of order.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Appeal the ruling is ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
And a motion to table the appeal is now in order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr.
No.
Cohen?
No, I'm here.
Oh, Ms.
No.
Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Spartz, you're not recorded. Ms. Spartz votes aye.
Any members, other members wish to vote? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 11 noes.
The appeal is tabled.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H. Con Res 40 offered by Mr. Swalwell of California. Strike the sixth whereas clause.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Mr. McClintock. And the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. And following up on the last amendment that I had, I hear Mr. Tiffany's concerns, and so I have written an amendment that addresses those by completely deleting everything in the resolved clause that I had in the prior amendment. So I'm just adding 4 what we would call whereases, laying out the statistics on gun violence as it relates to police officers with no color commentary or call of action that was included in the resolve clause. And again, if my colleagues in their last germaneous objection are being genuine, that they did not want us to vote because they had those procedural issues, well, those procedural issues have been addressed, and this plainly lays out the facts about police officers and what is killing them. And I would note that this is no different than what they have included in this resolution, by the way, where they talk about police officers who have, or they talk about the murder rate in America, they talk about the riots of 2020, and so this actually in more detail with statistics to back up the claims lay out what is killing our police officers. And so with that, unless any of my colleagues wish to speak, I would also just want to thank our staff for being so quick on this to get this turned around, and Ms. Jackson-Lee for yielding her amendment, which is next. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. Does any other member wish to be recognized? If not, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Aye. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Spartz, you're not recorded. Ms. Spartz votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no.
Anyone else hasn't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized. The clerk will, the clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves a point of order.
Amendment to H. Con Res 40 offered by...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is now recognized to talk about her amendment.
On as anything but...
Gentlelady hit the mic button, I think.
It's on. It might
it's
not
on
be.
now, okay.
It might be my raspy voice. I'm sorry. That anyone within the sound of our voice appreciates not only this week, as I indicated, Houston Police Department had Police Week last week with prayer, with honoring, and with a memorial, and we will face and enjoy by way of seeing our officers to commemorate them and to honor them and families that unfortunately have lost loved ones in the line of duty. The joy will come from being able to embrace them and show them the nation's appreciation. With that in mind, this legislation can go forward. My amendment says, let us speak to all law enforcement, and you can see that it is appropriately germane because it removes any provocative and vague language and disputed references from this resolution in an effort, yes, truthfully, to gain agreement around the idea that should be the central point, that we recognize and appreciate the service of all law enforcement officers and condemn all calls to abolish law enforcement agencies of any kind. First and foremost, my amendment strikes the word local anywhere, and it appears because it should include, should state firmly that we support law enforcement officers unconditionally. We know that all law enforcement officers are a wide mix. We've got rookies and people on patrol or behind the desk, but they all work tirelessly to protect us and keep us safe. Whether they are state, local, tribal, or federal agents or officers, we are grateful for their service, and we don't want to see any harm. These are the individuals we rely on to stop a mass shooter as they open fire on Saturday shoppers, which I repeated over and over again. This quiet hero that has not come to light. I'm sure that we may have the opportunity in weeks to come, maybe days, but had it not been for him, the carnage would have been unspeakable, as it was unspeakable even with the numbers. It would have been beyond our imagination. He is intent to murderously kill innocent persons, and specifically, it seems, people of diverse backgrounds, was unending. We use and rely upon these officers to guard and police our borders, to seek out predators behind a computer screen, or to help us locate an elderly or disabled loved one who was wandered off, and yes, our children. In the last couple of days, a 10-year-old was found, a 2-year-old was found, and it was all the officers that galvanized to find them. So this resolution, as it's currently written, takes a good intent, but it ignores a large portion of our dedicated officers who do not fall within the specific category of local law enforcement, a term of art. We know that. My amendment corrects that omission and acknowledges 137,000 federal agents, officers in the 50 states and District of Columbia, including the United States Capitol Police. Secondly, my amendment eliminates problematic language and claims and brings us all together. For example, my amendment removes the claim that leftist activists and progressive politicians actively encourage resentment toward law enforcement, which casts a wide and unfair net. It also eliminates the claim that anyone wants to take away funds and that those people should be vilified or demonized. It's the Rodney King, can we all get along? We can all agree that we need law enforcement, and there is no doubt. Those of us in Texas, having had to basically live day and night trying to find the killer in the Cleveland family that simply wanted someone to cut the noise of an AR-15 so that we could, in fact, have the baby next door go to sleep, and 5 of their members lost their life. Law enforcement had to search for those individuals. And so we realize that it is an important part of this constitutional nation, law and order, and that we are looking at many ways to address the question of crime and violence. And we should not be trying to seize funding from any that are doing the good work. We have enough monies to be able to spread around to other good works of intervention and otherwise, but we should not defund the ATF, the FBI, and even the DOJ. That's why my amendment is sound. I ask my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support the Jackson Lee amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized on his point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us, and it therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I would say it actually does more than just introduce material beyond the scope. It changes the entire scope of the bill because it introduces federal issues when the underlying bill, of course, on its face addresses local issues. In fact, her amendment seeks to strike the word local, the very heart of the bill, over a dozen times. So for that reason, I do insist on the point of order, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I'd like to speak on the point of order.
Young lady's recognized.
Well, first of all, I'd like to offer to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, my neighbor, a willingness to take out the paragraph that says, page 2, line 8, strike the police and insert law enforcement agencies of any kind, whether local, state, or federal. But in any event, we are also in your bill, and we've said this over and over again, that you have several sections that are not confined to local law enforcement. You have a provision that says condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police, and that is a wide range of individuals that are in law enforcement. And then you have some language that I would take issue with, but you have some language that goes to trying to categorize people on page 2 of your legislation. So one could not argue that this is not germane. It simply strikes. I'm willing to take out language that has in it law enforcement agencies of any kind. It repeats the particular label of the bill or the name of the bill, expressing support for law enforcement officers and condemning efforts to defund or dismantle law enforcement agencies, which is the FBI, ATF, local sheriffs, local constables, local police. Why not bring us all together? When we come together next week, we will be seeing officers from all walks of life, and they consider themselves brothers and sisters in the community of law enforcement officers. They are aligned. They face same dangers. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a germane amendment. It strikes, that's all it does. And it asks, the amendment is germane, but it asks us to consider a different perspective, and that's what amendments are. You can't label every amendment non-germane. You have to allow the amendment to be debated for the position of wanting to give you greater substance to the bill.
Would the gentlelady yield for just a moment?
I'd be happy to yield.
Look, I think it's a perfectly commendable, respectful desire to express support for federal law enforcement, and I would join you in a measure to do that, but that's not what this measure does. It is specifically on its face expressly supporting local law enforcement and condemning efforts to defend or dismantle local law enforcement agencies.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Johnson, it is very clear that you have been on this committee for a very long time, and you understand that the process of markups is to present different opportunities to add to a base bill. The base bill is about honoring law enforcement, and your specific language on page 2 opens this up because it indicates the word police. Now, your drafters may have made a misprint, but that is what it is. That means it opens me up, my ability to be able to say, let us open up the bill. You can vote yes or no on the amendment, but let us open up the bill to all law enforcement as we enter into this next week. Let us emphasize all of them. And we had an amendment that didn't draw great love, but I loved it, about the Capitol Police. But this would include them, and we certainly want to be at the door of their place where they guard and protect us, that we would want to make sure that we don't send an amendment or bill out that does not include the U.S. Capitol Police, which could be considered local police to the United States Capitol. So I would say that striking and just adding the word local does not take away. It is my amendment to the bill that can be accepted or not. I really wish it would be accepted. I've offered to take out the page 2, line 8 strike, and it just rereads, don't take out any other language other than expressing support for law enforcement officers. Would we not want to do that? And may I just add this to it? It was previously ruled as germane. 64 officers were shot by handguns, and that was included in a previous amendment. But in any event, I, with my raspy voice, believe that this is on the four corners of being germane, and would ask my colleagues to support the amendment. Mr. Chairman, you can support the amendment. It just opens this up. When we debate on the floor, wouldn't we want to go on the floor and have everybody supporting this? Everybody supporting this from all walks of life, tribal officers, people coming from areas where tribal lands are, That's all this does, is to turn this into that kind of legislation. It is not non-germane. It applies to this legislation. You use the word police. In the spirit of harmony, I would ask my colleagues, this not to be determined to be non-germane.
I appreciate that. The gentlewoman telling me what I can and can't support.
Graciously and polite.
I took it that way.
You're the key.
The gentlewoman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test, as it adds a new class of individuals not within the scope of the bill, as the gentleman from Louisiana pointed out, and is therefore not in order, not germane and out of order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Gentlewoman appeals.
Move to table.
The gentleman from Louisiana moves to table. The clerk will call the roll on the motion to table.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa?
Tried very well.
Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Gentleman from New Jersey?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Swallow votes no.
Anyone else? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 10 noes.
The motion to table prevails, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Louisiana reserves. Clerk will report.
Amendment to H. Conres 40
Without
offered by
objection, the
Mr.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment as a token of good faith. I've heard from my colleagues on the other side that, we don't want to get too deep into the rhetoric that attacks our Republican colleagues. And I take that to heart. At the same time, obviously I read through this bill and thought that there were sort of things going the other way that struck me as unnecessary and irrelevant to the underlying point, which is we respect law enforcement. We love the work that they do. We appreciate the sacrifices and risks that they take on our behalf, and we want to express our support and thanks for them in a concurrent resolution. So I just tried to drive this down the middle, and basically I struck the language and whereas clauses on page 2 of the amendment. I took out the rhetoric, so let's say it that way, and just tried to get to the underlying reasons we are appreciating them and expressing our support for them. I don't know if Mr. Buck is still here. I know that earlier he said that when he was introducing the bill originally, he said if we can just stay focused on this, and by this he meant the resolution clause, which I pretty much adopted in verbatim form, that he thought that that was the way that we should go forward, and I'm asking my colleagues to do the same. So I ask for your support on this amendment. I think it does what we're overall hoping we can do with Police Week coming up, which is to express our support and gratitude for the work that they do, and avoid the political rhetoric and the back and forth and the tit for tat that has very little to do with the outstanding work that they do. When they answer a call, they don't ask if it's Democrats or Republicans or whatever who are making the call. They just come and put their lives on the lines to protect us. So I ask for support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized on this point of order.
Yes, I insist upon the point of order because while this is artfully drafted, and I commend the effort, it does change. Again, the bill is not germane. The underlying bill, we've said over and over and over, is for local law enforcement, and using just the phrase law enforcement obviously broadens the scope beyond what the underlying bill intends and expresses on its face. So for that reason, it's not germane. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, that's an incorrect analysis. If you look at the resolution clause, which only says abolish the police, it makes no reference to local police at all. And so when I'm looking at the House Rules and Manual for the, and this is Section 928 for germane amendments, it says, in general, an amendment simply striking words "artery" in a bill may not be ruled out as not germane unless such action would expand the scope and meaning of the text. So I think there are 2 points to be made here based on the plain language of the rule here. First, this doesn't expand the scope of the resolution clause language at all. And I would note that there are other points, this has been noted before, but where there's no reference to local in the language that was in the original underlying resolution. It talks about police movement, or, the condemns called to defund, disband, dismantle, and abolish the police. That's the actual language in the resolution as it stands. So just based on the plain language of your resolution, this can't be expanding the scope because it speaks directly to the, it uses the same language that you do. And then with respect to the issue that was raised, I think in the chairman's last ruling, the fundamental purpose, and this is chapter 26 from the House Rules. If the purpose or objective of an amendment is unrelated to that of the bill to which it is offered, the amendment may be held not germane. But that's clearly not the case here. We're continuing to request that we express our gratitude and thanks to the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line, and we want to thank them for the great job that we do. The language that I struck in my amendment doesn't change any of that. In fact, the language that was there that was stricken actually didn't really get to that point anyway, but that's a side matter. So the bottom line is the fundamental purpose of the bill is not changed by this amendment, and the scope isn't changed under the definition of germaneness under Section 928 with respect to germaneness either. So I think the objection fails on both points.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized on his point of order.
Yes, just very briefly, that was an erudite statement of opinion, and it is an opinion, and mine is the opposite. I do think it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because it obviously does expand the scope and the purpose of the bill, because it strikes the word local multiple times, and it strikes an entire section of the underlying bill. It is not my legislation. I'm not the author of it, and so I'm not at liberty to agree to any compromise here. But I do think on its face it violates the rule, and so therefore I insist on the point of order. I yield back.
Just briefly.
Chair is prepared to rule on the gentleman's amendment. Gentleman's amendment is not.
I'm sorry, Mr. May I just make an inquiry to Mr. Johnson?
Gentleman yield.
Sure.
Oh, it's point of order. Gentleman, you can.
My question is, on an amendment, it by definition proposes a change to the underlying text. So there has to be some modification, or it wouldn't qualify as an amendment.
But the scope of the underlying bill is the problem here, not the change of the text. We can debate that all day long. But I'm not the author of the bill, okay? But the author of the bill expressly states support for local law enforcement. That's the focus. We can bring another bill to talk about federal law enforcement for whatever reason. That was the author's intent here.
That's how you're describing what his intention is, but it's not what he does throughout the resolution.
Well, it's actually
as we've
in the
said
language.
repeatedly. There's that provision that says, in the resolution condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police.
But counselor, we read it in pari materia.
No,
with
I
the
understand.
remaining language, right?
And pari materia is there are lots of references in the resolution to responsibilities of federal law enforcement.
No, it's local law enforcement on its face, and so read in context with the
Looting,
with the whereas
rioting,
clause.
and violence in major cities has nothing. You think that's not limited to local police, nor are the deaths, the murders.
May I, would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I don't even know it's my time, but yes.
Well, we're going to treat it like this.
On the point of order. It's on the point of order. I think the gentleman has already been recognized on both the amendment and gave ample time, plenty of time on the point of order. The chair is prepared to rule the gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test, as it adds a new class of individuals not within the scope of the bill, therefore not germane and out of order.
I guess we have to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, gentleman appeal.
I guess I have to table it.
Just a quick comment on that.
Gentleman's recognized quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It doesn't expand. The language that's used is police. There are other points. The way you're interpreting this, you could never make technical changes to harmonize language in an.
As the gentleman appealed the ruling of the chair, we have to go to that.
Very well.
Thank you.
And I move.
And we got a motion to table. The clerk will call the roll on the motion to table.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Yes. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Yes. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Yes. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? No. Ms. McMath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Issa votes aye.
Anyone else seeking who hasn't voted? All right, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 9 noes.
The motion to table is agreed to. And the chair now recognizes, is it the gentlelady from Pennsylvania? Okay,
Yes.
gentlelady from, oh, I'm sorry. Let the gentlelady get situated. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, thank you. St. Louis and I are here today in support of genuine community safety and in opposition to hollow, hypocritical attempts to distract from policies that make our communities less safe. That's exactly what this resolution is. It's an empty and desperate ploy by Republicans to avoid responsibility for policies they support that are getting people killed in St. Louis and across this country. So let's set the record straight on a few things. First off, the party of insurrection has zero credibility. Zero credibility when it comes to protecting law enforcement officers. It was a Republican president who incited the January 6th insurrection and coup attempt because he refused to accept that he lost the 2020 election. It was Republican politicians who enabled January 6th by peddling lies about the election. And it was a mob who supported these Republicans that stormed the Capitol and violently assaulted law enforcement officers. If Republicans cared about violence against law enforcement, they would be marking up a resolution condemning themselves. But the fact is that Republicans don't care about violence against law enforcement, and they really don't care about law enforcement at all. They will support any number of abuses that law enforcement inflicts on communities like St. Louis. But as soon as a law enforcement agency takes a single step towards holding them and their cult leader, Donald Trump, responsible for their criminal behavior, that agency becomes public enemy number one. So Republicans don't care about law enforcement. They support mass incarceration for Black and brown communities and freedom from accountability for themselves. And it is sickening to hear Republican politicians talk about public safety while they contribute to the crisis of violence in this country. As I have pointed out many times in this committee, the states with the weakest gun laws, like my own in Missouri, have Republican legislatures and governors and the highest rates of gun violence in our country. Republicans also take every opportunity they get to spread fear and distrust in our communities. These moral and policy failures have resulted in firearms flooding municipalities that are unable to override those state-level policies, and an American public that is on a hair trigger and primed for violence. So let's get it straight. Republicans are the arsonists, not the firefighters. They don't get to enable violent insurrection and rampant gun violence and police brutality and then show up and pretend like we should just listen to anything they say about policing and public safety. It is a farce, and it's a distraction from policies that would actually save lives. Those policies do not invest in violence. They invest in communities. They recognize that we will never incarcerate ourselves to safety. They will support non-police first responders, mental health and counseling resources, community-based employment programs, community violence prevention and interruption programs, after-school programs, substance use treatment programs, public health and other wraparound services, affordable food and housing, more parks and green spaces, and re-entry programs. That's just to name a few. So that's exactly why I introduced the People's Response Act, which would establish a division of community safety within the Department of Health and Human Services to research and fund evidence-based strategies that are proven to prevent violence and effectively manage crisis situations. So unlike these Fox News talking points, the PRA is a real proposal with real solutions that will save lives in St. Louis and nationwide. And it's not only this proposal. There are proposals that adopt a community-based approach to public safety. Many of my Democratic colleagues have introduced proposals that would break the cycle of violence, invest in mental health resources, support counselors, not criminalization, ensure housing for all, and support other non-carceral interventions that would make a material difference in people's lives. But we're not here today to consider real solutions that will make people's lives better. We're here as a distraction from the sad truth that dangerous MAGA Republican policies make us less safe. They deprive us of basic investments that would move us closer to a genuine community safety. And at the end of the day, Republicans refuse to consider those investments because Republicans are not seeking solutions to the problem.
Gentlelady's time.
They are the problem. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Louisiana, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to yield to the gentleman.
Would you yield?
Gentleman from New Jersey yields to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey. I want to welcome Ms. Bush to the committee. Did she leave already? Oh, is she still here? That's unfortunate. I was going to point out to her a couple of ironies. She came to lecture us. She was here for 5 minutes and 3 seconds. I appreciate her time investment. She came to lecture us about, quote, avoiding responsibility. We've had 4 full committee markups. She has not attended 3 of the 4. I'm not sure today her 5 minutes counts as an attendance, but let's say she's made 2 of them now. I was going to ask her if she's still in favor of defunding the police, because we have her on record more times than I can count of having been the great champion of that. She wanted to talk about responsible investments that will make a difference. I wanted to ask her how that defunding police thing worked out. I think everybody in the country knows that we're facing chaos and a catastrophe of crime, violent crime in all the major cities that she went and protested in, and many more that took the cue. I wanted to ask her about the reality of how that works out in real life. You know, she accuses us of engaging in talking points. We're trying to pass meaningful legislation to solve these problems, and she is advancing policies and ideas that create the mayhem. So, wow, it's so unfortunate that she's not here to engage in a colloquy on that. But I'm not surprised. This is what we get from the radical left. She is part of that radical left that is bringing down the party and having them associated with the crime crisis that we have on the streets. This is the very reason that we need Police Week, to reinforce our support for the brave men and women who are on the front lines, that thin blue line, who put their lives on the line every single day, and we lose them now at alarming rates in the line of duty, trying to protect their communities from wacko, crazy, maddening policies like the ones that Ms. Bush has supported in Congress. I will also point out, as we noted earlier, she was the vice chair of the Crime Subcommittee of Judiciary, and she doesn't believe in funding police. What a tragedy that she's not here to join us. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Thank you. I will. I need about a minute here. You know what strikes me as, I don't want to use the word humorous. I don't know what else to use. You all were in charge for 2 years. You had the presidency. You had the House. You had the Senate. You controlled it all. You could do pretty much anything that you wanted to do. And all I remember happening, I was out there. I was on the street talking to my people. I remember what happened in Congress was to demean, diminish, defund, despise the police. And now you say a wholly, totally different thing. And then you have somebody else come along, and I don't know her very well, who stays here for 5 minutes after most of us on both sides have been here for hours, at least trying to hash this out. She says some real mean stuff and walks away. And guess what? That real mean stuff's not going to work. That's not the real world. You need law and order, you need police, you need safety, and you know what? I do have some urban areas in my district and rural, and you know what? In my district, when I talk to people, whether they're Vietnamese, whether they're black, whether they're Hispanic, I say, what's the number one issue? And they constantly say, like the city of Atlantic City, they want better lighting, they want more safety, they want more police. They want to be safe. They don't want their kids to get hurt. They don't want their stores to get robbed. And you all were against that. And you had control of everything.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield. I have to yield to my friend, Ms. Matt Gates first.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Chairman. I think what we just observed was a drive-by committee presence from the gentlelady from Missouri. And what I would reflect on is that if someone is the victim of an armed robbery, they don't need a green space. They need a local government willing to fund their local police department. If someone is about to be stabbed, as one of the witnesses was at our field hearing in New York, they don't need a therapist. They need force to be able to respond back, and they need the law on their side, which is why I've introduced a national stand your ground bill that I believe the committee ought to hear. And if your car's being broken into, you don't need wraparound services, you need a detective. Day in and day out, people in the communities run by Democrats feel less safe. And the reason they feel less safe is because they don't feel like the law is on their side. And by the way, funding up the FBI and the ATF and the censorship industrial complex at the DHS isn't what they need. It's local police, and those are the folks whose backs we have and who you all have spent years denigrating.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman wish to speak on the bill, or we got an amendment coming? I'll recognize if you. I
appreciate it, Mr.
All right.
Chairman. I just want to say this. I mean, I think the rhetoric's over the top down there. I mean, I was a prosecutor for 12 years. I've been endorsed by the FOP every time I've run for office. People in my jurisdiction, by the way, don't want to get rid of the FBI and the ATF. They're very glad that we have them. When I was a prosecutor, we coordinated our prosecutions with them. It's called Project Exile. I believe it was started by the Bush administration, by the way. But we tried to do that to get gun offenders off the streets and to make sure that serial offenders got more jail time because they got more serious sentences in the federal courts. The FBI and the ATF led those efforts in those prosecutions. And by the way, the Sinaloa cartel takedown that just happened 2 weeks ago, there were no local police involved with that. You know why? They don't have jurisdiction to do it. FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, all were involved in those in that takedown. When you guys complain about not doing enough to stop fentanyl, guess who it is that's working it? It's FBI, it's ATF, it's DEA, all these federal agencies that you want to get rid of. We need them to do that work. I think we also need the local police to do the work too. And if you find some place where Glenn Ivey said defund the police, I'd love to see it. But I think we need both. I'm glad that you all see the need to have, I think I'm hearing today, federal law enforcement handle cases as well. We need the Department of Justice, we need the FBI, we need the ATF, we need the DEA. We need help from all of them to deal with the major international problems that we've got going. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes himself. Yield to the gentleman from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I wouldn't want anyone in the minority on the committee to be of the view that we think that every single Democrat holds the defund the police view. Matter of fact, we don't think that, and I think the gentleman was correct in referencing we've got Democrats who've been a part of keeping our community safe, and we thank you for that. You're patriots for offering to do that. But when the Democratic Party elevates to the position of chair of the crime subcommittee, the very leader of the defund police movement, you don't have to be for the defund police movement to be supportive of, I think, some pretty dangerous platforming of ideas that make people in our communities less safe. And there's been much discussion of these crime rates. And what I've noticed is that in some places, the crime rate may be higher in red places because those crimes are actually acknowledged practically with arrests. And criminal process, where in a lot of places like New York, things like shoplifting aren't even a crime anymore.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I would.
Would you agree that it's helpful to have the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Justice to prosecute federal crimes? Would you think it's a good idea to keep them around?
Just as you've not called to defund the local police, I haven't called to completely defund the FBI. What I've said is if they don't come to heel, and if they are not responsive and constrained by their authorities, because Mr. Ivey, I think it is fair.
Gentleman from Florida controls time.
I think it is fair to be critical of an ATF that imposes zero tolerance on people, and then they lose their own guns. They keep records in the hundreds of thousands they're not
Would the
supposed to
gentleman
keep,
yield?
and then they don't.
I just want to ask about your legislation.
Yeah,
'Cause your legislation is one line,
Yeah.
and all it says is we're going to shut down the ATF. It doesn't say anything about all of the other stuff you just mentioned.
Well, that's
All
because
it
I was
does is
talking
it
about the
says we're gonna shut
FBI.
it down.
As to the ATF, I would invite your co-sponsorship to that legislation.
I think it's crazy. Why would you want to defund the ATF?
Because the ATF has so greatly exceeded their authority, they are punishing regular Americans with no basis and soaked in the hypocrisy of seizing documents and holding records that even the Department of Justice, the vaulted Department of Justice that you talk about, their own Inspector General is hammering the ATF. And so that's why I think they maybe need a shot across the bow. But the folks out in our communities that are battling against
Actually, the time belongs to me. I've yielded to the gentleman.
the folks that are out in our communities, like the witnesses at our field hearing, they count on a cop in their community, and they count on a local government able, willing, determined to fund those local cops. And you heard from an investigator that represented a lot of the detectives out of New York tell you how the advocacy of these policies, which I certainly would agree, not every Democrat holds, but your leadership.
Would the gentleman
seems to
yield for a
embrace it.
moment?
Certainly.
Okay, so your bill, which you just called a shot across the bow.
Correct.
Defund ATF. You think that's a good message to law enforcement?
I think it's a good message to the folks at ATF who are breaking the law.
Well, I tell you what, let's target them. I don't think you have to shut down hold on. You don't have to shut down the whole agency to address any bad apples. That's the same thing with police departments.
But similarly,
at the local
Mr. Ivey,
level.
but similarly,
That's
you
what
don't have to
IGs are
maintain
for.
the entire agency to do the things that you've talked about regarding the Sinaloa cartel. Just as you may suggest, not every single person at the ATF is a bad person, and I don't think they are. I don't think you need to keep the entire apparatus either. So yes, on the continuum of the ATF, I believe they have done more harm than good when it comes to people's civil liberties, and when it comes to some of these other federal agencies, they do need to come to heel. So that, by the way, Democrats used to believe in civil liberties. You guys used to actually think that when government overreached and violated people's constitutional rights, there was a bad thing.
I must say, we still do. We still do.
So long as these federal agencies will go after Trump and Republicans, they seem to get a lot more attention from you.
I got to say, I've been at this a lot longer than when Trump was president. And we've been able to challenge the FBI, the ATF. I've been on both sides of this. When they cross the line, you prosecute them, you fire them, you deal with
But
that.
see, all we can do is defund them.
But saying you're going to shut the whole thing down.
Our power is the power of the purse, and we have to be able to use it. And that way, if you've been on both sides of this issue...
Did you send a letter to the IG saying you need to target these bad apples in particular?
We send so many letters to the IG highlighting the things that we're finding in our investigations. And if you've been on both sides, what I would say is, what are you waiting for to get back on our side, on the correct side?
I'm waiting to get back on the majority so we can actually focus on laws
when you were in the majority,
that
you guys
deal
didn't
with
do
gun
anything
violence
to protect people's rights.
and bring down the
Juice
gun
these
violence.
agencies
By
with all
the
the
way-
powers that they've now weaponized against the people.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you so much. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
I'll reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Florida reserves.
Amendment to H.
order.
Con Res 40 offered by Ms. Scanlon of Washington.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you. We've now seen multiple amendments ruled out of order because they referred to law enforcement other than local law enforcement, and at least one of our colleagues across the aisle described a secondary purpose of the bill to honor local police who've been demoralized by criticism of local police. So this amendment, which is a version of the amendment offered previously by Ms. Jayapal, would strike the entire text of the resolution and replace it with language that expresses support for the courageous local law enforcement officers of the Metropolitan Police who stepped up to defend the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. And I'm thinking particularly of Michael Fanone, who was beaten, tased so much his heart stopped, and almost shot with his own gun as he defended this building and our democracy from violent attackers who'd been fed a big lie about the 2020 presidential election by the former president and some of his supporters. How much more demoralizing must it be to defend the lives of members of Congress who then say that the violent mob that injured hundreds of brave police were just tourists, and to question efforts to hold those violent attackers accountable? So if my colleagues want to honor local law enforcement who may have been demoralized by criticism, let's start by having all of Congress recognize the bravery of the local law enforcement officers who protected everyone in this building and our democracy on January 6, 2021, unless, of course, that's not really the purpose of this resolution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regrettably, I must insist on my point of order. Despite sharing the sentiments the lady suggested in support of local law enforcement, the amendment would introduce material beyond the scope of the purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates Rule 16, Clause 7. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized as ranking member.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Or I can go first?
go to her first.
Okay.
I
Pennsylvania.
just don't believe that a point of germaneness has been stated here. This is completely germane, and we haven't heard a reason why it's not.
Will the
It
gentlelady
talks
yield?
about local law enforcement.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Sure.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I mean, it's quite obviously not germane. It's a January 6 resolution, and if you want to bring a January 6 resolution, bring it. But it's not germane to the underlying bill that is not talking about an event. It is talking about support for local law enforcement. This is not complicated. You guys
Reclaiming
are
my
making it very
time.
complicated.
I agree, it's not complicated. You have put forward a resolution that talks about particular events and local law
we were
enforcement. and
talking
every
about the point of order.
I've reclaimed my time.
It's not
and
your
we're
time.
talking
It's
about the
it's
point
talking
of
about
order.
the point of order. I recognize
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Johnson to talk about the point of order. We now. Oh, you yield. Okay, the
Yes.
gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Look, you're just moving the goalposts here every time we bring another amendment. These are germane. You just don't want to talk about the underlying issues.
No, I would
you
like.
can vote us down all day. You've got the majority. Although I'm afraid I'm going to have to go to rules because your colleagues coming back from New
Would the
York, so
gentlelady
you
yield?
finally have the votes.
Would the gentlelady yield? Would the gentlelady yield? I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I must agree with her. I have never seen such a rank demonstration of hypocrisy in the 30 years I've been here. You have ruled every perfectly in order resolution out of order. You have ruled it out of order for law enforcement officer to deal with law enforcement officers who responded to the Capitol on January 6th. You have ruled it out of order to recognize legislation that police officers groups also support. You have ruled it out of order to support federal law enforcement officers. I have been here 30 years, I have never seen such a raft of dishonest rulings intended simply because you don't want to vote on the underlying messages. You don't want to vote to support the police officers on January 6th because you don't want to admit that January 6th was a right-wing pro-Trump riot. You don't want to recognize federal law enforcement because that would include January 6th. This is entirely out of order. You have the votes to do it, but it is an abuse of the worst kind that I've ever seen. When I was chairman, I certainly bent over backwards to find ways of calling things in order when they were on the edge. This is rank hypocrisy, and it is frankly disgusting, and I yield back to the gentlelady.
I yield back.
Does anyone seek recognition? The chair would just comment, Mr. Nadler, the underlying legislation refers specifically to local law enforcement. It does not reference any particular event And by this amendment diverts the whole meaning of this and makes it about one particular event. And so it is
It's
therefore...
not germaneness, Mr. Chairman.
Would the
That's a
gentleman
diff-
yield? It does reference a particular event, the summer of 2020 looting, rioting, and violence in major cities. That's a particular event.
No, that is a trend, a societal trend. That is not a specific event, a specific date.
It talks about summer of 2020, looting, rioting, and violence in major cities during the summer of 2020. That's a very specific reference.
The material that is introduced by this amendment is beyond the scope and purpose of the very simple bill before us.
So you say to every resolution hypocritically.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on the point of order.
The gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to stand with Mr. Nadler, our ranking member, in his grave disappointment in the Republican effort to rule every single Democratic effort to acknowledge the extraordinary men and women law enforcement on January 6th as being not germane. And now we're left with this final amendment. Oh, no, I have one more. This most recent amendment, which, as a result of your rulings, speaks specifically about local police on that day. Now, the underlying resolution doesn't say we praise all police on every day, local police on every day except January 6th. It says local police. And lo and behold, the offered amendment references an event, in fact, in which the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania would like to recognize and praise local police. And simply because you don't want to discuss January 6th, the argument is being made it's not germane. It is more information about the underlying resolution, that is praising police. And this time it's not even about state or federal, it's about local police. An amendment is of the same subject matter if it's related to the underlying resolution. It clearly is. Unless you're prepared to say you can't offer an amendment that doesn't do anything other than recite the words of the existing amendment, which mean it's not an amendment, that's what you're ruling. This is clearly germane. And the rulings you make today, Mr. Chairman, you will live with when you're back in the minority. Mr. Nadler is quite right. I sat through those hearings where we painstakingly considered every amendment offered by the Republicans, and Mr. Nadler ruled over and over again that they were germane and they were voted down. But you had that opportunity. The decisions you are making today are doing real damage to this institution, and you are going to rue the day because you will be in the minority and probably will behave responsibly and still allow your amendments to go forward, because that's how we roll, because we actually believe in this institution. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in the fair administration of the proceedings in this Judiciary Committee. But you have two more opportunities to vindicate yourself by ruling this germane and the next one that I'm about to give you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend, for yielding back. I am prepared to rule. The gentlelady's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test.
Surprise.
Because, thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, because it does quite clearly expand the scope and purpose of the bill before us. I know you disagree, but the chairman's prerogative. It's therefore not germane. It is out of order. Who seeks recognition?
I appeal.
Lady moves to appeal. Gentleman moves to table, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Issa? Yes. Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Nels votes yes.
Does any other members seek to vote?
Mr. Gooden votes yes.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 9 noes.
The motion to table.
Mr. Chairman,
It passes. Yes, who seeks recognition?
I seek to strike the last, I move to strike the last word.
The ranking members recognize.
Mr. Chairman, in this last amendment by Ms. Scanlon that was just ruled out of order, you ruled it out of order because it references a specific date. In my parliamentary universe, adding a specific date is considered a limiting amendment. It limits the scope of the underlying amendment. It does not expand it. Therefore, it cannot be a grounds for holding an amendment out of order because it limits it. It doesn't expand it. It's called in parliamentary terms a limiting amendment, which is always permitted. So this is just another example of the Republicans using obviously specious reasoning because you're afraid to vote on anything to do with January 6th. You're afraid to vote on all the things we've talked about before because your constituents might hold you responsible. So I would ask you why this is not a limiting amendment. Why this, in what way this expands the scope of the amendment, and I'll yield to you for the purpose.
I'll be happy to answer. We will belabor the point further. I've already explained this, that by presenting this amendment, it changes the purpose of the bill and makes it about January 6th. On its face, by your explanations, by all the comments that have been made, you want this to be about January 6th. You just said it again. You emphasize the same point. That's not what the underlying legislation is about.
You're claiming my time.
You asked me to respond, and I'm
You've
giving
responded.
you the response.
You've
Okay, so
responded.
on its face, the amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. Now, you can disagree with me, but you're not the chairman anymore. I'm sitting in the chair now.
Reclaiming my time. I certainly do disagree with you. And again, I repeat that the motives of the Republicans today are shameful as seeking only to avoid voting on all these different subjects that have been raised today. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman,
Would the gentleman yield?
the gentleman has yielded back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Ms. Cicilline, and then I'll get to you, Ms. Johnson.
I have an amendment, so I think Mr. Johnson wants to speak with respect to this, so I'm happy to defer to him.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. The blatant hypocrisy on display throughout this hearing is mind-numbing, Mr. Chairman. It's very disappointing that the intellectual dishonesty that is on display is shockingly abusive to the process. I mean, you can't tell the American people who are looking at this that to include federal law enforcement officers in a resolution honoring the service of local and state law enforcement officers is irrelevant or non-germane or out of order in some way. The American people understand that law enforcement is law enforcement. They understand that January 6th, Capitol Hill police officers died. They understand that federal law enforcement officers over the years have died. Actually 650 have died from gunfire over the years. 650 have died from gunfire, federal law enforcement officers. Not to mention the 7 fallen officers of the U.S. Capitol Police Department, 2 of whom have passed away within the last 2 years due to the insurrection. And so we've had law enforcement officers, federal law enforcement officers, who've given their lives to protect us. They were the ultimate displays of courage. But yet this committee doesn't have the courage to vote up or down a germane amendment that simply seeks to add federal law enforcement officers to this resolution. It's simple. The American people understand it. They're not getting thrown off track by talking about crime. And by the way, the crime that you speak of is caused by your policies in opening the floodgates for more guns on the street. This is a failed experiment. More guns does not mean more safe. More guns means less safe. But yet, the response of the Republicans is always more guns. We should be, instead of a resolution to honor police today, just state and local, we should actually be using our time to make our police officers and to make the citizens of this country more safe by limiting guns, by reversing the trend that you all have started and that you continue to adhere to that makes us less safe. It's ridiculous that we would honor police officers at a time when we're making them less safe and refusing to do anything about it other than to offer prayers and to talk about how brave they are when they respond to the next mass casualty event, which could be taking place right as we speak and could be confronted by federal law enforcement officers coming to the aid of state and local officers. Every mass shooting that we have seen has involved a response by the FBI and the ATF, but yet you want to defund those 2 agencies. So we've been doing a lot of talking today. The American people see through it. If we're gonna honor police, let's honor our state, local, and federal police. Moreover, let's get past these messaging bills and let's start doing what the American people want us to do, and that is pass some gun reform legislation to keep our communities safe. Democrats have been making our communities safer, voting on legislation to make our communities safer, while Republicans have been stopping the legislation either in the House or in the Senate. It's time for it to end. It's time for the killing to stop. It's time for the philosophy of more guns means more safety to go by the wayside. Less guns will make us more safe. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is going to respond to the outrageous claim that there's hypocrisy going on here. All the clutching of pearls is so far out of order, and I'm going to clarify the record here for anyone who's watching at home, high school students who are studying civics, and some on this committee who should understand the rules. The rule is, again, let me state very simply what the rule is. House Rule 16, Clause 7 says that an amendment cannot introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us. Let me tell you why the last amendment, by way of example, was ruled out of order. I've already explained this again, but I'll give you further detail. Ms. Scanlon's amendment says on page 2, strike all that follows in the underlying bill after the resolving clause and insert the following, that Congress acknowledges the United States Capitol attack on January 6, 2021. The underlying bill says something very different. It says, be it resolved that Congress recognizes and appreciates the dedication and devotion demonstrated by the men and women of local law enforcement who keep our communities safe, and two, condemns calls to defund, disband, and dismantle or abolish the police. The reason, everybody watching at home, the reason that they're so anxious to change the language of the underlying legislation is because of the last sentence that I just read you, that last clause, because this resolution condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. They're all on record, including the ranking member who just clutched his pearls and told me that I was out of order here.
Would the gentleman
He is
yield?
on record saying that he wanted to defund the police. I'm not going to yield. You guys have talked enough. And you've all accused us of abusing the rules. This amendment, just like the ones before it, is a blatant violation of House Rule 16, Clause 7. It is not germane because it wants to talk about January 6th, and it wants to get rid of the condemnation of the call to defund police, which was their mantra here until just recently.
Would the gentleman
Because now we've seen the results.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield to
The
a
chair
question?
does not yield. I will yield if you have an amendment. No, I'm not going to yield to a question. No, you've talked enough, Mr. Cicilline.
You don't get to decide that, Mr. Chairman. You don't get to decide who talked
It's my
enough.
time, and I'm not yielding.
Okay, then I ask recognition.
I'll yield back. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. So I haven't talked enough, apparently. First of all, Mr. Chairman, this notion that the claim you just made that because you've concluded the amendment changes the purpose of the bill as a basis for ruling it not germane is just wrong. There's no such test. It's not whether or not you think it changes the purpose of the bill. God knows how we would determine what the purpose of the bill is. We thought the purpose of the bill was, in fact, to praise police, to praise local police. But now you secretly let out what the real purpose of it is. It's to claim that Democrats want to defund the police. That's not the purpose of the bill. This is for Police Week, to praise local law enforcement.
And support them.
It's my time. Don't try it. The jig is up. You've been exposed. We have, ladies and gentlemen, on the Democratic side, sorry, we've been laboring under the assumption that this was about praising local law enforcement.
It's
Because
both.
that's not what it's about. So I'm going to give you one more chance, Mr. Chairman, yet again to redeem yourself in
All
these
right.
rulings and offer an amendment.
Oh, the gentleman has an
Oh, no, I'm happy to yield to him.
Just briefly, I mean, the chairman's comments that we were, scared of that language. I mean, the amendment I offered maintained all of that language. In fact, you guys blocked or voted down, I think, 4 amendments that maintained the same language. So that's clearly wrong.
Well, but your amendment did other things that were beyond the scope as well.
No.
And look, asked and answered.
I'm not raising that again. That's clearly not correct. But, I just wanted to point out that the statement you made about we're scared of no, it was in the language that you blocked us from offering to vote on.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Excellent point.
Okay,
I reclaim my time.
Well, you gotta
I
go
now
back
have an
and then-
amendment, Mr. Chairman, which is at the desk.
Procedurally, though, yield back, and then I'll recognize you for the amendment purpose.
Okay, I yield back.
All right. And the gentleman has an amendment at the desk? The clerk will report.
Is your amendment ready?
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. And the gentleman,
Point of order.
point of order is reserved by Mr. Bach, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this should finally withstand this effort to have all Democratic amendments declared not germane because you've already accepted the language in the Swalwell amendment. This simply adds language that says, whereas gun violence continues to be the leading cause of line of duty deaths, 64 law enforcement officers were shot and killed while serving their communities. Gun violence continues to pose a serious threat to law enforcement, children, families in our communities. And whereas the law enforcement deaths by gun violence reflect a 21% increase over historical average of firearms-related deaths between 2010 and 2020. And just to avoid any concern, we omit reference to state police agencies and just refer to local police agencies. And in the final paragraph, again, say local police officers. I think we finally fit through the eye of the needle. It's all about local law enforcement, language you've already accepted with respect to the Swalwell Amendment. So I look forward to not only a ruling that it's germane, but also your support. And I yield back.
Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman,
yields
just on
back.
my point of order.
Gentleman insists on his point of order. You're recognized.
The underlying resolution, the underlying bill is to praise police and to condemn the effort to defund the police. It is not about January 6th. It is not
This is not about January 6th.
It is not about strategies to address gun violence. It is about praising the police, plain and simple. I will read, if I can find underneath all these amendments.
You want the underlying legislation?
Yeah, thank you. I will read the resolved two paragraphs again. Congress recognizes and appreciates the dedication and devotion demonstrated by the men and women of local law enforcement who keep our communities safe, and condemns calls to defund, disband, dismantle, or abolish the police. That is the purpose of this, and the offered amendment is not germane.
Mr. Chairman?
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, I don't know how, this will be an interesting thing to watch, Mr. Chairman, because you've already ruled that the amendment offered by Congressman Swalwell was germane, and that this amendment that I offered today, again, speaks about protecting police officers, and I will just read it. Whereas police officers face increasing danger as guns proliferate across our nation, whereas the police organizations, including the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and major city chiefs have supported legislation to curb gun violence by expanding background checks and enacting extreme risk protections, while opposing bills that would require states to recognize all concealed carry permits from other states. Whereas despite the objections and safety concerns expressed by local police agencies, organizations, and officers, right-wing state legislatures have eliminated permit and training requirements to carry handguns in public. And whereas high-powered firearms with armor-piercing bullets pose a continued risk to police officers, you have already ruled that language that really just strengthens the underlying purpose of the resolution is in order. So I don't know how you can now determine, other than you like Eric Swalwell and you don't like me, which I hope is not the case, but I'll yield to Mr. Nadler.
Certainly not.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Mr. Cicilline said. I just want to tell you the hypocrisy here. We've been in contact with a former parliamentarian of the House who's been watching these proceedings on TV, and he says every single amendment was in order because striking a clause in the preamble is per se germane, neither adds nor subtracts, and police, by definition, means all police, and that includes the January 6th police, it includes anything else. So I just want to tell you that's just another confirmation of your hypocrisy. I yield back to Mr.
And I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. Just want to remind the committee that last time we took up bills for National Police Appreciation Week, we took up the actual bills that the police asked us to take up, and we did pass them through the House. And this amendment involves the actual bills that the police would like us to take up, including all of my local law enforcement. And I just want to thank Mr. Cicilline for the second year in a row for listening to local law enforcement and bringing before this committee the things that local police actually care about. And I yield back to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you. And I would just say, Mr. Chairman, to conclude that this amendment is not germane, you would have to conclude that recognizing the dangers that local law enforcement face from gun violence is wholly unrelated to any resolution which recognizes their heroism and thanks them for their service to our communities. That just is impossible to reconcile unless you make a complete mockery of the dangers that the men and women who serve in local law enforcement face every day. The two are completely connected. And so this one I want to watch as you rule.
Does that mean the gentleman yields back?
And I would just say finally that you specifically talk about putting local law enforcement in particular danger in the very language of the underlying resolution. So how is it possible when my amendment simply amplifies another danger that law enforcement faces every single day, that somehow it is wholly unrelated so as to be a different subject matter not properly considered during this markup? And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the point of order? Chair is prepared to rule. Mr. Cicilline, you paying attention? You wanted to hear this. You wanted to see it. Okay. The amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test. Before you balk, wait, let me explain. Because you cut out the second resolution clause, the important sentence about defunding police that the sponsor of the legislation just said was central to his, this is not a whereas clause, this is a resolution. You're changing the scope of the legislation by striking that out.
Mr. Chairman, you can always limit the scope of a bill by an amendment. You can always limit it. That doesn't go to its...
It changes the purpose of the gentleman's bill.
There's no such thing that says you can't change the purpose.
That's a
There's no
matter of
such
opinion
thing.
and should be voted on.
You don't get to decide what the purpose of the underlying resolution is and whether it's changed.
Mr. Chairman, since when do we have argument while the chair is making a ruling?
The chair started being so absurd.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute, Mr. Ranking Member. I sat under lots of absurd decisions from you. All right. Let me read you Section 7 under House Rule 16. It's Clause 7, fundamental purpose. Another test used by the chair in determining germaneness is one in which the fundamental purpose of the bill is compared with the fundamental purpose of the amendment. See Manual Section 933. If the purpose or objective of an amendment is unrelated to that of the bill in which it is offered, the amendment may be... Let me finish. That's 8 Canon, Section 2911. The test is particularly applicable to an amendment in the nature of substitute. Okay. If the purpose... Well, it gives lots of examples. All right, let me say this. The parliamentarian who's watching on television, who is, I'm sure, a Democrat parliamentarian or would not have had Mr. Nadler's cell number, let me tell you that this does, in the view of this chair and this parliamentarian, expand or change the purpose of the bill before us. And so our interpretation of House Rule 16, Clause 7, is that it is not germane. Now, the other side is going to disagree, but that's the beauty of our system. The majority party is in the chair, makes decisions, it's appealable, it's subject to table. We've gone through that process here. This is the way this works, and always has. And there are thousands of examples of this and precedent that has been set in the Judiciary Committee in its storied history. So,
Mr. Chairman,
you're not recognized. So for all of the drama here, that is the ruling of the chair, and I yield back.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The ruling is appealed. Does the gentleman seek to table? Motion to table. The appeal is made, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Yes. Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes yes. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no.
Any member who hasn't been for? Any member has, the gentleman from California.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Is anybody in the way? Is Mr. Swalwell? Has he been? No, who are we looking for? Mr.
Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Gooden votes yes.
Okay, I think any member, Mr. Biggs, gentleman from Arizona? He voted. You voted? Okay. I think the clerk can report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 9 noes.
The motion to table prevails. Reporting. Oh. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H. Con. Res. 40, offered by Mr. Schiff of
Gentleman from
California.
Arizona reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is very simple. It inserts language expressing opposition to the Abolish the ATF Act of 2023, which would eliminate the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. Immediately after that bill's enactment, it expresses opposition to that bill as a dangerous effort to defund the police and harm local law enforcement. And just in case members are unfamiliar with what we would be abolishing under that legislation, the ATF's responsibilities include investigation and prevention of federal offenses involving the unlawful use, manufacture, and possession of firearms and explosives. I was led to believe for many years that the Republican mantra was, we don't need any new gun laws, we should enforce the ones that we have. But apparently, today, they don't even want those laws enforced. More than that, the ATF also combats illegal trafficking of alcohol and tobacco. I guess my GOP friends don't think we should be doing that either. The ATF also operates a fire research laboratory where they examine ways of detecting criminal arson. I guess we want to abolish their ability to do that. ATF uses its legislative mandate to investigate and recommend prosecution of offenders to reduce the level of violent crime and hence public safety. I guess we want to abolish those efforts. ATF strives to increase state and local awareness of available federal prosecution under the statutes and works to curb the illegal use of firearms, enforce firearm laws. ATF issues firearms licenses. I guess we don't want to issue any firearms licenses anymore either. They also work on combating the import, manufacture, and dealing in explosive materials. So I guess we're going to abolish those efforts. As well as the special response teams, which are elite tactical groups that respond to high-risk law enforcement operations. So we don't want them to be able to do that in conjunction with local law enforcement. So that's what that bill would do, Mr. Gates' bill. It is, one of the clearest efforts to defund law enforcement. And given that this underlying bill is about expressing our opposition to efforts to defund law enforcement, I presume I'll have the support of my colleagues to express opposition to that effort. And I'm happy to yield to my Republican colleagues if they want to express support for Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF. Would any of my Republican colleagues like to express their support for Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF?
I think we're going to get to that.
I
think we're going to get to that,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Jordan, would you like me to yield to you, express your support for Mr. Gates' legislation to defund the ATF?
I'm going to yield to Mr. Gates.
No, I'm yielding to you, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I'm going to listen to Mr. Gates' compelling arguments that I know will be coming, and then we will have a debate.
Reclaiming my time, I'd be happy to yield to you for the purpose
Well, I
of yes.
appreciate your willingness.
Mr. Jordan, if you let me finish.
I will.
It is my time. I'm happy to yield to you for the purpose of saying yes or no, whether you support Mr. Gates' efforts to defund the ATF. Do you, Mr. Jordan?
I support Mr. Gates' effort to send a message to the ATF, which is what he said
So
just a
you
few
do
minutes
support,
ago in the
you
debate.
support the legislation to defund the ATF?
I didn't say that.
Mr.
I said I
Chairman?
support his efforts to send a message
Well,
to the ATF.
The bill that Mr. Gates has introduced
changed
just
the
says-
rule after
it
10 years of
it
telling
says
American citizens.
that it would abolish, it would eliminate the Bureau immediately after enactment. Do you support that, Mr. Jordan? Yes or no?
I've given my answer.
Do you support it?
I've given my answer.
Yes or no, Mr. Jordan?
I've given my answer, Mr. Schiff.
Okay, I guess your answer is you don't support it, or you're afraid to say that you do. But I'm happy to yield to Mr. Johnson, or Mr. Biggs, or Mr. McClintock, Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Massey, anyone. Anyone else like to join Mr. Gates? And anyone like to express their support for Mr. Gates' effort to abolish an entire federal law enforcement agency? Anyone over there? Mr. Issa, do you support abolishing the ATF?
Thank you for yielding.
It's a yes or no, Mr.
You and I have
Mr.
served here for almost 22 plus years.
Reclaiming my time, I'm not getting a yes or no from anyone.
I was getting to that.
Well, yes or no?
I'm sorry,
yes
but
or no, Mr. Issa?
What I was saying is
Yes
that
or no?
it took 22 years to see you
yes or no,
conducting
Mr.
a
Issa?
deposition of your colleagues, and I appreciate
reclaiming
it,
my
Mr.
time.
Attorney.
Reclaiming my time. Apparently, Mr. Gates is the only one willing to publicly say he supports defunding the ATF. Maybe that's progress, and I hope that will mean
Well, the
that,
gentleman,
that
I
my
think there's going to
colleagues
be a
will
vote. I think there's
accept-
going to be a
I
vote. You're
hope-
going to know here in a couple
I hope
of minutes.
that my colleagues will accept the amendment. The
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from
Excuse me,
Arizona-
I'm reclaiming my time, Mr.
You don't
Chairman.
have any time to reclaim.
Well, I would if you hadn't been speaking over it.
No, you ask us all the questions.
Well, and what's the answer,
The
Mr.
gentleman
Jordan?
from Arizona
What's the answer? Do you support
withdraws his point of order.
abolishing the ATF, Mr. Jordan?
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate this interest in the legislation I've offered, and many of the features of government that are important that Mr. Schiff points out occur in other areas. They don't occur only in the ATF. Now, the ATF is an agency that has totally exceeded any sense of authorization. And by the way, it's not even an authorized entity of government. It just continues to get funded. And what have they done with that funding? Not according to me, but according to the Department of Justice's own Inspector General, they have failed to secure their facilities, and then they have violated people's civil liberties and rights by maintaining electronic records that they have no legal authority to maintain. Did they do that to just a few of them?
Will the gentleman
No,
yield?
hundreds of thousands of times they broke the law.
Mr. Gates,
and the
would you yield?
reason that that's problematic
Time
in a
belongs to the gentleman from
circumstance
Florida.
in
Mr.
which
Gates.
the ATF continues to grow beyond their limits is
Mr.
because
Gates, would
they
you
are
yield?
now imposing on, I'm defending my bill, Mr. Schiff, they are now imposing on regular Americans a sense of zero tolerance that isn't for public safety. They're putting people out of business, like those who are contacting each of our offices who have some Scrivener's error or technical violation that oftentimes isn't even the fault of the individual that the ATF is bringing hellfire down on from a regulatory sense. So yes, I do believe that the current structure of the ATF is absolutely not worth vindicating or funding or continuing in its operational setting.
In that case, would you yield, Mr. Gates?
I'll yield, Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Gates, can you identify any of your Republican colleagues on this committee who are supporting your bill?
Well, I can identify one, and then I'll get back to my remark. Mr. Biggs is a co-sponsor. I don't know if anybody else is. I'd invite your co-sponsorships.
Okay, so there-
frankly.
there-
There are people here supporting. Look, we're going to
So
see
there
in the
are
vote.
two
but the
Republican
important
members
thing is-
who favor abolishing the
Gentlemen,
entire
I
police
can't necessarily
agency.
support that. I tell you what, you can get on the
Any other
legislative format.
takers?
I control the time. And you can get on and see that there's a handful of members who've co-sponsored the legislation. I would encourage everyone to do so because the ATF has been weaponized. And again, I repeat, this is not a partisan conclusion. The Department of Justice Inspector General was appointed by President Obama. He's an Obama appointee. And not only do they point out the high frequency at which the ATF violates the law, then they point out the recalcitrance of that agency to even follow the recommendations that have been set forth by the Inspector General. So sometimes when you get an agency that goes rogue, as the ATF has, it is the right time to start with a fresh sheet of paper. And that is not to say that every function of the ATF is a bad function of government. It is saying that this particular agency cannot meet those functions, and that's a position that's held not just by me, not just by my co-sponsors, some of whom, at least one of whom, is on this committee. It's something that, at least in the factual articulations of the deficiencies of the agency, is articulated by inspectors general. There's also a GAO report. There's also a GAO report that goes over records maintenance that excoriates the ATF, and that is also not a partisan entity. That is a nonpartisan entity that has a watchdog.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield.
If you acknowledge that there are multiple functions that the ATF currently performs that should not be abolished, wouldn't it have made sense to say in your bill, other than we're abolishing the ATF immediately, to provide some sort of transition for those functions to other agencies, to transition for the funding,
I would say
pending cases
I would say that
are in court?
is certainly something I'd be willing to work with you on. I'm open-minded as
I
to
don't want to get rid
transfer
of the
those
ATF,
functions.
so I'm not working
Well, that's
with
the
you on
problem,
that.
right? You don't want to get rid. Democrats, I'm sorry, I'll address the chair as we're entitled to do. My objective here with House Democrats is to try to build a system that adheres to the values that many House Democrats used to espouse regarding protecting individuals from too much government surveillance and too much government overreach. And the ATF has done that. That has been the conclusion of multiple entities that have observed their conduct. They haven't fixed the things that they were told wrong. And so, yes, I would start with a blank sheet of paper, and I don't think support for my measure in any way binds someone to the theory that these functions of government are not appropriate. But I do not trust the ATF to do those things. I really don't. I think that they're too busy going after law-abiding gun owners, and because I don't trust them to do the important things.
So you literally want to abolish, now earlier you said it was a shot across the bow. You literally want to abolish the agency in toto, immediately.
I would get rid of the funding we currently have through ATF for those functions, and I would reorient it where it does not go through ATF. And I would start that work tomorrow.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from California. All those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Or aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request to record a vote.
Record a vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? No. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? No. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? No. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? No. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes yes. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath?
Yes.
Ms. McBath votes yes. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Yes. Ms. Escobar votes yes. Ms. Ross? Aye. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no.
Mr.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're not recorded.
I'll vote aye
Ms.
enthusiastically.
Jackson-Lee votes aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, you're not recorded. Ms. Dean votes yes.
Excuse me. Clerk will report. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right.
Ms. Jayapal votes yes.
I know, I guess so. I'm checking. We okay? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 14 noes.
The amendment is not agreed. Amendment's not agreed to. Okay. Getting them all in before you go, aren't you?
Chairman,
Brian?
I'm a
Just keep
slow
on
learner.
coming.
I think I have an amendment at the desk that will be germane if I followed the logic.
Gentleman from Rhode Island, when does the gentleman actually head back to Rhode Island? Not that we're
May
waiting to get-
31st.
Yeah, I thought it was this month.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna miss you, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
we'll still see what this amendment's about. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order.
Amendment to H. Con Res 40 offered by Mr. Cicilline.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is the same amendment I just offered a moment ago with one modification to respond to the parliamentarian's concern, the acting chairman's concern when he ruled it not germane. He ruled it not germane because it struck language at lines 7 through 8 and changed the purpose of the bill, according to Mr. Johnson. So this amendment just introduces new language. It does not strike lines 7 through 8. It's otherwise the same amendment, so I think it is now germane, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
I'll withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman from Florida withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I'd just like to point out to Ms. Cicilline, the system does work, my friend. The system does work.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say yes.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Rhode Island asks for a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
All members voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 14 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the resolution. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views without objection. You want a roll call?
There wasn't. Roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Never mind.
Roll call being withdrawn. The resolution passes, and the resolution is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views without objection. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. We need Mr. Fitzgerald. Harriet Scott, okay. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 288, the Separation of Powers Restoration Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 288.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hegeman, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Representative Fitzgerald's Separation of Powers Restoration Act, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this important legislation. Judicial deference is a harmful doctrine placing the American people at a distinct disadvantage in court when going up against what has become an all-too-powerful administrative state. Separation of powers is the foundation of our Constitution, guaranteeing our right to a Republican form of governance while checking the tyranny of mandates by fiat. The modern administrative state stands in stark contrast to this model, and the creation of the deference doctrines has only further upended this separation of powers, pursuant to which federal agencies oftentimes not only diminish, but sometimes outright ignore congressional intent, with deference then allowing them to also infringe on judicial review. So I want to thank Mr. Fitzgerald for offering this bill to level the playing field by requiring courts to use de novo review of all relevant questions of law and to discontinue our judicial branch's willingness to allow unelected bureaucrats to do their jobs. I also believe it is important to clarify the intent of this legislation. Providing for de novo review of all relevant questions of law, including the interpretation of constitutional and statutory provisions and rules made by agencies, as the bill outlines, is not intended to be a limiting statement. It cannot be a limiting statement if we are to fulfill our goal of reining in the administrative state. This means addressing the array of issues that may arise under the Administrative Procedure Act. One such issue is the question of agency guidance, described as informal, non-legislative rules or documents which constitute an agency statement of general applicability intended to have future effect on the behavior of regulated parties that set forth a policy on a statutory, regulatory, or technical issue, or an interpretation of a statute or regulation. These forms of guidance don't follow the notice and comment requirements of the APA and don't have the force of law. Yet we have seen a growing trend whereby administrative agencies attempt to use guidance to make new law while at the same time avoiding the APA process, and then argue that such guidance is not reviewable by the courts because it does not constitute final agency action. They compound the problem by then seeking to have the courts defer to their opinions in that regard. Because guidance is, by definition, intended to guide something related to a statute or regulation, it must also be subject to de novo review under this bill's language. It is for this reason that this bill is not limited in scope. It follows from the text of the bill, and it is the intent behind the bill that judicial de novo review of all relevant questions of law includes questions of law surrounding agency guidance. If we are to carry out the mission the American people tasked us with when they gave us the majority, which includes reining in the abusive federal agencies, we must include the growing area of abuse as represented by agency guidance. The fact is that deference unfairly pits the administrative state against the American people. It further undermines our rights by distorting the intent of the laws as written by our elected representatives. It also undermines the very purpose of judicial review by creating systemic judicial bias in favor of administrative agencies, which at this point in time have become far too powerful and far too dictatorial in their actions. Correcting this harmful construct of deference to agencies, including the guidance that they issue, is one of the most important tasks we can take on, and this is an important piece of legislation. I am proud to support this bill and urge all of my colleagues to do so as well. I also request unanimous consent to introduce an article published in the Wall Street Journal on May 9th, 2023, entitled "The Deep State is All Too Real," written by former DOI Secretary David Bernhardt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 288, the so-called Separation of Powers Restoration Act, would completely upend the administrative process by eliminating judicial deference to agencies and requiring federal courts to review all agency rulemakings and interpretations of statute on a de novo basis. More than 30 years ago, the Supreme Court held in Chevron USA, Inc. versus Natural Resource Defense Council that courts must give, quote, considerable weight to an agency's construction of a statute it administers. This makes sense because while Congress sets broad policies, we delegate authorities to executive agencies because we do not have the expertise to craft technical regulations ourselves. We do not have the expertise to decide how many parts per billion of arsenic in the atmosphere is safe, or how many parts per billion of lead from automobile tailpipes in the air is safe. Under the Chevron doctrine, courts respect the careful process undertaken by the dedicated professionals at our federal agencies, many of whom have decades of experience and vast technical expertise. And they give deference to an agency's interpretation of its statutory authority if the interpretation is determined to be reasonable. The Chevron doctrine has been the ruling precedent for judicial review of agency decisions for decades. It rests on the presumption that Congress intended to task agencies with enforcing the laws and carrying out the policies that Congress passed. It is therefore in the hands of Congress to change any presumption of legislative intent. But instead of taking a careful and deliberate approach to provide more guidance to agencies and thus reviewing courts as to what Congress wishes agencies to do, the majority is using a broad bill to undermine a long-standing precedent set by the Supreme Court, a move that would throw uncertainty into the entire rulemaking process and grind courts' review of agency action to a stop. In addition, this bill would empower judges to completely override the determinations of agency experts and to substitute their own judgment, regardless of their comparative lack of technical knowledge and understanding of the underlying subject matter. Thus, this legislation would put consumers in danger by allowing a judge to undermine and second-guess the carefully crafted and scientifically based decisions by agencies. It is the height of hypocrisy for the party that rails against what it calls judicial activism to support legislation that is the very embodiment of judicial activism. By eliminating judicial deference to agencies, this bill would empower the courts to make public policy from the bench, ignoring the careful consideration and technical expertise of executive agencies. H.R. 288 would also make the federal rulemaking process even more time-consuming and costly. As leading administrative law experts have found, the current process of agency rulemaking takes considerable agency time and resources. By eliminating deference to agencies, this legislation would exacerbate this problem by forcing agencies to adopt even more detailed factual records and explanations in order to withstand judicial scrutiny, which would further delay the finalization of critical life-saving regulations. These are regulations that protect the quality of the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we consume, and the safety of the products we use. Slowing down the rulemaking process for these vital health and safety protections would put the lives of Americans at greater risk. H.R. 288 could also have the perverse effect of undermining the agency rulemaking process in favor of corporate interests. As the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service has observed, public participation in agency decision-making is highly sensitive to cost and delay. By imposing greater scrutiny of agency rulemaking, the bill would skew the fact-finding process in favor of those with significant resources. Large corporate interests devoted only to maximizing profits for the benefits of shareholders already have the edge in this process with their vast resources to weaken regulatory standards by burying an agency with paperwork demands and litigation. Rather than giving more opportunities for corporate interests to prevail, we should be evaluating ways to ensure that the voices of the public have a greater role in the rulemaking process through proposals like the Stop Corporate Capture Act, which would bring more transparency and more accountability to the rulemaking process. This legislation is just the latest step in the Republicans' decades-long assault on the regulatory process, trying to add hurdle after hurdle on the ability to issue regulations that protect public health and safety. Regulations whose benefits consistently outweigh their costs, often by many multiples. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerously flawed legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida. Excuse me, that's right. We have a amendment, nature of the substitute. I want to go to Ms. Hagman. I apologize. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 288.
Without objection, the amendment nature substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
This amendment provides that the Separation of Powers Restoration Act of 2023 may be cited by its acronym, SOPRA, S-O-P-R-A. This change more readily allows this bill to be cited by its commonly known acronym when it is passed into law, and it is not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of this bill. I urge its adoption, and I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I used to believe exactly what my colleague from Wyoming used to believe about this legislation, and I used to believe it for exactly the same reasons that she laid out, because it is true that concerns about a growing administrative state are ones that are commonly held throughout the country and certainly commonly held by a majority on this committee. But I have encountered a good amount of conservative scholarship that defends the Chevron decision, which is really what this legislation would overrule. The Chevron decision set forth the principle that in the absence of an ability to determine congressional legislative intent, that rather than the court starting from scratch, that there would be some deference, not unovercomable, but some deference given to the agencies. And the late Justice Scalia wrote very strongly in defense of the Chevron legislation and against the Chevron decision and against what this legislation would bring. And he spoke specifically to this matter, and he said it far better than I could, so I'll read from the late Justice Scalia's writings on this matter. Quote, "The extent to which courts should defer to agency interpretations of law is ultimately a function of Congress's intent on the subject as revealed in the particular statutory scheme. An ambiguity in a statute committed to an agency implementation can be attributed to either of two congressional desires. One, Congress intended a particular result but wasn't clear about it, or two, that Congress had no particular intent on the subject but meant to leave the resolution to the agency. When the former is the case, what we have is genuinely a question of law properly resolved by the courts. But when the latter is the case, when we have a conferral of discretion upon the agency, the only question of law presented to the courts is whether the agency has acted within the scope of its discretion." And Chairman Nadler is entirely correct when he talks about the critique on the right of judicial activism running right up against the ideology that undergirds this legislation. You cannot critique judicial activism, as so many on the right have done for decades, and then say, but what we really want as a result of SOPRA is a more activist judiciary. Scalia continues, "In the vast majority of cases, I expect that Congress neither, one, intended a single result, or two, meant to confer discretion on an agency, but rather, three, didn't think about the matter at all. If I am correct, then any rule adopted in this field results from a fictional presumed intent and operates principally as a background rule of law against which Congress can legislate. If that is the principal function to be served, Chevron is unquestionably better than what preceded it. Congress now knows that the ambiguity it creates, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will be resolved within the bounds of permissible interpretation, not by the courts, but by a particular agency whose biases are well known. Scalia writes, if we have to serve up these questions to an entity other than Congress, at least with the agencies, there's a greater degree of predictability with the courts. And that is no defense of the agencies so much as it is a critique of the federal court system and the disparate outcomes that can be created. In Scalia's piece, he also talks about the need for government flexibility and observes that if the court always has to overrule itself, it does so very begrudgingly in frequent circumstances, whereas agencies admitting they get it wrong is not wrong as to a de novo question of law, but wrong as to a particular series of events. And Scalia opines that government is better served under that observation. There's also substantial historical basis for Chevron. You even had Hamilton writing about the importance of energy in the executive. Madison at the Constitutional Convention talked about this argument. He said that when choosing between the executive and the judiciary, quote, the former must get greater latitude than the latter in the administration of the country. And so if that is the case, there's historical precedent. I know the newfangled concern of conservatives is the growing administrative state, and I share that concern, but I think that we don't disagree on the problem. I think just as Ms. Hageman laid it out, she perfectly laid out the problem, but I think the antidote to the problem isn't to overrule Chevron, it is to do a better job in Congress of being clear as to our intent and then to leave fewer of these decisions to these ambiguities. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I think the gentlewoman from Texas.
Some say that Texas and Florida has much or some in common. I hesitate to go there because my good friend knows that there are challenges in Florida that I cannot counter. He might have something to say about Texas, but we overcome it with good barbecue. But I must say, as the gentleman has enunciated some principles that I think are extremely valid, I would take his last sentence, maybe we need to be better at clarification. But the Administrative Procedure Act has been implemented since 1946. And we have been able to live under the APA. In fact, I remember one of my less interesting but very vital classes in law school was the Administrative Procedure Act that gave a basis for the complementary aspect of government that fits alongside of executive orders, judicial decisions, legislative actions in the United States Congress. And so to weaken that construct that has added to the democratic process of this nation is the direction in which I would like to go. And it seems to me that the gentleman from Florida has made even further advocacies, including the Chevron case, that there is value to not having a protracted judicial review of an administrative procedure action that may have taken quite a bit of extensive writing, research, and yes, the input of the American people. As you well know, once you put a regulation out, there is a period of time, 30, 60 or more days, and even gets extended, for there to be comment. In that instance, the comment is not Republicans and Democrats, it's everyone, including those who are specifically impacted or engaged in the particular topical issue. So the Department of Energy can have, if you will, regulations, and the energy industry participates and provides insight and light to whatever the issue is. Some person could be where they want to challenge it, and if we loosen or lessen the deference to that process, then we have protracted, long judicial proceedings. I think that what is being attempted to do here is one that we should hesitate. Now, I don't want to scare away persons who may be supporting the theory and thesis of my good friend from Florida, but I'm obviously in the corner of the Food and Drug Administration's long years of having a particular pill that did not harm anyone. And they did it on their research. They did it through their processes. It was open to the public comment. I assume medical professionals at that time, pharmaceutical industry might have commented at that time. And we've come full circle because we've got ourselves in the quagmire of trying to interfere with a private choice and a religious choice and an emotional choice and a medical choice by women of this country. We call that reproductive rights. But it may come up on many other issues. And this does not negate the purpose for judicial review. I think what this legislation is doing, as I read it, it is extending. What we're looking to do is to not have the courts to go de novo on a matter that has been thoroughly researched and approved by an administrative process. Some of the agencies have boards. They have appointees that come from both sides of the aisle. And so it's been vetted in that way as well. Rules by agencies and constitutional and statutory provisions are all part of this process. So I would make the argument that I don't know if we want to add yet another layer of interference with the necessary operation of government that has already been accused of not being timely, being dilatory, being delayed, when we can take the effective work of our agencies, Centers for Disease Control issued some rules that, from my perspective, save lives. Food and Drug Administration has been the stellar agency internationally. A drug gets its star points when it gets the FDA's approval, and the world watches that happen. So I'll conclude my remarks, Mr. Chairman. Your generosity is that I believe that this legislation goes too far in impacting negatively the running of government. I ask opposition, yield back.
Expired and yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Having been a practitioner for over 30 years and having many cases against federal agencies, I can assure you that the courts have moved well beyond deferring to regulatory agencies in ambiguous situations. I'm going to read some of the language from the Rapinos decision that was issued by the United States Supreme Court in 2006 as a way to emphasize this point. According to the decision in that case, the burden of federal regulation on those who would deposit fill material in locations that are denominated as navigable waters of the United States is not trivial. In deciding whether to grant or deny a permit, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers exercises the discretion of an enlightened despot, relying on such factors as economics, the aesthetics, recreation, and in general, the needs and welfare of the people. The average applicant for an individual permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for nationwide permits spends 313 days and $28,915 in seeking permits. The enforcement proceedings against Mr. Rapinos are a small part of the immense expansion of federal regulation of land use that has occurred under the Clean Water Act without any change in the governing statute. I will repeat that, without any change in the governing statute. During the past 5 presidential administrations, in the last 3 decades, the Corps and the EPA have interpreted their jurisdiction over the navigable waters of the United States to cover 270 to 300 million acres of swampy lands in the United States, including half of Alaska and an area the size of California in the lower 48 states. And that was just the beginning. The Corps has also asserted jurisdiction over virtually any parcel of land containing a channel or conduit, whether man-made or natural, broad or narrow, permitted or ephemeral, through which rainwater or drainage may occur occasionally or intermittently flow. On this view, the federally regulated navigable waters of the United States include storm drains, roadside ditches, ripples of sand in the desert that may contain water once a year, and lands that are covered by floodwaters once every 100 years. Because they include the land containing storm sewers and desert washes, the statutory navigable waters of the United States engulf entire cities and immense arid wastelands. In fact, the entire land area of the United States lies in some drainage basin, and an endless network of visible channels furrows the entire surface, containing water ephemerally wherever the rain falls. Any plot of land containing such a channel may potentially be regulated as a, quote, navigable water of the United States. Why do I read that? Because courts have been deferring to that nonsense now for decades in terms of the immense expansion of the EPA and Corps of Engineers authority over what is defined in the Act as a navigable water of the United States. How have they been able to do that? Because the courts have been abdicating their responsibilities of deciding questions of law de novo, and they have allowed the agencies to make those decisions. That's why this act is so important, the Separation of Powers Restoration Act of 2023. I can understand what my colleague is saying about the concerns of courts making the decisions, but we're not talking about activist judges actually doing their job if they are reviewing statutory and regulatory documents, laws de novo. It is when they defer to the agencies that they fail to do their jobs. Having been someone who has tried numerous cases against the EPA, for example, or the Corps of Engineers, or the USDA, or the Forest Service, or Fish and Wildlife Service, I can assure you that when I represent farmers and ranchers, oil and gas companies, other resource producers, and small businesses, when I walk in the courtroom because of the deference doctrine, typically what you're seeing is that I've already lost the case. And then what I have to do is overtry it because of the deference doctrine. So what the deference doctrine actually does is it places the thumb on the scale of the administrative agency against the citizens of this country, the exact opposite of what is the foundation of America and what is the foundation of our form of government. We don't work for the government works for us. Yet with the deference doctrine, what has happened is these administrative agencies have taken over so much power and authority simply by claiming that a statute or a regulation or even now a guidance document is ambiguous, and therefore they must be the ones to interpret it, and the courts need to stay out of it. This is a good bill. It serves a great purpose of putting the regulatory agencies back in their lane, of only carrying out the law as Congress wrote it, not actually interpreting it as our judicial branch is required to do. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this legislation. There's a reason why Republicans have been about packing the United States Supreme Court over the last 40 years, over the last 50 years, to the point now where they have a 6-3 supermajority of right-wing Republicans on the bench ruling in favor of corporations. The reason why they wanted to pack the court is so that they could pass legislation like this, which puts it in the hands of the United States Supreme Court to rule on agency rulemaking, to be a super rulemaker, in other words, to put the Supreme Court in a position to decide what is best for the health and safety and well-being of Americans through oversight of regulatory authority. The FDA, for instance, Food and Drug Administration, when they issue a rule that would protect the health, safety, and well-being of Americans, and they do that, let's take mifepristone, for example, a drug that induces miscarriages in women who are in need of that medical procedure. They want a court that is empowered to overrule the agency rulemaking process and rule that that medication is not efficacious without any support, without any factual basis, without any expert factual basis. They want to put the court in a position to do that. And the court is basically packed at this point and awaiting congressional passage of legislation like this so that they can do exactly what I said to do, and which is to overrule agency rulemaking that will protect the health, safety, and well-being of Americans. That agency rulemaking is based on laws passed by Congress, laws that, and I'll point out the fact that if you expect every rule to be mandated or passed by the House of Representatives and then the Senate and then the President, we basically would have no rules. It would be a free market economy with no rules or regulations to protect the people. This is what the Republicans want to accomplish in this country. They want to do away with government. That's why they talk about less government, defund the government. They want to reduce the size of government to the point where you can strangle it in the bathtub. That's why they have all signed on to the Grover Norquist no new tax pledge. And so, you know, they are killing us. They're killing us, literally, with their pursuit of free market capitalism so that the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and there's no protection for the little guy, for the health, safety, and well-being of the little guy. So this legislation I oppose. It is a race to the bottom of our democracy for capitalism to take hold of freedom and to drive it into the dirt. That is what this kind of legislation does to our living here in this country. It's very destructive, and it seems to be increasing its stranglehold. First, you have Republicans who control the House offering legislation. Next, they will want to control the Senate so that they can pass this legislation, and then send it to the courts, which they have packed, which are then in position to do away with all regulations to protect health, safety, and well-being of Americans. Dangerous road to go down. Let's not do this. I oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes himself. I don't want to do away with government. I just want those who are elected to office by we, the people, by the American citizens, to actually make the laws. Imagine that. But that's not what the Democrats want. That's not what they want. They want to defer to the bureaucrats. That's what Mr. Nadler said in his opening statement. He said, quote, "We don't have the expertise." Well, who does? The unelected bureaucrats? The people in the agencies who never have to go out, shake hands, talk to the American people, get elected to office? The people who aren't elected by the American people? I mean, leave it to the experts, the Democrats say. Well, who's the expert who ran our lives? I've talked about this a lot because it drives me crazy. Who's the expert who ran our lives for the last 3 years? Who's the expert? Served longer in our government than anyone else. The bureaucrat is Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci, the smartest man on the planet, never been wrong, except in just about everything he told us about the virus. Remember when Dr. Fauci said it wasn't our tax money that went to that lab in China? Wasn't right about that one. Remember when he said it wasn't gain-of-function research? Wrong about that one. Remember when he said it didn't come from a lab? I will not. Remember when he said it didn't come from a lab? Sure looks like it did. Remember when they told us the longest-serving bureaucrat in the government, the smartest man on the planet, told us that the vaccinated couldn't get it? Remember when he told us that? Remember when he told us the vaccinated couldn't transmit the virus? Then he told us there's no natural immunity. First virus in history, no natural immunity. That from the expert. So while I appreciate the arguments from Mr. Gates, and I think he makes some good points, and I think there is a balance here when we're talking about the courts and the agencies, what bothers me the most and why I support the gentlelady's legislation is because I am so tired of this argument that we got to leave it to the experts, the bureaucrats who know more than the folks who actually go out and talk to the American people, put their name on the ballot. In the case of Congress, every 2 years put their name on the ballot and get elected to office. They should be making the decisions. Yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Chairman, I want to agree with you, and I agree with the ladies' legislation very much. I got to tell you, I've had the, I guess, experience of being a state senator, a state assemblyman, a county commissioner, a mayor. I've dealt with a lot of regulatory agencies, more than most people in Congress, to be honest with you. And to say that they always do a better job, they're often very slow, very bureaucratic, very opinionated, not by any means always right. And Fauci used the example, which is the best one of all. And on top of all the things that they do, this is not the same regulatory agencies that we were used to when this process was started many years ago. Many of them are tied to politically and involved with politically people who want to get a certain outcome. And I've seen it, Chairman. I've seen it over and over again where they desire to have a particular outcome. They work within the agency. And if you don't think that our president right now has effect on the agencies and what they're saying or doing, or that other people don't in positions of authority, you're wrong. It's an imperfect system. I don't love the courts either, to be honest with you, at all times, but at least there you have a fair and expeditious chance to be heard and to have some say in what the ultimate result is going to be. So after the literal pain I've gone through dealing with these agencies, and it could be DEP, which is the EPA of New Jersey, or it can be the EPA, or it can be the health organizations. And by the way, some of the examples that are used, these folks have made horrific mistakes. They've made terrible mistakes. So in a court of law where you may have experts come and speak on both sides of an issue and intelligently thrash it out, I think that there's value to that. And I think we should really see that value. And finally, yes, Congress should do a better job. One thing, legislative intent. We want to have legislative intent where we really get something done, but we get it done the way that we envision it. These agencies change it. Our legislative intent, over half of the time, is not the legislative intent that they see and they feel and that they enact. So I think it's time we did something like this. I support your bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
15 seconds.
One can disagree with this bill and certainly not agree in deference to the agencies in every circumstance. I would simply offer that bills like the REINS Act, which we've debated in this committee, might be better antidotes to the problem.
We plan on bringing that. That's a great point from the gentleman from Florida. We do have votes that have been called on the floor. I understand there are 3, and I believe I've been told that we're getting a picture today. Is a picture day today? So the committee will recess because I understand the Democrats have some amendments they want to offer to this legislation. I think that's accurate. Okay. So we will recess, and we will get a notice out to when we're going to come back. I want to talk with members and see what they have this evening. So we will probably come back this evening, but it may be tomorrow. I just want to check with our members, and I'll check with the ranking member as well. So with that, the committee stands in recess.